It's shameful to admit this, but it's the unfortunate truth that just by looking at me, you probably couldn't guess that I have been active in the gym for about a decade now. In fact, my college degree is in human science with a concentration in exercise physiology. But I'm on a 5'6" frame and I keep myself lean so no one even knows that I'm ripped until I do like a flex and it ends up being a jump scare. I keep hyping myself up in the mirror and telling myself that today's the day I finally start wearing tighter clothing so people stop asking if I even go to the gym because it hurts my soul every time. Or maybe I just need to be shirtless more often so that way it's pretty obvious, but regardless, the reason I'm even mentioning this is because I've noticed over the last maybe 6 months, not even that long, but like the last 6 to 8 months, the gym has gone from being a place of like working on yourself, gains, focusing on improving your overall health, to a place where people go to compete for viral TikTok videos of them being a victim. Usually the content revolves around them filming themselves working out and then catching somebody looking at them and being a creep and a weirdo staring at them. Staring's a word I'm using very loosely here. And then sometimes, God forbid, that person comes over and asks them a question in between their sets. Normal human interaction has become fucking outlawed in the world of TikTok for some people. Now, I'm not saying this isn't a real thing. I'm not saying everyone that goes to the gym is an angel that can do no wrong. There definitely are creepy people that go there. I've certainly seen my fair share of weirdos in my days. In fact, one that always lives in my head rent-free is 2 years ago. A security guard at a private gym kept going over and sniffing a woman's ass as she was doing rows. I can't show the video, I don't think, because it might be against YouTube's new terms, but here's just a quick screenshot of his 4th ass sniffing attempt where he's just like huffing her fumes. He eventually does get caught and fired for it. The point is, there are weird people at the gym, but what's going on right now is everyone is filming themselves at the gym, which I already think is kind of weird. There's also like this fucking perpetual surveillance here with people making fucking TikToks everywhere. But while filming, they're not catching weird people doing weird things or harassing them. They're catching very normal gym goers doing normal things and then publicly shaming them and embarrassing them for doing nothing wrong. Now I'm going to show you the biggest one that I really think started really blowing this trend up and led to me finding out how large this has become and how big of a problem it's become.
This is how to not approach girls at the gym.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate when there's Weirdos. It makes me so uncomfortable. Feral, like fucking feral.
You can immediately see a problem here. She's making a stare counter every time the guy even glances in her general direction. What do you expect people to do at the gym? Just turn around and stare at a wall when they're done with their set like it's the fucking Blair Witch? Like, what are you expecting? The guy is in between his sets, so he's just looking around. He's not even staring at her. Now, if he was staring at her, then I could see being a little uncomfortable if he's just over there, like, fucking staring a hole through with, like, goddamn, like, laser beams almost firing out. Like, I'd get that being weird. But this guy is just, like, glancing near her, and he's still getting just attacked for it by her.
Swatch. The 5 adds £5. And these are the rates.
Somehow the stare counter's at 5. I guess she's counting every time he's in between blinks now. And then she starts getting fearful because he's walking near her and wondering, questioning, why would he be doing that? Kind of like it's a scene out of a horror movie, like the boogeyman's, you jingling keys trying to get in the door or something. But she immediately answers why he's walking over. It's because he's grabbing a sanitary wipe, showing good gym etiquette to go wipe down the machine he was just using.
Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though.
Unfortunately, this guy made a big blunder here. He committed a cardinal sin. He tried to be helpful. So he offered to try and, help out here because it looked like she was struggling, which she even mentioned she was hesitant to put the weight on, so he probably interpreted that as like, oh, okay, maybe I could be helpful here. Just being a genuinely nice person, I believe. And she even responds positively to it and then turns around and says this kind of shit. What if I just ripped his pee-pee out of its socket so he could never reproduce again? Totally normal, not alarming thing to say. This is why I don't want kids. Natural selection better take the weirdos out. He's going to jail for staring at an underage 21-year-old. Where have we all gone wrong? What's happened to the world where that is a statement said earnestly? He's going to jail for staring at an underage 21-year-old. There's more to unpack there than a fucking 2-week vacation suitcase. I could unpack this shit for hours. He wasn't staring. There's no such thing as an underage 21-year-old. 21 years old? You're not a kid at all. You can legally butt-chug Budweiser now. Unless this is some kind of weird self-own kind of thing where she has the mentality of a child, thus this guy should go to jail for what she perceives as staring at her. I don't know. Like, I can't even, like, remotely figure out what she was even trying to say with that last statement. But anyway, I'm not going to keep going too deep on this one because everyone has already dunked on it. She's issued an apology about everything. But I want to give a quick shout out to Joey Swole. He's a very prominent figure in the community and he's been doing a lot of good work calling out these kind of videos. Now here's another stinky video here. So this guy gets called out because he walks across the track she's about to do lunges on and looks at her on the way by. Then she says that she catches him still staring. There's no way, I'm so uncomfortable right now. And then the caption even says, in quotes, "It's because of your outfit." I don't know if she's accusing him of saying that, like he shouts it at her across the room. "Excuse me, milady. I looked at you because of your outfit. You drew my eyes to you. It's your fault." Or if she's just saying that as like a way of calling out behavior. I'm really not sure. But Joey Swole, when he talked about this video, pointed out something that I think everyone who's ever been to the gym will recognize. That not only is the guy not staring, again, the reason why he'd look at her while walking by is because he's going by her path on the track. So perhaps he was looking at her to make sure he wasn't getting in her way since she was about to start lunges. I feel like that's the most obvious explanation here, but regardless, he doesn't do anything creepy or weird. He looks at her while he's walking by, and once he's through, he continues going forward. Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. To me, it feels like this lady has recorded every single one of her gym sessions for the last week or so after noticing that this kind of content was blowing up, praying that someone would be weird and creepy to her, but she didn't get that. So she just decided to go with the one that's almost somewhat different, where a guy looks at her when he walks by, and chose that one for some clicks. Because nothing bad happens here. There's not a weirdo here. And according to Joey Swole, a lot of members of the gym, both men and women, said that this man is very kind and is actually loved at the gym. He's a regular here. So it is pretty fucked up and shitty for her to make this video trying to shame him for doing nothing wrong.
This guy.
Just filming my progress, sir.
What?
Just filming my progress. Oh.
I understand, it's just...
If you're comfortable, you can go right there.
This isn't a trend that only women are doing, men are doing the same thing. This fucking douchebag is filming in the locker room, flexing to show his progress. The guy in the back that he's calling a schmuck is 100% right. You cannot be filming in the fucking locker room. Like, what do you think this is, Brazzers? Like, what the fuck are you even thinking? What's going through your smooth brain? Everyone just loves to think that they're the main character and everyone that interferes in their story and does more than just be a prop for their TikTok videos is the villain, when that's just not the reality. You are the bad guy here, not the guy you're calling out. If you want to take progress photos and videos, which I totally understand, just wait till you get home, or at the absolute least, wait until you're the only person in that locker room. Because right now you have two people behind you changing. They could have just gone whole hog, let their cock and balls flop out, and if you film them in a private setting without their consent, their nudity, you would be fucked legally.
Watch this guy try move to me at the gym. Checks absolutely nothing on his phone. Looks over at me being busy sorting my wrist straps. These fucking straps taking up too much time.
I don't know what constitutes a stare anymore. Like, this guy, again, just glances in her direction, briefly looks at his phone and puts it away, and apparently that's getting called out for being weird, saying he checks nothing on his phone. He could have just been checking the time. He could have been checking literally anything that's quick to get at a glance, like, what time is it? Or if he had a timer set up for, like, how much rest he has between sets, how much time do I have left on my rest? Like, there's so many things he could have been checking on his phone, but it doesn't matter. Like, he didn't do anything weird or wrong right now. All he did was walk by, and he looked over near you.
Makes a swift return. Sad lip.
And there it is. The second he decided to ask a question, his fate was sealed. He was getting shamed on TikTok for it. So, he comes over and asks if she's using the machine behind her. As Joey Swole also points out, and as anyone that ever goes to the gym will also point out, people like to check to make sure the machines are vacant. They don't want to step on any toes and take a machine that's already being occupied, so maybe her things were near the machine and he wanted to double check to make sure she wasn't using it in addition to doing the RDLs. Like, that is just being polite. That is normal gym etiquette. But let's assume this guy is new to the gym. She seems to think he is and is insulting him for it, making fun of him for not knowing the name of the machine. So, don't you think someone that's a little new to the gym would like to be super certain that he's not getting in anyone's way? So he would like to ask someone that's near the machine to make sure that he has full reign to use it without intruding on their workout. He did nothing wrong, but it didn't matter. He made a slight glance near her, a split second of his eyes looking around before checking his phone, and that small, insignificant thing was enough to put a crosshair on him and for her to attack. I think she's the weirdo. You're the gym weirdo, filming everyone around you, looking for people to call out. That shit is creepy. Not this guy who just innocently asks if you are using the machine behind you. Totally normal question, totally normal interaction, and this behavior is getting so fucking out of control. People are turning gyms into war zones where they're looking at every single micro angle of your eyes and counting it as a stare if you happen to catch them somewhere in your general vision vicinity. It's fucking despicable. What makes you mad more than anything in the world? What gets under your skin and just ticks you off? I know that this is an iconic question once posed by the great Ned Schneebly in School of Rock, but it applies to what I want to talk about today, because for one unhinged psychopath, the answer to this question was so baffling he ends up throwing his life away for something extremely insignificant. We've all got mad at small things, right? Trivial shit that doesn't matter, whether it's, getting killed in a video game that you think is the result of lag, or maybe someone gives you some goofy eyeballs and you don't like the way they look at you and it makes you feel a little uneasy and it makes you upset perhaps. We've all got mad at something mundane. But one man in Oregon just got so upset that a parade forced him to go on a bit of a detour that he decided to fucking bulldoze through the blockade and then drive through the parade, nearly hitting people, including children, and will now likely spend the rest of his life behind bars, rightfully so. This is an individual with a severe case of stick-it-to-the-man-neosis. He fucking lost his mind and filmed himself doing it the entire time, by the way, all because of a slight detour for a parade. Now, there was one intellectual in chat last night that for some reason his comment was so stupid that it's sticking with me and just marinating in my brain about this story. He said, "Why is he getting punished? No one got hurt." Brother, let me sit you down in the stupid chair real quick. You can't bulldoze through a blockade, and keep in mind, I haven't shown you the video yet, but I will in a second. There is a scene, like straight out of an old 90s action film, where he ramps his car up on two fucking wheels in order to squeeze through the blockade more efficiently and blast through the parade. You can't do that because you're endangering all the lives around you. I can't believe that even needs explaining in any capacity at all. It blows my mind that I even need to tell you why that's bad. Especially when we've already seen a couple times in the past someone using their vehicle as a weapon during parades where they hit and kill people. Even if his goal wasn't the attempted murder of people at the parade, he almost hit people, and this easily could have ended up in a situation where he did hit, harm, or even kill people from this reckless action. So just because he narrowly avoided a fatal catastrophe doesn't mean that he shouldn't be punished. He is not fit to be in society. And not only that, I'm gonna go ahead and give away a big spoiler, he's also a fucking pedophile. He has a rap sheet that extends for like most of his life, and a lot of the crimes involve sex crimes with minors, apparently. I'll just go ahead and play you the news segment here that we went over on stream. You see the video of the guy driving through the Portland parade? Oh, that was so fucking weird, yeah. He didn't hit anyone, but it was so weird. I didn't see the whole video, but I saw like the first bit.
Dashcam footage obtained by NBC affiliate KGW, submitted by prosecutors.
Brave showing it? No, he doesn't hit anyone. I don't exactly, they said road rage, but I don't exactly know what it was in particular, but for some reason he just drives to the parade and then just drives fucking through it. It's crazy. It was unhinged.
Frustrated, stuck in traffic due to road closures clearing the way for Portland's Grand Floral Parade. His anger boiling over.
They got it all blocked off. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit.
Wait, so this was all over the road being blocked off for a parade? Holy shit. I don't think I've ever been that mad over anything in my life. Jesus, he's got that bitch up on 2 wheels. God damn. Like I said, he doesn't hit anyone, but look at this shit.
Bystanders sent running as the Chevy Avalanche.
That's terrifying. This is his camera POV. Well, yeah, obviously it's his camera POV. They didn't put like a drone on his hood or anything. For some reason, he records his own cabin, even though I can't imagine this is an isolated incident with this kind of blow up. Yeah, this is the guy. He caught himself in 4K.
Charged with 38 counts, including attempted assault and reckless endangerment. He has pleaded not guilty. Residents in
Not guilty, huh? Are we sure? I've been framed.
Court documents show Metcham is from Portland and has been in and out of prison and juvenile detention since he was 15 on sex abuse convictions against minors.
Whoa.
No trial date.
So he's a pedophile too. Good lord. What the fuck?
For these latest charges. Valerie.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
Well then.
Thanks for watching.
What a situation. All that because they blocked off the road for a fucking parade. They should just... Well, I mean, I don't think he's leaving jail again. 38 counts? I mean, shocker. You can't do this. You can't just drive through a parade like that. So I don't think he's going to be leaving jail anytime soon. He was probably late to the Chris Hansen meetup. I really wonder what he was in such a rush for. I am curious. Man heard the elementary school was about to get out and he wanted to go get good seats. I have no idea what he'd be so angry about for having like a slight detour. You would think someone would be careful driving when they have a suspended license. Well, not only that, you'd think he'd be even more cautious having a suspended license and also being a fucking pedophile. Like, the last thing you'd want is for people to know about you. This man just put himself out there in the biggest way possible. The Macy's going back to jail parade. Good one. Suspended license, no insurance, and he's self-recording. The self-recording might actually just be a court order, though, to make sure there's no children in his car. Like, I can't imagine this guy would be self-recording on his own volition. This had to be, like, the government stepping in saying, listen, you can have access to a motor vehicle, but we have to know who's inside your cabin at all times. The gall to plead not guilty, though, when he records himself doing it is incredible. I understand that that's probably just, like, the standard legal strategy, but man, that is very silly. Keep in mind, this is all alleged. Of course, yes. He allegedly drove through the parade while recording himself screaming and running through this entire celebration and then parking his car. It could have been anyone. We don't know yet. It was all AI. That's going to be a real legal defense strategy pretty soon. Your Honor, that's not my client. It's a deep fake. My client can't even make this face. I want to show you a bit from his dash cam perspective here because it's diabolical. He goes over the traffic cones and now he starts speeding up. He's treating this like it's a game of Grand Theft Auto 5, so he pops it up here. He's got his action movie stunt going on. He goes through the bigger blockades and the bigger trucks, and then he gets around to the actual parade. And this is where things get really scary. This is that kind of shit that has you hold your breath when you see the footage, because he is going fast. This man is fucking zooming. He is cruising here, nearly loses control because he, like, hops over the grass there, it seems. And then it almost feels like right here he starts contemplating whether or not to hit people. He then continues to drive through the parade for a lot longer, and there's also, like, a police officer that tries to get him to stop. He refuses to, and eventually drives out of the parade and away. All of this over having to just be slightly inconvenienced because of a detour due to a parade. It's fucking crazy. There's a genre of content that I've made for quite a while, pretty often, where I'm insulting customers that are freaking out at customer service workers for a myriad of different reasons, slight inconveniences, or just a bunch of hogwash. I can't stand when someone has this meltdown and takes all of their frustration and anger out on customer service workers who are just doing their job and they've done nothing wrong. I cannot stand it whatsoever, so I've always made it a point to make a video insulting that customer melting down, making fun of them, and just pointing out why that kind of behavior is unacceptable. And I never really view that kind of content as a hot take or controversial at all. I feel like most sensible people should be on the side of the customer service worker here, because how could you ever be on the side of just the whiny little diaper-soiling baby that's freaking out over nothing? It doesn't really compute in my little noodle up here. So to me, this kind of content should never really be controversial, because anyone with a functioning frontal lobe should be able to recognize that this kind of childish, aggressive outburst over nothing directed at the employees is completely uncalled for. But we live in crazy times, and it seems like there's a lot of people paying a visit to Stupid Town, and, well, somehow a video I made 8 days ago has turned out to be quite divisive. And by that I mean there's one guy who's really upset about it, and it's the perfect example of something I was recently talking about, where everything is a debate now, even the safest things ever. That should never be a debate. So the video is the one I posted 8 days ago about this loser that was melting down in a McDonald's drive-thru because they refused to serve him a pup cup, which is a cup of whipped cream that he was going to give his dogs. And it's not an item they actually have on the menu, but it's something a few employees in the past had went ahead and given him. So he felt entitled to receiving it, and when he was told no, he wouldn't accept it. So he whipped out his phone and started recording his own cringe compilation here, where he was just teary-eyed and really upset that they wouldn't give him the pup cup, so he started yelling at him, causing a commotion, making a scene, a big stink, over being told no to the pup cup. Eventually the cops had to be called and he got trespassed. So I posted a video making fun of this individual, and I thought that'd be the end of it, just wash my hands of it, just another piece of shit, some dumb asshole made a fool of himself, I made fun of him, you know, standard procedure. I thought if anything would come from this, it'd be this guy making a video about me on Facebook saying that I work for the deep state shadow government trying to push the anti-pup cup agenda or something. But that's not what happened. What actually happened is a YouTuber took a huge issue with what I was saying about this guy being upset over the pup cup. And I know it's ridiculous, but I couldn't resist the urge to talk about it because it encapsulates exactly what I've been discussing again, where it seems everyone is so debate-brained, where everyone is looking for fights, even on subjects where it's really impossible to do that. Like this, there is no nuance to this topic. The customer here was wrong for getting aggressive and yelling when being told no. That business is completely in the right to tell him, no, we don't do pup cups, we will not serve you a pup cup, please leave. They were 100% in the right. The customer is wrong for the way he responded to that. There's really no way of even having a sound argument for the other side, and yet, for some reason, this guy makes a whole video about it on how wrong and stupid I am for it. Like, it just doesn't make sense how any situation now is somehow debatable. It's poison. It is a literal poison that has swept through the entire internet, and I think this is the best example of it I've seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a successful business, all you have to do is literally do the opposite of what Moist Critical is talking about in this video. He could not be more wrong if he tried. It's actually a miracle. I don't know if this is satire. I don't know if he's joking. Doesn't seem like it. He seems like he's pretty riled at this customer. But let me educate Charlie on something, because clearly he's living in a bubble.
I hope everyone's got their pen and paper out here for the lecture. We're about to be educated by one of society's brightest. This is clearly a being with supreme intellect, and he's being gracious enough to open that big brain of his up to us to share a little bit of his wisdom on how to run a successful business, or what a successful business should look like.
The reality is that if you're a business and you have competitors, and those competitors have a large social media presence as well, and all of them are sort of at an equilibrium, when you do something like, hey, we don't allow pup cups for dogs at McDonald's, doesn't even matter the guy's reaction. That in and of itself is bad for business.
It's just not bad for business at all. This is not an item that's on their menu. This is an item that some nice employees decided to give this particular asshole, and he immediately felt entitled to it for the rest of his fucking life. There is no obligation for a business to fulfill a request from a customer for something that they don't offer. This seems like it's derived from the saying, the customer's always right, which is only half of the full phrase there, but a lot of people bastardize that and use it as a way of making it seem like the customer is infallible, so every request they make needs to be fulfilled. If the customer asks the employee to dance, they gotta dance. If he asks them to jump, they have to ask how high. And I think that's super stupid.
The perception of that, dogs aren't welcome at McDonald's. Do you understand? You have to take your feelings out of it. I don't care how triggered you were that this guy was mildly irritated.
Mildly irritated, huh? Yelling through a drive-through window while recording yourself and waiting for the cops to come so you can continue to be heated the entire time is only a mild irritation. I am super curious to see this guy's outbursts, if he considers that mild. Also, the perception that dogs aren't welcome at McDonald's. Who the fuck in the entire world would see this video and be like, oh my god, it looks like dogs aren't welcome at McDonald's. They didn't give this guy a pup cup. Oh no, it's time to boycott McDonald's. Holy shit. You'd have to be legitimately taking a moron potion to think that for even an iota of a second. And yet somehow this guy presents it as like a sound argument that this is going to give the perception that this business is not welcoming to dogs. And it's a fucking restaurant. Dogs aren't even allowed inside. Unless, of course, it's like a service animal or something. So, I mean, if there was ever a business where you wouldn't want animals in there, it's probably a fucking food service business in the first place. But still, that's such a reach here. It's crazy.
That he was inconvenienced. And when she started freaking out and making the situation worse, and by the way, that woman should be fired. She is a detriment to business. You can't have somebody that disagreeable, that aggressive, that argumentative.
This portion is just downright delusional, and I have to wonder if he even watched the same video, and if he did, if his mind is somehow rotted and he's in fantasy land. He's describing the McDonald's manager as aggressive and freaking out. Let me go ahead and show you her whole interaction here, where she doesn't even raise her voice at him or anything, just tells him no, and then eventually says, give me a phone so I can call the police, which is a totally reasonable course of action since this fucking worm won't leave the drive-thru and it's holding up business.
Every time I come here.
To do pup cups. If they're doing it, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
It's a, do you not understand? It's just a little cup of whipped cream.
So I need you to leave.
Why won't you give me a pup cup?
Because we do not do pup cups at this establishment.
Bullshit. Came here yesterday and got a pup cup.
Somebody hand me the phone, please. Call the police.
She's calling the police.
Somehow the YouTuber says that she was the one freaking out and being aggressive. Meanwhile, the guy who starts yelling and hollering at the McDonald's drive-thru window was only mildly irritated. What the fuck?
All she would have had to say is, well, you know what? Usually, we don't allow, pup cups, but we're going to make an exception because your dog looks really good. I'm going to give it to you. That'll be $1.
Why? Just because you might live your life being treated like a doormat and let people walk all over you doesn't mean everyone else needs to live that way. Again, this is not an item that they offer on their menu. They don't need to bend over backwards and get spit on by a rude customer and then satisfy that request with a smile on their face. It's not bad for business to decline a douchebag like this.
That is the intelligent, effective way to handle a situation. Moist Critical is giving you very bad advice. If you take his brain-rotted advice, which is the advice I would expect from an entitled Twitch streamer, that is disaster.
This statement right here had me giggling and flared up my acid reflux because of how lacking in the self-awareness department it was. He called me an entitled Twitch streamer, thus expected this take from me. Meanwhile, he has the gall to proudly, publicly defend this loser who is freaking out because he didn't get the pup cup he believed he was entitled to, and he is so upset about that he is now trying to bully the establishment into serving it to him because he believes he deserves it. You goober, do you not recognize that you are actually defending textbook entitlement? Meanwhile, I am actively arguing against it, saying that entitlement is bad and unacceptable. How can you not piece this together? How are these dots not connecting in your brain?
You have to make that person feel special. It's why Chick-fil-A does so phenomenally well. Doesn't matter what time of day you go to Chick-fil-A, the person there is always going to make you feel special. They're going to make you feel nice. That's the purpose. Doesn't matter how they're feeling. Doesn't matter what they may be going through, because at the end of the day, you're at a job. This fat, obnoxious old black lady made everything worse.
Jesus Christ, yikes. I cut out a bit of his rant here where he was trying to educate me on how businesses work. Retail is a people business, you gotta be good with people for it to succeed. And then he goes into why Chick-fil-A is successful. He gave us the secret formula there. The reason Chick-fil-A is successful, according to this individual, is because the workers are nice. I guess that's the only reason. Is that really the only reason? I mean, yeah, the Chick-fil-A workers are always super sweet, but if the food sucked, the business wouldn't be around very long, because you still need a good product. And it's not like in this video, the workers did anything wrong. He takes a huge issue with the manager here for some reason, when she did absolutely nothing wrong. She just said no to a customer's request for an item that they don't normally offer, which she has every right to do and should do. You shouldn't be encouraging customers to just come make all kinds of requests from your business for things that you don't actually have or normally do. That opens yourself up to a lot of problems. Like, it's not like anything was done wrong or unprofessionally. She handled it very well. She didn't raise her voice, didn't change her tone, wasn't disrespectful. And yet still somehow, this guy's portraying her as some kind of villain. And that they're not good at interacting with people. What they should have done is offered this guy a fucking cock massage as well, on top of giving him 10 pup cups. It's like, what are you talking about? This man is delusional. Absolutely delusional.
No. If some kids start pouring food on the floor and throwing milkshakes and acting a damn fool, then you can get upset. This guy was merely asking for an item, was a bit frustrated because he had gotten this item before and for some reason you're denying him, and then you go to threatening the police. If you're like critical and you think that that's a good idea, that's an appropriate way, you're retarded and you have no business being in any sort of industry.
Goodness gracious, with the way that this guy talks about the Pup Cup Crusader, I have to wonder if they're related or if they're dating or something, because he is so sweet and coddling to this asshole who was literally yelling in the video, but he just keeps saying, oh, you know, he was mildly frustrated, which is understandable because he came to this establishment in the past and got served the Pup Cup, and now he got mysteriously denied, so he was mildly irritated, which is not at all what happened. Like, you just have to watch the video that's being talked about, and you'll see that he's not just mildly frustrated or something. And if you watch the video, you'll know the reason the cops were called is because he refused to move after being told no for the 1000th fucking time. And if this guy's not going to move, what else are you supposed to do? You can't run a business when this guy is literally blocking it from being, you know, actively engaged with. And again, not everyone likes to be disrespected and walked all over. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to have this guy trespassed when he refuses to fucking leave. It's not like they called the cops just because he asked for a pup cup. It was much more than that. It was his behavior after the fact. But this guy just doesn't get that. And he's debating something that is impossible to debate without just making shit up, which is exactly what this guy's doing. Accusing the McDonald's manager of being aggressive and freaking out, saying she needs to be fired, is saying how bad for business all this is and how people might perceive McDonald's to be unsafe for dogs or unwelcoming to dogs or whatever. And then saying like the customer was totally in the right and was only mildly irritated, mildly frustrated. All you have to do is watch the video and see that he's just making that garbage up. He's just a bunch of fucking mumbo jumbo because he's trying to make an argument for something that you can't even argue for. And I feel like that is so common on the internet right now. Taking things that have no nuance and trying to interject nuance into them by just completely making shit up with it.
Let me tell you something. If I went to a fast food restaurant and I asked for a pup cup, and she's like, well, we're not doing pup cups. We don't do that. And I'm like, well, you know, I was here last week and they sort of do that. When's the change? And then she goes, you're combative. I'm going to call the cops. I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably stay there too. I'd be like, what is wrong with you? Now, is it the smartest thing to do? No. The smartest thing would be to get the hell out of there. However, there comes a moment where you're confronted by such sheer stupidity.
I put the video in 2x speed because I just couldn't handle more of the yapping. He just keeps going on and on about how wrong the employee or manager was in this video, and the least surprising thing he says is that he'd probably do the same thing, perhaps, if he was told no to a pup cup. He is literally just lying about the video. It's not like the woman said no, and then when the guy was like, oh, but I got this before, and she immediately threatened to call the cops. This guy started recording after this had already escalated from this guy being a rude asshole. He starts recording in the middle of her telling him no for the millionth fucking time, and he won't leave. He refuses to leave. There's no other course of action besides either just giving this guy his pup cup, which I don't think would be the right call at all, or just getting the police there to get him out, so that way the business can continue to run. The sheer stupidity is solely on the customer here, who refuses to fucking leave and just go to another restaurant that offers pup cups, or even better, going and buying his own whipped cream so he can make his own pup cups at home. Those would be the sensible decisions for a rational, not lunatic. Those would be what someone who is not entitled would do. But this guy, and the YouTuber, clearly, both seem to be extremely entitled. He just keeps going on and on about how wrong she was and how this is how businesses should run, do what the customer asks as long as it's a reasonable request, even if it's not something you typically offer. It's just ridiculous. It's very stupid. But it's exactly what I talk about when I talk about everyone being debate-brained. This is like an impossible to argue angle, and the only way he even tries to cobble together anything almost coherent is by lying about what's in the video itself. The manager was not aggressive, she was not combative, she was not freaking out, and her first course of action was not calling the police immediately upon the pup cup request. That was her last resort. Do you think that's something that they'd like to do? That is very disruptive to the business, so it's clearly not something that she wanted to do, but felt there was no other option because she didn't want to just give this customer the pup cup, because even if she did, he still might not fucking leave. He'd sit there, record, and try and embarrass and belittle them even further. So, calling the police is a sensible decision that she made for the business. He also criticizes her for not de-escalating the situation, even though she did try, by just saying, we don't do that. No, we don't do that. If they gave you that, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. She is not raising her voice. She is not escalating the situation. She is just telling him point blank, no. There's nothing wrong with that. That should de-escalate the situation because that should put the kibosh on it. You're getting a no. So move the fuck on. But he couldn't. He refused to. So she did what she felt she needed to do. And I do think that was the right call. If you let yourself get trampled by rude fucking customers, you're setting yourself up for disaster further down the line. That would be bad for business. But her calling the police, that's not. It is not bad for business. This was bad for this individual, and a really bad look for you to be trying to make some argument out of something that's so cut and dry and so easy to see who's in the right and wrong. There is really no nuance to this at all. He's trying to use this as like an educational moment, like, this is how a business should run. And Charlie is super wrong when he says that, the customer was wrong here. In fact, the manager was the one that's wrong, and here's why, because this is how businesses need to operate to be successful. And it is super fucking dumb. There is just no good argument to be made in this debate, because there shouldn't even be a debate about this topic at all. But that is just the current climate of every type of anything that exists online. Everything has a divisive nature to it now. It's crazy to me that even something as simple as a customer being a temper tantrum throwing baby man is somehow like, well, there's actually more to it. He was in the right, and here's why. And you just make some dumb shit up about it to support the other side of this issue, I guess. It's so weird to me. I saw a very interesting video today that ties into a topic that I've discussed on streams passionately for years now. Tipping. I know, all at once, a bunch of people just went from the relaxed position to the locked-in stance in their chairs because tipping is a hot-button topic. So what happened is some guys went to a restaurant, got some food, paid for it, and left, but the restaurant owner noticed they didn't leave a tip. So he starts following them around on the street like the adoring fan from Oblivion. He is literally just on their tail like it's a fucking trailing mission out of a video game. And he's like insulting them, even like threatening them, all about not leaving that tip.
Hey bro, what do you want, bro? What do you want? I paid for my food. I paid for my food. What are you talking? Why you following me down the fucking street? Nigga, you need to get the fuck back. You need to get back. Why are you following me? Why are you following me? What do you think? Why are you following me? What are you gonna do? Call 911. Call 911. If you need to settle something, you know who to call.
The guy filming is right. He didn't break any laws. He paid for his meal, and it's not a legal obligation to tip. So the owner on his ass here like a hemorrhoid, like it's, you know, the horror movie It Follows about him not tipping, is wrong here. Because, again, he didn't do anything wrong. So the guy filming is like, well, call the police then if you think there's been some, you know, foul play, you know, some dirty barnacles from us. You can call the police about it. Obviously, the owner's not going to do that because there's not actually a case there.
Bro, I'm not trying to fuck with you. You piece of shit. Bro, I'm not trying to goddamn fucking yelling at me. I'm not trying to fuck with you, bro. You shut your goddamn fucking mouth, man. Why are you following me down the street? You piece of shit, little piece of shit, man. I paid for my food. I'll smack the shit out of you, punk ass, man. I pay for my food, bro. Piece of shit. I pay for my food. How the fuck do you think they make money? I pay for my food. How my fucking staff supposed to make fucking money, huh? So raise your price, huh?
Now I'm cutting around this a little bit because, as I said, this goes on for a long time. It feels like he follows them for miles. It felt like in Game of Thrones when they were marching for like a whole season. It felt like we got all of that throughout the course of this video. And it also was getting very heated. It started sounding like a Xbox Live lobby after a Call of Duty round ended. It was getting pretty big and a lot of yelling. But when the owner said that, how is my staff supposed to make money? Brother, it felt like I got teabagged. I was stunned. I was seeing stars. You are the owner. What do you mean, how is your staff supposed to make money? Pay them a livable wage. Like, it's not the most difficult to grasp concept. You don't need to be astronaut Katy Perry to understand this rocket science here. Tipping is a way for businesses to save money on their employee salaries by paying them sub-minimum wage. It's a way for business owners to financially treat the faces of their employees like a fucking fleshlight by paying them less than what they are supposed to, because tipping is supposed to make up for the difference, at least in the majority of states. There are some states that I'm aware of where restaurant workers can get tips, but they are still paid the normal minimum wage. But in most of the states in America, you get sub-minimum wage when you are working in a service industry position that has tipping as part of it. Tipping is just so ingrained in the culture of America right now, and it has just become pervasive in every industry. I'm sure a lot of you watching this have seen, like, self-checkout kiosks that now have tips that pop up occasionally. There is tipping in every single thing, and it's been a big talking point for a few years because now you are getting asked to tip on purely automated services. Like, who the fuck are you even tipping? Skynet? Like, it doesn't make sense. It is just outrageous. But when it comes to restaurants, the workers rely on tips because they're not getting paid a livable wage in the majority of states, and thus the onus is on the customer now to try and make up that difference so that restaurant worker can fucking survive. And it sucks. That shit is awful. Now in my case, I do maximum tip on everything in the service industry because I'm in a position to do so. And I know that they need that money, so I'd like to try and help out best I can. And Lord help us, I'm ashamed to admit it, I've even tipped at a self-serve froyo place once, where literally didn't interact with a single employee or anything, just made my own froyo, and I still tipped at the goddamn checkout. But point is, not everyone can do that, and not everyone should be required or expected to do that. It should always be the responsibility of the business to ensure the employees are making a livable wage, and tips should be something that is entirely optional as a way of rewarding exceptional service. And I know people have talked about that a lot, where they want to give extra to someone that really went above and beyond from them and they had a great experience with, so they want to tip that person to show their appreciation. That's great, but they should also just be making a livable wage, and that tip should go on top. I think that's how it should work in an ideal situation there.
Why are you following me down the street?
Chill the fuck out, bro. Why you
bro, chill out.
Bro?
Fucking make money, huh? Chill out.
Why'd you following this man?
Chill out, bro. You need to calm down, bro.
You fucking raise your goddamn voice at me, huh?
Bro, you need to get back. You trying to back me into a corner? You trying to back me into a corner, bro?
What is wrong with you, bro?
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? And now you mad because I won't tip you and you follow me down the street?
I'm supposed to fucking make money.
Okay, so raise your prices, dude. That's not my problem. I know you mad. I know. So don't serve me.
It's crazy to be doing this while wearing his restaurant on his chest. So what happened after this video blew up is a lot of people went to the restaurant and left a lot of really bad reviews on it, which I think they've been deleted now. I don't know if it's by him or if there's like a system in place for it. Couldn't tell you. But it was a really bad look for his restaurant here. He also just recently did an interview with CBS. I'll show you that in a moment. But I want to dive into the spaghetti and meatballs of something that the guy filming mentioned briefly. Raise your prices then. He's right. If the business owner can't afford to pay his employees a livable wage, he would naturally need to raise prices so he'd have more money to be able to pay his employees. But on the flip side of that coin, by raising his prices, he would have less customers because they would choose a place that is cheaper. Now, there's actually a little experiment conducted by someone named Michael Lynn, and it's been referenced by a lot of people when they talk about tipping culture, where he put two hypothetical restaurants against each other. Restaurant 1 had prices of like $15 for a cheeseburger, but a 15 to 20% gratuity to be expected at the end, versus Restaurant 2, where there is no tipping at all, but the cheeseburger is $17.25. Now, if you've got your thinking caps on, if you've passed, second grade arithmetic, you'll know these are the same price. But, overwhelmingly, the people in the study thought that Restaurant 1 was cheaper. Thus, people are going to gravitate towards that. Even though they're the same price after tip, people are going to choose the one that looks lower and cheaper to them. You have to remember, a lot of people are just fucking stupid. Does anyone recall when the third of a pound burger was introduced a long time ago? I've talked about this too. Back in the day, the quarter pounder crushing it. And A&W wanted to start trying to, encroach on that territory, so they introduced a third of a pound burger. But it flopped. It completely failed. This shit fumbled like Concorde. It was a culinary Concorde level disaster for them because people thought they were paying the same price for less burger. They didn't realize that a third of a pound is more than a quarter pound. So in the case of a restaurant that wants to pay their workers a livable wage and take tipping out of the equation and instead put that price into the menu itself, which is what a lot of people say they should do, well, their restaurant might not survive very long because people don't actually think very hard about things. So even in this hypothetical example, you're paying the same price, but the perception is it's cheaper to go with the place that just has tipping as an option. Now that brings us to the unicorn that people are looking so desperately to have, where all of the tipping is gone, eradicated, but all of the prices have stayed exactly the same. That's just not a realistic possibility for like 99% of these restaurants. Like, when they take away the tipping, they are then going to need to pay a lot more for those employees. Thus, they're going to need to somehow get more money. It's going to be by folding that difference into the menu items. Thus, it's going to look like you're paying more, even in cases where you might not be. So, it's very tough for a lot of these restaurants to just immediately jump on board with that, which is why we're in this fucking stalemate where tipping culture is just completely out of control, and why so many service industry workers are getting fucked because of just how rampant this issue is, and more people are choosing not to tip because they want to fight back against this. And in a lot of cases, they don't realize that they're not actually fighting back against tipping culture itself. They're just hurting the employees that are relying on it. And I think a lot of it doesn't, I don't think it comes down to malice. I don't think they're doing that to just be like, fuck you to the service industry workers. I really think that they believe by not tipping, the restaurant is going to change its policy. But it's probably not, unfortunately. Most of these fucking restaurants will sooner pay their workers in knuckle sandwiches than they will in raising their salary. And there's a lot more nuance to it. Like, I'm just giving you like bare bones, surface level shit here. Like, I haven't even begun to talk about the establishments that pay out a portion of their tips across all of the employees. Like, it gets so messy, and there are so many underhanded tactics to exploit these workers. It's a fucking issue. Anyway, though, back to the video that started this whole rant. I want to show you from the owner's perspective on the CBS interview.
Telling us he followed a regular into the street, intending to tell him never to come back after leaving without tipping again.
Have you watched the video?
Yes.
And when you watched it, what did you see there?
Ashamed. I was just ashamed, bring shame to my wife as a husband, as an owner, at the same time, to my mom and dad.
So according to the owner here, this was a customer that's a regular at the establishment, and he had finally had enough, so after he didn't tip again, he followed him outside, intending to just say, don't come back, kind of like shake his fist at him, and stay out, and that kind of thing. But it obviously spiraled more out of control than that and blew up in a much bigger way, which ignited a huge debate online about tipping. Because tipping is a very controversial topic. People feel very strongly, especially people that have been in the industry before. And while there definitely are cases where people don't tip just to be an asshole, I really do think there is a lot of confusion around how tipping even like works, that people think by not doing it, they're going to help be like a catalyst for change at that business, where they'll realize that the tips aren't coming in, so it's losing the business money, thus they're going to change their policy to actually pay their workers a livable wage, and then they won't be, forced to rely on strangers to cover their expenses. But that's, again, just not going to happen in the majority of cases because it doesn't hurt the actual business owner. What's supposed to happen is if they don't reach minimum wage, like if they don't get enough tips to reach that, the business is supposed to cover it. That rarely happens. There are so many workarounds that these businesses pull, so many like backdoor hand job reacharoos that they are able to squeak out of not actually covering that. So it doesn't ever hurt the business itself. It only hurts the worker. And I really think there's a large number of people that don't understand that, but even understanding that, there are people that just can't afford to pay an extra 20% on top of what they've already just paid. And I see a lot of people regurgitating this take that's becoming very common. If you can't afford to tip, you can't afford to eat out. Okay, fair enough in something like Uber Eats or like fine dining or something. Okay, you can make that argument, I suppose. But it doesn't work for everything because there is no cheap ways of eating anymore, really. Even something like fast food is not that cheap. A McDonald's meal, it's not $1 anymore, sports fans. It's a handful of clams. And grocery shopping is pretty fucking pricey too. It's expensive. Like, it is hard to pay an extra 15 to 20% consistently on top of things that you're already paying for when you're eating. Like, I just don't fully agree with that take.
Bro, you about to blow up on social media, bro.
When asked why he didn't tip, the customer told people online, "Oh, I just didn't want to." Cho tells us the customer's brother has since come in, describing their conversation as productive.
I apologized to him and to his family, and I was asking if he can pass this message along to his little brother.
Adding he sent the brother home with the customer's favorite order, a handwritten apology, and an offer.
My door's open for you, man. Come on by anytime.
Now, while I do think that response of, "Oh, I just didn't want to," is pretty douchey, again, he doesn't have to. And I really do think it shouldn't be expected that every single person does tip, because that's just the reality of it. It is 100% an issue that needs to be addressed on like the actual business front. And it's why there's so many people that study tipping itself and are trying to brainstorm how to improve it and get rid of it to certain extents. Because it is a terrible fucking system that nobody else in the world really uses, and in a lot of other cultures is actually viewed as insulting. So, like, it is something that does need changing. 100%. Now, in the case of this business owner here, he really seems remorseful. Like, he really does seem like he's trying to make amends. It does seem like maybe he was just having, like, a really fucking bad day, and not getting that tip meant that one of his workers wasn't going to receive, like, the full pay they should have, so he snapped and did this, and he seems embarrassed by it. So, I'm of the belief that he does regret it and that this is going to be an experience that he won't be repeating or anything like that. But that statement he made during the argument, "How is my staff supposed to make a living without tips?" Paraphrasing a bit, but that was the essence. It speaks volumes to just how poisonous tipping has become, where the business owner himself cannot even grapple with the idea of paying his employees a livable wage because it's such an accepted and expected business practice of paying them sub-minimum wage, literal tiddlywinks of dollars, because it's the customer's responsibility to take care of the rest. That's just crazy to me. It blows me. When you think of go-karts, what do you picture? Kids in go-karts having fun? Or greasy, grisly men competing in a blood sport for the sake of glory, fame, and a place in the history books? If you picture go-karting as some weenie hut junior sport only enjoyed by children and young adults for some fun, then you're a disgusting, pathetic vermin who doesn't understand real high-octane nuts-to-butts motorsports. In the world of racing, go-karting is the most extreme, a sport only fit for the most high-caliber athletes chosen by the Olympian gods. And yesterday, during one of the go-karting championships, madness erupted. Chaos engulfed the championship circuit as two drivers really got into a heated battle with countless deaths. They're still trying to get an accurate body count for the amount of corpses they piled up in this feud, which you would expect with stakes as high as the go-karting championship. I'll just go ahead and play the clip for you because it is truly unbelievable stuff here.
What's he doing? What is Luca Corberi playing at? Oh, Luca Corberi, what on earth is he doing? I'm sorry, that is absolutely unacceptable. As Kramers makes the move on Bas Lammers, Luca Corberi makes himself public enemy number one.
So Slenderman over there that tossed that front bumper in the go-kart track is Luca Corberi, a massive douchebag and insufferable asshole who got very upset at this championship race yesterday because he fucking sucks as a driver who's been stuck in the go-karting league for like a decade now with dreams of making it as an F1 driver, which he is absolutely fucking burned with this right here. And he gets upset because he got into an accident that was probably his own fault, and he's blaming one driver in particular out there, so he throws the bumper, hoping to cause an accident and hurt the kid. Luckily, Luca is bad at everything he does, so he wasn't even able to succeed with that plan, couldn't even sabotage the kart, and in fact, the kid just hits the bumper right back at Luca and hits him in the foot. Hopefully it left a little bruise or something as a constant reminder of his ineptitude. It's just really pathetic stuff. Luckily no one was hurt with this little stunt here, but Luca wasn't done. This isn't where his road rage stops. His insecurities are very deep. What a real tough guy, charging him when he had no idea he was there. Fucking Luca lurking in the shadows, going for like some kind of stealth Ninja Turtles attack here. Now it's important to note, Luca is not a child. Luca is 23 years old, and the person that he's having this fight with is Paolo Ippolito. I'm not sure how old he is. Some people are claiming he's 16 years old, whereas I've seen things claim that he's 24. So his age is as mysterious as how the pyramids were built, but what is clear here is that Luca is about a foot taller than him. It looks like if I got into a fight with my father. And yet Luca is such a pussy that he still couldn't just square up man to man and settle the beef that way. He had to charge from out of nowhere with a fucking wrestling takedown on someone that had no idea that they were there. He's just such a fucking coward. So Paolo is twice the man that Luca is, and it doesn't stop there. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree in the Luca Corberi household. His father gets in on the action. The older man in the coat that comes storming in is Luca Corberi's father, who again goes for a cheap shot on Paolo. It's so fucking pathetic. I know that it's not the Middle Ages anymore and honor doesn't mean anything, but if you're throwing a sucker punch or attacking someone that doesn't even know you're there, you're a giant coward and a huge fucking pussy, and I have no respect for people like that. So basically the Corberi family here in a nutshell. And now I can't show the rest of the video here because it does go on, but Corberi's father throws punches at Paolo, and you have to be a real fucking idiot to throw punches at someone wearing a goddamn helmet, so he definitely probably broke a few fingers there, and he gets it bad. Corberi's father actually gets his ass beat by the pit crew because Corberi's father went even more ballistic than his son, and the pit crew stepped in, and it was a big mess. So overall, I don't know what's going to happen to Luca Corberi, hopefully banned from the sport, as well as his father being banned from any kind of sporting event as like a spectator or whatever the fuck he does, because that shit is absolutely unacceptable. That is absolutely outrageous, and somebody really could have gotten hurt. Luckily, the only people that got hurt were the Corberi family. They started all of this and they walked away, actually the only ones that got hurt, so at least there's some justice there. And yeah, that's really about it. I bet you didn't expect go-karting to be so... Airplane freakouts are always extreme. They are just downright diabolical. There's something about air travel that can just bring the demon out of some people. And there's even a term for it called airplane psychosis, where sometimes someone will just have an acute psychic. They just start reading people's mind like Charles Xavier when they get on a plane. They will have an acute psychotic break where like the stress or anxiety of flying will have them just kind of have this switch flipped where they just kind of go berserk.
Stay there.
Don't touch her.
No.
Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
No, this is where her asshole is.
Do not touch her.
Look at her.
Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking touch me. Miss, get back. Let go.
There's a lot to unpack here. Obviously, we're tuning in a bit late into the season premiere. They apparently were arguing because this lady was like insulting her, and then it eventually had her like leaning over, and then she said this is where her asshole is, which is, I mean, that's playing a game of Where's Waldo with the old brown balloon knot. Who doesn't love that old pastime? A little weird to be doing that to a stranger on a plane, though. It seemed like she was trying to film something with her phone when she said that, and then the lady that she was insulting like hit her phone away, which then led to her grabbing her hair and just yanking on it.
Let go of her hair.
You cannot do that.
Let go, man. Let go of her hair.
I'm not. Andrea. I'm not even touching your hair, bitch.
Andre, we need the police right now.
You need to let go right
We need
now.
those 911.
So I'm a little torn on if this is actual airplane psychosis or if she's on something here, because she's not even in the same dimension. She's now saying she's not even touching her hair, even though she has a fistful of those fucking follicles right now. She is yanking on that hair like she's trying to climb rope with it like Rapunzel, yet she's saying she's not. Maybe she is lucid and just, I don't know, just spitting a bunch of barnacles out there. But as this progresses, you're going to see that she is just in wacko mode right now, going full-blown, uncaged, unhinged, insano style.
You need to let go.
911 back.
You need to let go right now.
Miss, let go of her hair right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to sit next to a fucking fat lady.
Let go of her hair.
You need to let go of her hair right now. Let go of her hair.
You guys are already past
Let
the point
go
of no
of her
return. You're already past the
Let
point
go
of no
of her
return.
hair.
Let go of her hair, miss.
Y'all see me. You know what's going on.
Now, it's hard to figure out exactly what started all of this. You kind of have to piece together the little breadcrumbs of lore like it's the Dark Souls narrative. But we have alternate angles here to try and piece together the mystery of what started all of this. And judging from this other angle, it seems like nothing started this. She is actually off her gourd, and the lady that she just keeps calling fat over and over again didn't do anything at all to provoke this. She just happened to be nearby in this woman's aggro range and was the recipient of her wrath.
This is worth $250 to you? Look at this. Look at this. $250? I'm sorry. There's like, I'm like not touching this girl's ass. I'm sorry, I don't care. Are you okay?
We need to get the police down here right away. She just struck off stages.
So the no flight list is about to add another person. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Anyone can see this. Fuck it.
This was the prologue here before she grabbed the woman's hair. She's just yapping about $250 about something. It's incomprehensible gobbledygook. But anyway, let's go back to people trying to like restrain her and stop her from yanking on this woman's hair.
This is retarded. Yeah, put me on the ground. Put me on the ground. Alright. Look at this fat lady. Look at this fat ass bitch. She can't even, look, you can't even see her stomach. It's horrible. Look at her outfit. Look at this fat ass bitch. Hilarious. You can't even show your mouth because you're embarrassed. You can't even see it because you're embarrassed. Shut the fuck up.
Who is Alana?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, ugly ass fucking dude who's never gonna lay it again.
She actually looks possessed. She looks like the horror movie poster to a film about an exorcism. She looks like she's trying to do an Amy Lee cosplay from Evanescence, but she got too hard into Fent on the way. She is leaning over, insulting these two people who have done nothing wrong from what I can tell from the two videos here that showcase this event and everything kind of leading up to it. She's just over here insulting them while getting restrained, and spoiler alert, she's about to make it physical. She doesn't just stop at just insulting them and all that. She then starts like actually attacking the woman.
Okay, I'm sorry, black guy. My boyfriend's black, so shut the fuck up. My boyfriend's fucking a black guy. My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My boyfriend's a fucking black guy.
I really thought she was about to put on a Burger King crown. I thought the old Burger King plain guy was about to find his Burger Queen here.
You're joking.
Oh my god.
We're not doing all that. We're not doing Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I am in awe at the restraint of that woman who's getting spit on to not, like, pop that lady in the nose. Not to just lay down the meanest fucking haymaker on that woman. That's assault. It is textbook assault. She is hawking loogies on this woman, spitting like an alpaca here. I cannot believe that she had the restraint to not hit her. I really don't know how she was able to do that. She must be some kind of saint or something, like the Zen master, able to, like, fight that urge to just blast her in the fucking face. That was an actual Vinland Saga Season 2 moment. I have no enemies. I actually cannot believe it. And it only gets worse, though. Like, she doesn't stop at just spitting. As I said, she gets, like, really physical.
Ugly ass bitch, you're so fucking ugly.
You guys, I mean,
you never got laid in your life. Your boyfriend's dick is like 2 inches big. That's embarrassing. I'm so sorry about your boyfriend. That's horrible. That's horrible. I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So she blue screens there for a moment, claiming she can't breathe and, like, pretends to faint so that way she can get to the ground, which frees her from everyone's grasp. But don't be fooled, it's all just a ruse. What she's doing is she's entering low power mode so she can charge her ult more effectively. You're about to see it unleashed.
Okay. Let me go, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Shut the fuck up, I can't breathe. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Nobody's fucking touching me, fuck you. You're not letting me go, motherfucker. You're corny as fuck. Nobody's letting me go.
I can get out.
Yeah, you shouldn't get out. You're fucking fat as shit. You disgusting fat as.
She wormed her way up a little bit so she could get a better angle to start kicking that woman that she's been insulting this whole time. And she throws, like, a flurry of kicks. She, like, unleashes some, like, capoeira maneuvers from down there. Also, I just have to mention, whoever is filming this, what an extraordinary job. They followed the action from start to finish and kept the villain in the center of it the entire time. There was, like, not a single moment that they didn't have, like, the perfect angle to capture this, and there was no shaky cam. I don't know if they were using a gimbal, like they had a fucking Ronin with them to film this, but it was unbelievable work. It was so smooth. You don't see movies with camera work this smooth sometimes, so really impressive job from whoever filmed this.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fat ass pig! Fuck you! You're so beautiful! You're stunning! Shut the fuck up! Can anybody do something, please? Get the fuck up!
Hold on, grab her leg.
No! Yeah, okay, baby. You know, they need to close the life. I'm gonna sit around this way. Okay, I'm sorry. My birthday is black. You need to shut the fuck up. No, you're not. No, my birthday's black. You need to shut the fuck up and respect him.
The woman who was getting kicked finally finds a way of getting out of there and, like, escaping, like, evacuating this area with the fucking menace on the loose here. And I don't know what happened at the end there, but she just keeps repeating that her boyfriend is black, and then it sounds like she's starting to cry. And then immediately she snaps back into fucking demon time after repeating that for, like, the 4th time, and then starts just kicking and screaming again.
My boyfriend is black.
Alright, I can do that.
No, you need to fucking chill the fuck out. Fuck you! Fuck you! Leave me the fuck alone!
The way she snaps back and forth from, like, being on the verge of tears to then going right back into kicking everyone and screaming, it feels like a psychotic episode here. I think it's probably airplane psychosis, maybe coupled with, like, alcohol, like maybe she's fucking sloshed, I don't know, but this seems like a case of airplane psychosis, which is a very real thing and a very confusing phenomenon. Now, The video ends shortly after here with her still doing that while handcuffed on the floor. But, alternate angle, someone captured footage of how they got her off the plane, and it's like something out of Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, wow.
They got her strapped down to the bed and escorted by like 6 officers there going through the airport. Fucking brutal, man. Like this freakout was unreal. Probably earned her a spot on the no-fly list, I would imagine. I don't think Southwest is going to be all that excited to have her fly on their aircrafts going forward. But, wow. I would comfortably say this is one of the craziest airplane freakouts I've ever seen. At least in the top 3, I would imagine. I feel really bad for that lady and I believe her boyfriend. She kept saying it was her boyfriend, but I have no idea if that's true or not. It could have just been 2 people sitting there. I feel really bad for both of them to be on the receiving end of so much vitriol for absolutely fucking nothing from someone just going nuts. Yeah, my hair's wet because I just got out of the shower. I've been smoking on that West Virginia sticky couch co-op, and it's got me feeling like making fun of some more Pokemon scalpers. This has become a pretty embarrassing epidemic, with grown men fighting each other over Pokemon cards. A month ago, I was covering the Pokemon brawls that were breaking out across the country when Costco made the fatal decision to start stocking Pokemon products. God rest all the souls we lost on that day. Many a brave warrior were sent straight to Valhalla fighting to get their grubby paws on Pokemon boxes. That was always going to end one way. Death. Costco and Pokemon together, that's just gonna be catastrophic 100% of the time. That's like a nitroglycerin plant announcing they're gonna start selling fireworks. Anyway, it's not like the scalpers have been hibernating or anything, they've just been fighting in different locations without as much footage surfacing until today. I saw a goofy little fight break out at a Pokemon vending machine. Now, I've never seen one of these in the wild, but these are Pokemon vending machines where you can buy product out of it. And typically they're empty because scalpers come through like the Grinch and buy up the entire inventory and sell it online for a markup. That's how they live their life. Actually taking candy from babies for a $10 profit. It's fucking sickening. So in this video, these are apparently 2 known scalpers in the Bay Area that start duking it out at 10 a.m. off of a fresh restock. Now, speaking of fresh, if you want to start smelling better, if you don't want to be as stinky as these losers in the videos we're about to watch, then you need to start using Cheeky Soap. We actually just came out with 2 new scents. Absolute Cinnamon and Spope. Spope is spa soap, so we just combined the 2 words together. So this is like a eucalyptus scent. This one's obviously cinnamon. They're available now. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Now, I can't play the audio because it's just DMCA music. So the person who uploaded this is the guy currently at the vending machine and is now getting boxed out by the Eagles hoodie gentleman. So Humpty Dumpty here with that NBA caliber box out, he's throwing that ass back on the guy who uploaded this. And I love this pose right here. This is that Spider-Man 2 stopping the train moment. Man is fucking, it looks like he's protecting the president, like he's about to like take bullets for the guy here, the way that he stretches out like that. I'll play the rest in a moment, but they're bumping and grinding at the Pokemon vending machine. And the guy decided not to keep the original audio in and elected to put a song there instead. I think that's a really weird decision, and I think the reason he would do that is because the Eagles hoodie guy was probably confronting him about scalping. That's, like, based on what I've been reading as well, that seems likely because that guy is apparently a known scalper who actually camps restocks of these fucking Pokemon vending machines, and it stands to reason that if Eagles hoodie guy was calling him out on that, you know, boo, boo, this guy stinks, he's buying every Pokemon box, this sucks. Well, he obviously wouldn't want to leave that in for the video because then nobody would be on his side. And if, like, you can see him at the Pokemon vending machine, he looks like he's about to place an order when the video starts, and then Kevin James from Hitch comes in here getting him with that fucking wobble swag, throwing that ass in a circle on him, getting him out of the way. So, if he just came in there out of nowhere to, like, kick him off the machine so he could hog it all to himself, I imagine he would have left the audio in because it was so unreasonable and so unexpected. That's just my working game theory. I saw a couple Facebook group posts as well as a couple Reddit posts saying they recognize this guy from their local Pokemon vending machines around the Bay Area, and basically doing the same thing where he'd be there right when it restocked and grab a ton of product from it. Now, I also saw that the guy who boxed him out has a lot of people who apparently recognize him as well. He's not some virtuous hero, you know. Ass Ketchum is not using those cheeks for good. Apparently, he too cruises these Pokemon vending machines, buying up a ton of product from it. So it does seem like the original caption of two known scalpers, you know, fighting at 10 a.m. is accurate based on everything I've read from the Bay Area Pokemon community, as well as some of the other people that have talked about this. Anyway, though, back to the action. You can see he is still in a wide power stance saying, "You shall not pass." And he's instigating this scuffle, by the way, yet he's leaving himself totally undefended. He could have caught the meanest knuckle sandwich of 2025. That move would have been super effective. It would have had him blasting off like Team Rocket. Anyway, though, the action's winding down in the fourth quarter and they go their separate ways. That was pretty awesome. That right there is what Pokemon's all about. At least in the modern day and age. There are so many fights for Pokemon cards. It is unbelievable. But yeah, like I said, these Pokemon vending machines are apparently a hotspot for scalpers. So, one thing that's been kind of popular is people will go there and just start filming and shaming some of the scalpers, and I really appreciate that. I think they're doing a very strong public service by filming these shameless fucking degenerate losers who go there buying tons and tons of product and then going online to sell it for a markup to kids or parents looking to buy something for their kids. Now, I also have said this before, and a lot of people disagree with me, but fuck you, I'm right. I think Pokemon has become less for kids and more for people like this. Adults that view it as a money-making conduit. So they'll see things like the Pokemon Oreo collab, right? And they'll go and buy tons of Pokemon Oreos hoping to get like the Mew one and sell it on eBay for $100. So I feel like most Pokemon products never even really get into the hands of kids predominantly. It is mainly in the hands of adults, like greedy assholes, that are buying it to try and make money off of it. That's kind of what the entire hobby of Pokemon seems to be becoming. Of course, I'm sure there's data to prove me wrong, but I'm going to plug my ears to that. Fuck you. The data can suck my dick. I think my feeling is more accurate here for this. Because every time there's a Pokemon set, a Pokemon collab, a Pokemon fucking fart somewhere out there, you will have hundreds, thousands of grown-ass dudes going out there to try and make money off scalping it. So it sucks. It super sucks. Anyway, let me show you some scalpers real quick so we can make fun of more of them.
Don't be this fucking guy right here, look. Don't be these two assholes taking all this shit right there. But we're all waiting in the fucking line to make fucking $20.
Now, I think it's worth mentioning that Pokemon themselves are aware of the scalping problem, so recently they implemented some new policies to these machines, one of them being anti-loitering and a couple other things meant to combat this. It's not working. Hey, sorry to hit you with the cold water, it is not working. I also heard there were like purchase limits in place, but that doesn't work either because you can just make like maximum purchase limit and then just stay at the machine and then do maximum purchase limit again. So the protocol aren't stopping the scalping problem. I don't know exactly what they can do for these vending machines to stop it. I mean, maybe you hire the Pinkertons and each vending machine comes with its own armed security guard to ensure no scalpers get to ransack it. I really don't know. But at least they're aware of the issue. Maybe they can do something about it down the line that I'm not smart enough to think of, but I truly don't know. Scalpers are a huge issue across the board. They are a scourge on the entire planet, not just to Pokemon. But in Pokemon, I'd say scalpers are some of the worst and most pathetic I've seen.
Here we go again. Cleaning out the machine once again. Every single time I see this guy at the machine is getting cleared out. He doesn't care if it's singles, bundles, ETBs, he's just clearing everything out.
They know how scummy it is too. You can see in all of these like confronting scalper videos, they like get really shy and try and like hide away. Like this guy's just blatantly trying to hide his face. The other two guys, they looked like they were on the verge of tears. Like they know that it's shitty, but they don't care. That little 20 bucks they can make online, that makes it all worth it. They're hustling right now. They're on the grind. I've probably been yapping about this for too long now anyway, so I'll just stop it there. But yeah, Pokemon scalping, still... I love it when a bad idea comes together. But I love it even more when a bad idea leads to an entire business to laugh at. Something like pink sauce, for example. An actual rancid, toxic sludge that was being shipped to willing customers to ingest and get sick from. You would have actually been safer ordering an acid bomb in the mail than getting the pink sauce delivered. That's like a biological weapon that probably should have been outlawed. But it's a good example for a bad idea leading to an entire business. And another great example is NFTs. I just love these awful ideas that somehow form like an entire business model around them, and it's just fun to joke about. Today, I've got a really fun and wacky one for all of you. It's called Grit Boxing, and it recently went viral for its most recent marketing push. I believe it was a TikTok video that was floating around, kind of hyping up the program.
If you're single and looking for someone who's into fitness but who also gets down on the weekends, I found your people. Grit Boxing is a full-body strength, treadmill, and boxing class in a nightclub setting.
More like shitness, am I right? Because this is like the most counterintuitive idea imaginable. Having a whole workout program in class that immediately leads into drinking alcohol at the full-service liquor bar that's attached to it with the nightclub. What the fuck is the point in even working out in that case? I just can't even wrap my little smooth brain around the thought process here. Just wiping sweat from your forehead? Oh boy, oh brother, wow, gee willikers. What a killer workout, I'm torqued, what a fucking pump. Well, time to go ruin it. I'll take 5 shots. Give me some lemon drops. It doesn't compute. The second you start drinking alcohol after a workout, your goose is cooked. Kiss those gains goodbye. I also couldn't imagine something I'd want less after a big workout than alcohol. That sounds like that just put me in the grave. Like that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like a lawsuit waiting to happen for grit boxing. But I'm also imagining the workouts aren't that extreme. It's probably mainly just a social experience for like the drinking and nightclub side of things. But even still, can you imagine the stench of that nightclub? My god, that Methodist. The odorous aroma that would just ruin everything. That has to smell like shit in there. It probably smells worse than a Super Smash Brothers tournament. I can't imagine that's pleasant. Why would you want to go from sweating and working out to immediately into the nightclub and drinking? Just sounds terrible.
The best part is that at the end of the class, there's a party at the front of the studio with an open bar. So everybody is super sweaty, but they're taking shots.
The lady narrating this video sounds like the announcer from the old Snuggie As Seen on TV commercials. I don't know if it's even a real person. This could be text-to-speech. I'm not really sure. But whoever's doing it sounds exactly like the old Snuggie commercials. Now, I don't doubt that there's good fun to be had at the nightclub, but I just still don't understand this marrying of fitness right into drinking and partying. It just feels like, why even bother with the fitness? Just take that space and make a bigger nightclub out of it, because I promise you, no one's going to grit boxing for the sole purpose of getting big or healthy. If they were, they'd go to any other gym. They're going there for the socialization mainly, so why even bother with the fitness side? Just commit to being like a fun party spot. It's just kind of a weird gimmick, especially since they're pretty open with where their focus is, because they're really diving in on if you're single, you're trying to pipe, you want to mash pissers, but you also want to get big. Well, come on down to grit boxing. We got a nightclub and then, I don't know, like 2 punching bags or something over there and a treadmill. But about that nightclub, have you seen the bartender?
And flirting. Even the bartender took off his shirt. He's super hot and was feeding people champagne. This is the most fun workout in New York by far.
That bartender goes so hard he ripped his goddamn shirt off like Hulk Hogan, started twirling it over his head and pouring champagne shots for everyone for free. It's very clear that a workout is not the primary objective when going here. So why are we pretending? Like, this is just some weird disjointed Frankenstein's monster of an idea where they took 2 things that legitimately couldn't be more opposite and slammed them together. This is like if I opened a sperm bank, but also kicked you in the nuts every time you went to try and, like, ejaculate. That's a terrible example. But you get my point. When you work out, you need to replenish the body with nutrients and many other important things, none of which you're gonna find in alcoholic beverages. I decided to do a little digging because this really blew me away. It piqued my interest. So I watched a couple of news segments about it talking about like, wow, this is really modern and cool. I learned that every class is about 50 minutes of high intensity exercising that finishes with some shots at the end. Now they do have like options that aren't alcoholic, of course. They also have like healthy drinks as well as electrolyte boosters and shit, but they clearly put a lot of emphasis on the more hard beverages. That's kind of the selling point, which again is very silly. But anyway, I just wanted to show this a little bit here. I guess if you're single, wanting a workout, and also wanting drinks immediately after in the hopes of finding love on the dance floor when you're throwing your ass in a circle while you're dripping with sweat, boy howdy do I have a wacky story to share with you today. On today's episode of I Can't Believe It's Not Florida, we have the story of a man in New Jersey who crashed his car through a police station while listening to Welcome to the Jungle. So I'm guessing he had that song cranked to max volume and the adrenaline was pumping in his body. The song was reaching its crescendo. It's about to go into the chorus, and then this guy's eyes roll into the back of his skull. Welcome to the Jungle summons the spirit of Evel Knievel, takes the wheel, the demon of speed is there, puts the pedal to the metal, and just crashes into the police station, and then he like celebrates, kind of. It's an unbelievable clip here from the surveillance camera footage. He gets out of the car like a gymnast who just landed an impressive trick. He like strikes a pose like he was expecting some kind of huge celebration, a massive round of applause as if it was a concert or something and he was performing. It's almost impressive just how much gusto he gets out of the car with. I don't know what he was expecting to happen next. Man thought he was in an audition for Expendables 5, I guess. He's a fucking action movie hero. I have to wonder what he thought would happen next. Maybe he expected them to let him off with a warning because it was so cool. The officers would come out there and just be like, brother, that was the most badass thing I've ever seen. Fist bump. God bless America. Now get out of here. This is your warning. But unsurprisingly, they didn't just slap him on the wrist and send him on his way. He is facing potentially life in prison, not only for this incident, but he actually did something very similar previous to this. This isn't his first rodeo with crashing a car into a building. So apparently he had crashed his gold Toyota SUV into a garage of a private residence to try and scare and harass the homeowner, which he is still facing charges for right now. So this fucking dangerous, unhinged goofball treats motor vehicles like they're missiles. He is just blasting these into any building. Nowhere is safe. You know that statistic that gets tossed around from time to time about how you're more likely to be killed in your chair in the living room than you are on a plane, in a plane crash? I'm starting to believe that now, because with this kind of person out there in the wild, you never know when a car is going to be just crashing through your walls like the Kool-Aid Man, like a fucking torpedo, and just hitting you in the living room out of nowhere. Like, that is just... it's incomprehensible. So he's built up quite an impressive resume here with a lot of charges to his name. So for the first incident, he's facing burglary, criminal mischief, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, and harassment. And now for this one, he's facing a terrorism charge, which carries a minimum sentence of 30 years and a maximum sentence of life, causing widespread injury or damage, aggravated assault, burglary, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, and criminal mischief. The punishment fits the crime here. It's not like these are exaggerated charges. He just blindly blasted his vehicle into this building. He had no idea if there was going to be people on the other side of it, which could have easily killed people. So yeah, all of these charges really fit the crime. He is not safe to be in society, especially not behind the wheel of a vehicle. Now, one other thing I find shocking about this footage is how calm the officers are in responding to this. They make it seem like it's just routine, as if cars are just crashing through their walls every hour of every day. It's like they just get out there and they're annoyed, like bothered. Oh, jeepers. Jiminy Christmas. Another one? Alright, come here, son. I can't believe you've done this. Oh, bother. Alright, book him. Now we're gonna have to clean up another wall. I just don't know how it's possible to be that calm in that situation. They just look exhausted. They look tired and annoyed. Whereas, like, that would be the most shocking jump scare imaginable. Jump scares don't scare me in horror movies or horror games or anything like that, but this would probably actually have me shit myself. 100% I would stain my britches. That is the most unexpected thing to happen. And it's not like that's immediately what you would expect the sound to be. Like, they were in the room over, so they would have just mainly heard it as opposed to see it right away. That must have sounded like a bomb going off. My first thought would be that we had just been hit by a drone strike or something. I wouldn't immediately think like a car came through here or something. Like that I would be in a panic. I would be inconsolable. I'd be shaking. Meanwhile, these two officers here walk out like they'd just been rudely interrupted from their nap. It's just wild to me. Also, something I didn't mention, I mentioned that he had previously crashed into another building, a private residence. Well, what I didn't mention is that first crash had happened only minutes prior to this one. So this guy was just on a rampage. He must have been looping Welcome to the Jungle here, and it was bringing the worst out of him. Now, they haven't disclosed what the motive could have possibly been for crashing into the police station, but here's where I come into the equation, because I'm about to crack this case wide open. This is what I think happened. This is my theory. I got the corkboard up with a bunch of red lines drawn to a bunch of different scenarios. So let's piece together what we know for sure. His first crash into the private residence was due to a disagreement with the owner, and it was meant to scare and harass them. I think right after he committed to that, he knew shit was not going to go well for him, so he wanted to go out with a bang. So then he drove a few minutes away to the police station and turned himself in the only way he knew how. With Welcome to the Jungle sending him off like a WWE walkout song and a giant fucking explosion here of crashing through the building. I think his motive was truly he had just ruined his life prior by crashing through the private residence, and he just decided to go all in into the lunacy and then crash through the police station. That's what I think happened here, because there's no other potential explanation that I can think of, not even in the realm of science fiction. Like, I can't think of, maybe a possession or something, or like some kind of alien event or anything to try and explain away what could possibly have led to this. I really think it was him knowing that he had already committed a serious crime, and he just, I don't know, decided to go even harder for it and just call it quits by driving through the police station. Or another very likely explanation is he has severe mental illness and completely fucking snapped. That's also very possibly the case here. Who knows? I am excited to see when they finally reveal the motive, because he doesn't seem like a man who's going to be, tight-lipped. It doesn't seem like he's going to be hard to get the truth out of. He probably told them at the police station why he did it. They just haven't said to the public yet. He literally got out and celebrated like he just scored a fucking touchdown in an NFL game, right? This isn't a guy who's going to be super hard to get to the bottom of with his reasoning. He's probably an open book who will just tell them why he did it. But yeah, anyway, I just had to share this story and clip with all of you because, my goodness gracious, that is like something you would see as a fake headline in the background of a movie or a game or something. Just something that people would make up because it sounds ridiculous. Disney, supposedly the happiest place on earth, oftentimes leads to the most rowdy of individuals going ballistic. It sometimes starts to look like a Waffle House at 3 a.m., like fights break out, bad blood, all kinds of like grudge matches, brawls. I don't know what it is about Disney, but it brings that demon out of people from time to time. And today we're going to be looking at a magical meltdown that just happened in one of the Disney parks from an insufferable asshole making an absolute fool out of himself to a degree that even Walt Disney's rolling over in his grave at the pure hostility that this guy was able to showcase over something so small.
Walk? They cut on the walk where you guys walking slow? We're all going to the same place. You don't give a fuck, bro. You're a fucking nerd, dude. I'm not arguing no fucking female. Like,
Surprise, you all just fell victim to one of Charles's classic practical jokes where I convinced you that it was one insufferable asshole, but in reality, it's an entire group of them. And one of them even hits a Fortnite emote here by doing like the crying motion with his hands. That is so unbelievably cringe. So the story here is this group cut everyone in line at Epcot, and then when people rightfully pointed out that it's disrespectful to do that, this group had the gall to make a big stink about it and get mad at everybody else, which is a load of dirty barnacles. So then one person started filming and then posted this video, which exploded online. Now, while the whole group does suck fuck, there is one clown amongst them that shines brighter than all the rest, and he's about to introduce himself.
fucking Harry Potter, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Is that supposed to be an insult?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Run. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have said shit to me. Mind your business.
You shouldn't have cut everyone.
Mind your business.
They did it. I got here before.
Our group, when you get up, they cut on the walk. They cut.
God, this whole group looks like they accepted an open casting call for background extras in Stranger Things.
Till then, fuck you. You're a nerd, bro.
His main insult is calling this guy a nerd. That is some childish nonsense right there. I'll say some childish phrases ironically, but this guy keeps using it aggressively, as though he thinks it's legitimately like some kind of big dunk. I was half expecting him to whip out stupid face, like, hey, stupid face, loser. And then his friend is only making it worse by Fortnite emoting like this. I have expected the third goober there to start doing the L dance or whatever. Like, it's so embarrassing, and it's all caught on film.
I'll never let nobody disrespect my girl. Bitch, she's a bitch.
Okay.
I don't disrespect females. You're a bitch.
Yeah, welcome.
Bro.
You're here too. I thought you were talking. All you're doing.
I play football at the University of Central Florida. Show up, pussy.
And here's that main clown that I was talking about, front and center here, even posing for his big moment, his glory. He says that he plays football for the University of Central Florida. But would you believe me if I told you that that's just a complete fucking lie? This tough guy here had to start making shit up in order to be intimidating. Then this video blew up to such a big degree that the actual UCF University had to come forward and denounce him, saying, "We don't know who this maniac is. He does not play for the UCF football team and never has." And it turns out he doesn't even go to UCF. He actually pulled out a fan fiction here to puff out his chest. It's baffling. And also, it's not just the guys of the group that are like going haywire, like hog wild here with emotes. The girlfriends are doing just as much. One of them is doing this gesture, which I don't even know what this is. What is this, like the Shrek ears or something? Like, all of them are just busting out idle animations like they're malfunctioning Sims characters. It's so bizarre. And they are the ones in the wrong. They cut in front of everybody, and then everyone said, hey, that was disrespectful. And they get so mad about it.
You're a fucking thank you.
Good for you. Good for you. Oh my gosh, what are you gonna say?
Guys, I'm not mad. Yeah, true. You're right. Record this. Yeah, record me, homie. What you want? You want my name, social security? What you want?
My address, if you want to
I make money, homie. I'm a businessman, but
Actually, I'd like to know
The number one sign of extreme insecurity, he immediately starts talking about how much money he makes out of nowhere. What does it have to do with cutting people in line at a Disney theme park? What the fuck is going on? This man is fighting demons. He's fighting his inner ghosts right now in public. And Jesus Christ, it's cringe. And his goofball sidekick there that's latched onto him like a leech thinks it's the most hilarious thing ever. So in between doing this gesture, he's just like busting out laughing, like side-splitting comedy. He only has two emotions, this and ha 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 ha. At everything. That's it.
family that you cut in front of all of us to be with.
Oh, really? Because I was here for
stop. They cut on the walk.
Fuck you.
They consider him. Just stop talking to him. When you give people attention, attention is currency. You're done. You're cut off. I ain't talking to you. Last words.
That's why you keep getting
Last
in his
words.
face.
He's recording me. I'm gonna record y'all back then. How about that?
That is the number one sign that you lost. That is worse than waving the white flag. You are surrendering. If you try and pull the Uno reverse, I'm going to record you. It's kaput. That is game, set, and match. You got fucking skunked. That is always the surest sign of defeat.
Record you back.
I want to record
Shut
you.
up, Stella. Go the fuck back and shut the fuck up. Come on.
He's going insano style now. Friendly fire. just pushes the girl back, which is part of their crew, and then he tells her to shut the fuck up. You remember a second ago where he talked about how he'd never let anyone disrespect his girl and he would never disrespect a female? Let me go ahead and jog your memory here real quick. I'll pull up a replay on the Jumbotron for you.
I'll never let nobody disrespect my girl. Bitch, she's a bitch. Okay. I don't disrespect females. You're a bitch. Welcome.
Well, that statement didn't age super well. No one's allowed to disrespect his girl except him. No one pushes his girlfriend around except for him. He's the only one allowed to put hands on her. And that's exactly what he does. You absolute fucking degenerate. Now, he doesn't actually play football for UCF, but if he did, he'd know that that's a fucking penalty right there. Unnecessary roughness. That shit is so uncalled for. Yelling and screaming and then trying to flex about how much money you make or whatever and pretending that you play football in your fucking fantasy Narnia land in your brain, all of that is vile behavior. But what's truly diabolical is him getting physical with women, shoving this girl away. And this is someone that went there with them.
Come on, bitch. We'll make it a 2 for 2.
Let's do it. Oh my God, what does he look like? Can I just pull up my phone real quick?
Yeah.
Bro, he looks like a faggot.
Wow.
Yeah, your ears didn't deceive you. She just called them a slur. And then that NPC I was talking about earlier that only has 2 modes, this and laugh, goes into factory reset settings and lets out a hysterical Joker laugh. Like this nasally squeal that vaguely resembled the Joker.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my God.
Man's just recording me because he wants to be famous. So I'm going to give him his 10 seconds of fame on my Snapchat. What's your at? What's your at? What's your at?
Another timeless classic from this narcissistic, insufferable asshole saying that, oh, this guy's recording me because he wants some attention, he wants to be famous, and the only way he can do that is to suckle a little bit of fame out of my ditty.
What's your at? They'll add you. What's your at? I got clout, so what's your at?
I don't know what that means. I'm too...
What's your at? What's your Snapchat?
What's a Snapchat?
Oh, okay. You're fucking weird. What are you recording me for?
Yes, all of the clout that he has to give away like Santa Claus. He just has such an abundance of clout. It's just so painful to listen to him. Just a narcissistic douchebag weirdo. I don't know how people's brains get so poisoned to end up like that. Just actual rotted from the inside out.
You watch me on Saturdays. You and your family tailgate outside of my stadium, nigga. Boo ass. Oh, entitled? I'm not entitled at all. Hey, ma'am, I took off my shirt because I'm hot. I don't disrespect females like I said earlier. I'll talk to men, I'm not going to talk to females.
Again, he doesn't play football for the UCF or anything at all. He is just so wrapped up in his own delusion that I think he's starting to believe it himself. He's entering into a different dimension of delusional. And everyone already saw him shove the girl that he was with, so I don't know why he keeps trying to say that he doesn't disrespect females. He literally just fucking gave her a hockey body check out of there and told her to shut the fuck up in front of everybody. Like, I don't even know why you're trying to keep saying that you're not going to ever be disrespectful to females. And then he finishes by saying he won't talk to females either. So this guy is completely out of his mind.
Bro, don't say shit to them, bro. They're fucking lame. Look like Harry Potter.
Hey, what is this? What is this?
You guys.
So what happened was me and her...
They were up front of everybody. They're trying to say we're skipping because we walked up to our girlfriends. I make money. I don't argue with people. I make money.
All you have done is argue at people and just randomly keep talking about how you make money? How? By arguing? With who? It's so confusingly disconnected from reality. And his friend that he's with so badly wants to be one of the boys here, so he tries to get his attention. He's like, bro, who's this? Who's this? And then he tries to do like an impression, but then like, I don't know, his Windows operating system in his brain had to reboot or something because he fucking blue screened. I don't know what he was trying to do with that, but it didn't land. His friend didn't even look at him. Nobody laughed, and then the Disney manager showed up, and then he tries to make it seem like they're innocent. Oh, they're mad because we walked up to our girlfriends. You still cut in line in front of everybody. Like, people still have a right to be like, hey, that's disrespectful and a bit rude. Like, you can still say that. Like, you're still in the wrong.
You're how old? I'm 21. I got more money in NIL than you ever. Look me up. Google me. Google me.
What's your name?
Google me.
I guarantee he desperately wishes he could take those words back. That's probably one of his biggest regrets in his life. He issued a challenge that the internet accepted. So they Googled him, and it wasn't hard to find all of his information. He does have a criminal past. He's also not 21 years old. He's 23. He also did do like a stream addressing this on Instagram, where he said that the girl was 17 years old, Stella, which I think is the one he shoved, is 17 years old, and then he called her his girlfriend there to the Disney manager, so he's a 23-year-old dating a 17-year-old. All of his information has come out now because of all of this, and he literally asked for it. It's fucking crazy.
He's a bully. Like, come on, bro. I'm at Epcot. Epcot. And the girl who, okay, now let me press on that situation. The girl is Stella, a friend of mine. She's fucking 17 years old. When he called...
I can't find the full stream, but according to this Instagram account, he apparently said that this all started when they called him the N-word, which, you know, it's hard to say if that's true or false considering we don't have any evidence of it because he said it happened before the video came on. But I feel like if that was the case, it would have been addressed at some point within the 3-minute meltdown. They would have said, like, you're racist or something to him. Like, why would you say the N-word, this and that? But never once was that mentioned by anybody in that group. So I do find it kind of hard to believe that that was the catalyst here. I tend to lean more towards, like, the official story here that these assholes cut in line. People pointed out that it was rude, and then they got mad at them for pointing it out, and it led to this whole hoopla, this massive song and dance. That's what I think is the true story here. But anyway, alright, fine, you caught me red-handed. There's no use in trying to hide it and keep it a secret. Nothing gets by you guys. Yes, I did just get back from playing Thursday night pickup basketball with the boys. And yes, I did perform like Allen Iverson in his prime, but we don't need to just hyperfixate on that. I mean, you guys are really just focused on it way too heavily. Or maybe you're just so distracted by this beautiful retro moist jersey that I'm wearing. There's a little sneak peek, a little teaser for an upcoming basketball wear line we're doing. But please, you're a real chatty Cathy. Can you stop talking about basketball for 2 seconds? Yes, I play like Luka if he got hit with a shrinking beam, right? I get it, you know, little Luka out there, but just because I'm incredible at basketball doesn't mean that that's what I want to talk about today. What I want to talk about is a very interesting gym dispute that I've never quite seen before. I've seen a lot of gym freakouts and really goofy things that happen there, especially in the modern age where every single person's workout appears to be filmed now for TikTok. So when you go into a gym, I imagine it's like going on to a movie set right now, but they're doing like 15 different indie films at every single corner of the gym. I haven't been to a public gym in a while. We built one at the warehouse a couple years ago, and that was such a fucking blessing. That was crucial, because I couldn't stand to be in a gym that is just nothing but cameras recording every single nook and cranny of the establishment. It'd be miserable. And today, there was someone recording their back workout, and it led to an argument because he was doing it shirtless. Now listen here, sports fans, I'm gonna give you the brass tacks. You don't get pythons like these puppies unless you're praying at the Iron Temple actively. And for me, I've spent about 10 years in gyms. And also, I'm gonna go ahead and just get ahead of this here before some of you in the comments attack me like mosquitoes swarming a Hershey's bar that was left out in the rain. I know a lot of people say that my physique isn't representative of what 10 years in the gym should look like. To that I say, bah humbug. I've gone through the jacked, yoked stage, and at 5'6", I just didn't like how I looked. I looked like a goofy little meatball. So now I just keep myself looking this way on purpose, going for more of a shredded, lean, muscular physique. Don't know why I felt the need to explain that, but figured might as well. Point is, in all of my years in the gym, it has always been proper etiquette to wear a shirt during your workout, except for a couple of exceptions where it is acceptable to not do that. There's a few locations in my local area where there's plenty of people working out shirtless, and there's no problem with that. But when you're going to just like a normal public gym where it's just, you know, a wide range of clientele that isn't necessarily like power lifters or anything like that, just casual lifting, it's usually encouraged that you keep your shirt on. So I'm imagining that's what this place was, a place where you're supposed to keep your shirt on. So I can understand maybe one person being like, that's kind of douchey. But this guy gets so fucking upset at seeing a shirtless man that he starts recording it, and then it devolves into a heated argument that I half expected to go Looney Tunes and have like grand pianos falling on each other's heads.
I'm recording my back here, man.
He is more mad about seeing this guy shirtless than he would be if he found out his girlfriend was cheating on him. He is fuming. Like, the response to just less than proper gym etiquette is overblown here from this individual. Okay, so the protagonist here isn't supposed to be shirtless. Got it. If you have a huge problem with it, why not just go say something like, hey, would you mind putting your shirt back on? You're scaring me. I don't like to see a man chest. Just put a shirt on, please. Like, just go talk it out. Instead, he, like, just goes right up in front of him and starts filming, which is I am so tired of that being the trend when anything is going on that's a little out of the ordinary. Everyone's first instinct now is just to start recording that shit. I mean, I guess I sometimes do like that because it leads to really silly videos, but man, it is just out of control. It has completely replaced normal human instincts and common sense on how you'd respond to something you don't like, where you'd usually just ignore it or maybe just roll your eyes and walk away. Now you put yourself in the position you don't like for as long as possible so you can keep recording and continuously just escalate your own inner anger. It's a baffling concept to me. But that's exactly what happens here. He just stands there, he records. Eventually, the guy who's being recorded is now like, hey, why are you doing that? And then he's like, it's weird because you're not wearing a shirt. And then he just starts dropping slurs. Like, he is so upset, he is throwing around slurs at this stranger here.
So I don't even know this dude, and I am confused as hell of what's going on, because I don't understand why he's cursing me out and stuff. So, but he continues to stare at me and flip me off and mouth things to me. So I just had to say something.
Man, this NPC here just hit a water bottle slam in response to this, and then started rolling up on the guy like it was something out of a horror video game, just marching his way up there to give him a piece of his mind, which, again, probably should have been the first thing he did instead of start escalating this shit by recording it and then calling him slurs. You could have just walked up and said, hey, do you mind putting your shirt back on? You know, finish your set, put your shirt back on, it's not that big of a deal. But instead, he's gone through all this hoopla and made the situation far bigger than it ever should have been. I don't know why he's this upset about a guy not wearing a shirt. It is a crazy response to that.
I don't know what you're talking, buddy. What are you talking about? Talking across the fucking gym. What do you think? What are you talking about? I don't know. What are you talking about? Fuck you. Yeah, I'll fuck you up, pussy. Yeah. Fuck you.
What an interesting exchange there. That was some shit straight out of Skyrim. He just comes up with the wackiest dialogue tree after slamming his water bottle. Fuck! Shirtless man, damn you! And then marches over, and then he's just like, what are you talking about? He's trying his best to make it seem like he's not the weird one here, saying that the other guy was talking to him from across the gym, but meanwhile, he was the one that was recording him, and then calling him slurs. It doesn't add up. And he's doing it all with this really confused smile on his face. Like, it's just such a odd set of circumstances. A lot of the comments on this video compared the looks of this man to Eli Manning, and I can't unsee it. This actually does look like Eli Manning in an alternate universe. Anyway, dude comes up and makes threats saying that he'll fuck him up over not wearing a shirt is a crazy thing to try and fight about. But he's doing all of this with like a really big smile on his face, like he is grinning ear to ear. I can't tell if he wanted to fight or fuck this guy. I'm really not sure what his plan was or what he was wanting to happen. If I was to be an armchair psychologist, to me this seems like the sight of the shirtless man made him have thoughts that he wasn't happy about, so then he had this crazy big response because he felt bad about maybe being attracted to it. I really don't know. I can't think of a rational, reasonable explanation for why somebody would get this mad at something so small. Yes, if this is a gym that doesn't allow shirts to be off, it is improper etiquette to have your shirt off, but it's super easily solvable without this kind of hostility by just asking them to put their shirt back on, or even telling just gym staff, be like, hey, That guy's got his shirt off. You might want to talk to him about it if you don't want to be the one to do it. Like, it's just so easy without it being a big song and dance. I just had to share this because this really was a head scratcher of a video for me. Getting Call Me Charlotte the way this web's been speaking to me. I cannot quit watching Pokemon TCG degeneracy videos. The community is in an absolutely deplorable state right now, and I am addicted to it. I am mainlining these videos. They are endlessly entertaining. Just watching the greasiest, goofiest, geekiest losers try and squeeze a couple of nickels out of children's lunch money by scamming, scalping, whatever low business practices they can think of for Pokemon cards. And a lot of times, they're not even actually scamming kids, they're scamming each other. Like, scalpers are just perpetually fighting each other. It's pandemonium out there, and every time a Pokemon vending machine gets restocked, you can bet your sweet bippy there are going to be corpses lining that sidewalk, fucking slit throats out the wazoo. But not everyone in the community is a scammer, obviously. And not everyone on Whatnot, the platform we talked about a week or so ago, where people go there, they host their own auctions and sell cards and shit like that. Not everyone is on there scamming. There is a lot of them there, but not everyone. But today, we're gonna mix it up a little bit. I'm not going over a blatant scam. I'm going over a pathetic crash out. I don't know if this channel scams or anything. I don't know anything about them other than their incredible crash outs that they frequently do on the platform publicly in front of their audience.
What do we do? What do we do? Tell me, what do we do?
Stop doing this.
Tell me, what do we do?
Tell them to lock it in.
Tell them, what do we do?
We're talking.
I know, but what do we do? If I run anything, I lose money, Stommy. How do I fucking do this?
Put an expensive pack on there.
Bro, okay, tell me so I can go get fucking $4 on a Stellar Crown?
Chat.
Because they don't want Stellar Crown?
Lock in. You guys trying to lock in?
No, don't.
151 Japanese?
Dude.
That's just so sad. Just out here groveling. Like, come on, guys, let's lock in. Look, he's losing money. What are you guys doing? We gotta lock in. We have to support this guy. He's working real hard for you. Look at all the blood, sweat, and tears he puts into gathering those Pokemon card packs. You know how difficult it is to scalp Pokemon packs? Like, guys, we have to reward this. Can we get the bids going? Can we get some fucking bids in here? Chat, anybody?
Nah, guys, remember when we had 18,000 people on TikTok and nobody was hating? It's fucking hilarious. It's actually crazy how when I have 60 people, you guys hate me. Crazy, bro. Insane. Like, so funny, bro. This app is so toxic, bro. So fucking toxic, bro.
And you sound like a real ray of sunshine there, big guy. I've actually tuned into one of his auctions before just to see if I could catch a crash out live, like a little shiny Pokemon nugget for me to enjoy. But I didn't get blessed with that. Instead, I had him in like a fugue state after a lobotomy or something. So I didn't get to witness one live, but basically, he's all heated and bent out of shape. His butt's all sore because he's talking about how on TikTok with 18,000 people watching him, there was no one criticizing him. But on Whatnot, he only has 60 people that are in the chat bidding here, like participating, and they're giving him some shit. Well, far be it for me to question the master here, but on TikTok, those aren't real viewers. Those numbers mean nothing. You could have 18,000 people there and there's probably only like 4 people chatting, I would imagine. Those are people there just like idly scrolling and they somehow landed on you. That is the worst metric to gauge anything by ever. The reason no one was insulting you there and shooting spitballs is because they weren't even looking at you. They weren't even watching the stream. That 18,000 number, you can just throw that in the trash. The 60 people here are active and they weren't liking this.
Comment about saving $2, bro. You need to save $2, bro? Holy shit. Wrong hobby. Wrong hobby, bro. No wonder you're on here for free packs. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my mind over this shit, chat. The fact that I can't run like what I want to run right now is crazy. Because you guys don't fuck with it. It's insane. 151, Prismatic, T-Fest, everything. Crazy, bro.
Imagine saying that without an iota of shame. You want to save $2? Wrong hobby. This is a man's hobby. This is Pokemon. You know how many men I've had to jerk off in the public bathrooms near the glory holes in order to secure some fucking prismatic evolution packs? You haven't struggled like I've struggled. Dude's out here talking wacky like he's the Tony Soprano of Pokemon ripping and shipping. It's so cringe, man. Look in the mirror. You are ripping Pokemon packs on Whatnot. And he's gonna have this kind of fucking stink about someone who's rightfully trying to save some money on this hobby, which is pretty much impossible because of fucking losers like this guy dominating it by controlling all of the supply. So then people are getting desperate enough to go on Whatnot for streams like this and bid on packs that have a very good chance of being tampered with in the first place, by the way. There are so many scammers on there, so much resealing, so much weighing, so much dog shit.
You guys understand that? If I charge 19, I get back 17. I make $2, and that is literally this transparency that you guys deserve. You know what I mean? When I sell it for 9, and I paid the 15, and then I get back 7, I lose $7.50. Brian, I don't need to lie, bro. I do this fucking every night, little boy. Okay? I don't need to lie. Do this every night. Why would I bitch if I got it anything lower? And why would I put my right hand to God? Just fucking think for a second. Little boys.
He says that to people a lot, calling them little boys. The way he says that is just like skin crawling. It's so fucking peculiar. But I mean, checkmate, why would he put his right hand to God? He's got you there. He put you in the scholar's mate position there. He's telling the truth, clearly. We have to take him at his word. He seems like a trustworthy enough guy. He seems, you know, sane. No screws loose there in that noodle.
You ain't even got money to swipe. Shut up. Like, fuck. He ain't got no money. You ain't even got money. Let's go.
The way he said that sounded almost identical to Wes Watson if he was hitting puberty. Like, that was the exact same inflection and everything there. And the same exact attitude as well. Something I find fascinating, though, is some of the comments in the chat saying he has no reason to lie, or just calling anyone that's talking about him negatively a hater, as opposed to, like, talking about, like, the criticism or whatever. I find that so interesting. He has every reason in the world to lie. What do you mean he has no reason to? What, you expect him to be like, yeah, I actually make like $10 off of you goobers every single night on every single pack that I sell. You overpay for everything I put in your face. All of you are overpaying. You are my little pay piggies. You are Play-Doh in the palm of my hands, and I work you for my financial gain. You think he's just going to say that? No. He's obviously going to try and make it seem like he's doing you a favor, like, look, I'm such a martyr. I'm such a noble good guy. I'm trying to give Pokemon power to the people here. I'm losing this money on these packs at this price. But I do it for the love of the game. It's just mind-boggling to me that someone with a straight face would actually type that he has no reason to lie. That is, like, delusional to a disgusting degree. Now, I'm not saying he is lying. Maybe he is telling the truth. I have no way of knowing. But he has every incentive in the world to be dishonest with his pricing here and what he takes home on what price and this and that.
Whitewash. I'm not. And that's the reason that the market is 20 or more for these packs. You know what it does? Is distribution says, who has more money? That's it. Who has more money? We bid on these cases because that's how you get allocated 10, 20, 30 cases a week. I've been doing this for 5 years. 4 years and like 8 months or whatever the fuck it is. November, it's 5 years. So you guys are not going to tell me, oh, like you sound like literally a little child in my chat.
You've been doing this for almost 5 years, but from the sound of things, you're always losing money on it? Sounds like you're pretty shit at it. Or the business itself of Pokemon scalping isn't a great business in the first place. But perhaps that's just a take from someone on the crack pipe. Who could possibly besmirch the good name of Pokemon scalping? No, that surely can't be the problem.
Need new distro? I live in Los Angeles, big dog. If you think you're a heavy hitter, go ahead and supply me with a better distro then. How about that? I live in Los Angeles, my boy. You know there's people that got millions and millions and millions of dollars to weekly re-up, right? These dudes go restock millions and millions of dollars. $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 million a week, okay? Now, I'm in a 6-figure club, but I'm not sitting there doing millions of dollars up, so I can't negotiate those prices like that, chat. I have literally been doing this for 4 years. That's why it's so frustrating when you guys say like random shit like, hit me up, bro. Hit me up like you're some fucking saint, like you're going to be able to do it better.
This part I found pretty interesting because the guy that he's rimming out right now wasn't even like being mean or criticizing him. He just said that you need new distro, meaning you need something a little bit better here for your business. And the guy's like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And now he's just flipping out about it. Because with all of these meltdowns, like the constant crashing out from this guy, it doesn't sound like things are just going swimmingly. It doesn't sound like this is like a very great, healthy endeavor for him. So this dude is just saying like, maybe something needs to change here. And he's just going ballistic about it.
All right, chat, lock in. We got Prizzy up on the screen. Yeah, I'm not losing money for you guys. Y'all don't even fucking care about me, so fuck that. Y'all don't give a shit about me. The fuck am I gonna give you a deal for, bro? If you did, you would cover the difference. You know what you gotta do. That's actually sickening, bro. I'm not even a cat, bro. Thank you, Teddy. Teddy's a fucking G, bro. That's why.
He finally gets out of the wambulance here and does a pack sale, which someone named Teddy wins. He gets absolute trash in it and then still tips $10, I think. I'm still a little confused on exactly how Whatnot works. So I think he paid the money for the pack, and then after it got ripped, he saw that he got actual nothing, and then still tipped this guy $10 for the service of fucking him in the face. That is pathetic. Especially after this man's rambling and ranting about his, like, fucking bleeding heart routine, play the sad violin for all the money he doesn't make through scalping Pokemon packs. This guy still tips him. He lets this guy guilt trip him to give him more money. That's crazy to me. He even unapologetically says that they don't care about him. Oh my god. And that it's sickening that they don't care about him or whatever. Like, I just can't imagine buying a pack from this guy. Like, even if he's not scamming, and even if he's giving, like, a great price, spoiler alert, he's really not. But even if he was, his attitude, I couldn't imagine doing business with him. Anyway, though, I won't bother showing other crash outs. They're all pretty... Today, there was a situation so big that it actually got my dad to text me about it. And that's not something he usually does. The only time he ever texts me about news is when it involves aliens, or even something adjacent, like remotely related to aliens. He'll be like, hey, bud, you see that new discovery at the pyramids? It's aliens, Charles, aliens. And I'm like, Dad, they just found an old rock. It's not anything to do about aliens. It's like, aliens, caps locked. But point is, this story is so big that even my dad has become aware of it. One of the biggest streamers in the world, Kai Cenat, announced he was doing a giveaway at Union Square in New York City. And things got way out of hand. This shit went insano style real quick. It ended up going into complete pandemonium and chaos. And people were like scrambling to get out of there because things got like dangerous with cars being climbed on top of and windows busted out. Like, it was go gadget, get the fuck out of New York if you happen to be going to this giveaway here expecting to get anything other than your ass beat, basically. There's tons of videos showing like fights that broke out as well as this like breaking windows of cars. And there was even a part where Kai and his team tried to get away in their vehicle only for a ton of people to jump on top of it. And they just kept driving with bodies actually flying off of their car.
That is why you're seeing that crowd there chase after.
That's it.
That's the vehicle right there that they believe Kai Cenat is in right now. As Safan was saying, he was there. He was in the crowd for a little bit of time, but clearly this was an out-of-control crowd, and...
I can't show the part where the people start falling off because that might be against YouTube's terms. They didn't get, like, seriously injured, I don't believe. It's not like they fell off the car and then, like, blew up, just, like, gore and body parts flying all over the place, but I'm just gonna play it safe. People do start falling off the car because they're just trying to get away from the madness that happened here. Obviously, this giveaway event went a little differently than Kai and his team anticipated. A few thousand people showed up here, which I don't think they thought would happen. So the event wasn't permitted or sanctioned or anything, and after it was all said and done, there were about 65 arrests and quite a few injuries as well. Kai had apparently advertised this as a huge giveaway, saying that they'd be giving away computers, PlayStation 5s, microphones, keyboards, webcams, gaming chairs, but at the end of the day, the only thing that was given away here was hands. Everyone was catching some fucking hands. There were quite a few videos of fights that were breaking out there, which of course only escalated shit popping off. So not only were vehicles damaged and windows blown out, but some other nearby places were destroyed, like food stands and things like that. So overall, it just got really out of hand really quickly, with so many people showing up for this giveaway. Apparently, the police department even activated a level 4 response, which just sounds terrifying. That sounds like something out of a sci-fi film during an actual invasion event. That is just a horrifying term, a level 4 response. That's like some DEF CON 1 shit. So it's apparently their highest level of disaster response, and earlier they had activated a level 2 to handle crowds. So this sounds like they got the 6th star in GTA 5, basically. A fucking level 4 highest level disaster response. That sounds like it's usually just reserved for actual apocalyptic events. Like if an EMP detonated in New York or something and they're scrambling at a level 4. So this was a huge deal. And it seems that the police department is pulling no punches because it seems like they are now charging Kai Cenat with at least 2 counts of inciting a riot and unlawful assembly.
Are you going to charge Kai Cenat?
Yes. The influencer is charged. He's going to be charged with multiple counts, at least 2 counts of inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, and a few other charges.
Yeah, they're not fucking around here. This was a level 4 interview response. They're not taking this as some kind of light, silly little mistake, an oops-a-daisy moment that they can just move on from and forgive. They're going hard, saying that this was the incitement of a riot. Obviously, that wasn't the goal with the giveaway event here. Kai Cenat and Phantom wanted to do a giveaway event for their communities to come collect some cool shit from them and thank them for the support. It was like a pseudo meet and greet, as I understand it. And even though I believe this whole event came from a place of good intentions, unfortunately, that's just not how it played out today. And while you can't control everyone who goes to your event or anything like that, they do still bear some responsibility here. Because this was an unsanctioned event with no permits, it means they also didn't have a team in place to control the situation to ensure things don't get crazy. And the fact that they didn't anticipate that something like this could happen is a huge miscalculation. There were more miscalculations here today from them than there were on the math section of my SATs. This kind of thing happens a lot at sporting events, where a lot of people, after a big win, get excited, they get super hyped, so when they leave the venue and they're still super excited and hype, they end up just like destroying things, and that's what happened today. A lot of people gathered in the same location, all really excited and really hype, and things just got out of control because there wasn't any real planning beforehand to ensure that there were people there to keep things from getting nuts, to the point where even Kai and his team are driving away with people hanging off of their car, falling off. Shit was wild. So, this is just a complete lack of planning which led to a catastrophe, really. I'm honestly pretty shocked that this even happened, like the event itself even went on. I just can't believe no one on Kai's team thought for a single second that this might require a little more planning than they had given it. Like, no one thought for a second, like, hey, might want to pump the brakes on this. This isn't exactly the best idea. We'll probably want to put a little more effort into this and get like a security team in place, you know, just in case. I don't know how it actually got to this point where they went through with it without having like basic security in place or like permits or having someone to supply a team to help in case a situation arises. You should expect a huge turnout, especially when you're as successful as Kai and Phantom. Like, you should really expect a ton of people to be there. And in a case like that, why wouldn't you want to just be a little bit safer, even for yourself? Because there could be some real weirdos in there. And there were some weirdos that were hanging off of their car. Like, I just don't know how it even got to this point where they went through with it without more and deeper planning put into it. But anyway, I just got back from the worst game of basketball I've ever played in my life. I am ashamed. So much so that I'm having a stink strike right now where I refuse to shower for at least another hour so I can stew in my own filth for my awful shooting performance today. And then to top it all off, I saw this video and it made me even more mad.
At Arby's in Winder. So I ordered my food and it took them 15 minutes to get my order. I canceled my order because it took so long to get my order.
The horror! A 15-minute wait? No! He's gonna starve! Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Zoinks. So you can see it's a very serious situation. We're lucky this hero was able to muster enough strength to hit the record button on his phone and post it to his TikTok to document the injustice. With a tummy as empty as his, I don't know how he was able to pull off such a Herculean feat. This is another classic example of some entitled asshole clown recording the slightest inconvenience thinking they're in the right. And for some reason it is so common for this to occur in fast food establishments. For some reason, these douchebags feel so emboldened to record themselves belittling, attacking, and insulting fast food employees to post on their social media pages, thinking that somehow people are going to be on their side, like this is some kind of huge dunk and they're like a champion of the people, when that is never the case. It is delusional. And my heart breaks for fast food employees that have to deal with this kind of behavior so frequently. I don't know how many videos I've made talking about shit like this, but it is frustrating as someone just seeing it. I can only imagine what it's like having to actually have this happen to you. Now, is it unusual to wait 15 minutes for your fast food? Yeah. But is it the biggest deal in the world? No. You can handle it like an adult instead of this little whiny baby here. Maybe there was just a mistake that happened where they forgot to bring you your food and all you needed to do was ask. And he even says as much, that when he asked for a refund, they did bring him his food. So it sounds like it was just a mistake, and mistakes happen. There's no reason to throw this kind of tantrum over it. There is a much better way of handling it, and it's not this.
Nobody came and brought me my order, so I wanted a refund. As soon as I tell them I want a refund, they bring the food. I saw 2 people behind me go past me. And you're telling me I can't get a refund. And what's your name?
Bethany.
Bethany. So I can't get a refund, Bethany.
I can replace your food.
I don't want my food replaced. I just want a refund. I want my money back.
Oh my god, I can actually feel Bethany's headache that she's developing through the screen, just having to listen to it. So, it's clear that something must have went awry because the people behind him got their food and he hadn't. So, is it an inconvenience? Sure, a very small one. But again, why are you trying to name and shame Bethany here for what was likely just a simple mistake that could have been easily handled like an adult? There was absolutely no need to just start filming this. And that's just like a symptom of the modern day and age where anytime anything even remotely uncomfortable or inconveniencing happens, people turn to like recording it because they wield TikTok like it's some kind of weapon. Like, oh, I'll get everyone to dogpile on them, that'll show them, and also it's going to be good because this will go viral on TikTok, which he says so many fucking times. Like, it blows my mind. Like, I can't even wrap my head around that thought process. Why? Why? They haven't...
Because y'all service was horrible. It took y'all 15 minutes to give me my food. I'm working right now. So I just want a refund. That's all I'm asking for.
Clearly your work must not be that important to you if you're still sitting here arguing about this situation. You must not be in that big of a rush to get back to your job if you have the luxury of just being able to sit here and harass this employee. What, are you late to your shift at the Stupid store or something? Like, you clearly aren't, urgently trying to get out of there if you're taking the time to argue and film this whole interaction. Like, it blows my mind. Now, anyway, he keeps saying that he wants a refund. And fair enough, I suppose, but Bethany explains that she doesn't have the ability to do that because they need a general manager there to approve of refunds, so she's doing all she can by offering to just keep replacing the food. Even though he did eventually get the food, she's still offering a replacement like, hey, look, this is the most I can do. It's out of her hands. She doesn't own Arby's. She's not the fucking franchise owner of the establishment. She can't make the rules. She just has to play by them, and you're giving her so much shit for it.
Just want my money back. I just gave you guys my money, so it shouldn't be that hard to give me my money back.
We do not have a general manager right now. I cannot do a refund for you.
You have a manager, and are you the manager? Okay, so if you're the manager, you can give me a refund. Now, if y'all want to go famous on TikTok and make your business go down because you don't want to give me a refund, because you don't telling me you can't give me a refund and I don't want the food now.
I don't think there's anything that can make people dislike you faster than saying things like, oh, you're about to go famous on TikTok for this one, or shit like that. That is the biggest load of dirty barnacles. There's nothing more painful to the ears than seeing that phrase uttered by some asshole like this over something so trivial. Also, it's not exactly like the craziest video ever. I don't know why he thought this would go viral, but if it did, I don't know why he thought anyone would rally behind him. Nobody likes this kind of behavior, not even on TikTok. So even though this didn't go viral at all, even the 12 or 15 comments it has are all shitting on this guy for it. This is not a popular video from what I can tell. The only reason I saw it is because some people sent it to me on Twitter, because I cover shit like this pretty often. He truly believes that because he has a TikTok account with like 1,000 followers, that all of a sudden he has power here and is above these employees at Arby's. It's sickening.
I can replace it for you.
I don't want my food replaced. I want the money. I want my money back that I just gave y'all. Literally 15 minutes ago that you had me sitting in this line for. You served 2 people behind me, and I'm not leaving this line until I get my refund. And y'all's line will be backed up. What you say? You're gonna be a star.
Oh, he just keeps saying that line. You're gonna be a star. This one's gonna pop off on TikTok. This is going to elevate the TikTok page right into the mainstream, damn it. You guys don't realize how badly you fucked up by accidentally inconveniencing me in a very small way. You'll remember this moment for the rest of your life once I post this to TikTok, letting people know about Arby's taking 15 minutes for my order. Ha! Unbelievable.
Like, this line will be backed up till I get my refund. Y'all already wasting my time. I'm working.
No, you're wasting your time. And you're clearly not working at all. You're making no effort to get back to your work. You just threatened to continue to sit there in this standoff to back up the line. So you just wait here forever till the fucking heat death of the universe. You're obviously not in any kind of rush to get back to work whatsoever. You are wasting your time and everybody else's time and looking like an absolute fool.
I would never come back to this place again. This woman just told me she couldn't give me a refund, wasting my time, and now she's going in there getting my money. But she just told me she couldn't do this.
Still gonna get in trouble, so take your money and
Well, you're definitely gonna get more than in trouble. And do what? Get out the line and do it.
This guy really thought that somehow this video would take down Arby's itself or something, like Arby's would have to issue a press release like, "We are so sorry for the tragedy that unfolded at this specific location where a customer had to wait 15 minutes and film this horrifying video. Oh my god, we haven't been able to sleep since. So we at Arby's are making a pledge to change things for it." Just craziness. And he's still grumpy, even though he just got his refund. He was mad he didn't get a refund, and now he's mad that he did get a refund. And he's saying she's gonna get in more than just trouble because now he's got this TikTok that he's posting. So what happened here is she went to the register and just pulled out the amount he paid and gave it back, which goes against that policy. And I looked into it a little bit, and according to some former fast food employees, doing that is a big no-no because now the till is going to be short, which means the GM is actually probably going to get on her for that. She probably will get in trouble when Bethany didn't do anything to deserve this. That she didn't deserve this treatment at all. This guy is just an asshole. She tried so hard to fix the mistake by just offering the replacement of food, which he wouldn't accept, and she explained that she can't do refunds because it's part of the rule that the GM has to approve it. But she still did give his money back, breaking the rules to try and appease him and get him out of there. And now it's very possible that she will face some kind of trouble when the GM comes in because of this. It's just so sad to see people act this way. Bethany did not make that rule, but as an employee of the restaurant, she is expected to follow it. And she still broke it to try and help this guy and stop his wrath. And he still posted this video to try and embarrass her or shame her in the restaurant and all that. It's awful. I hate that kind of shit so much. All of you know I'm pretty addicted to body cams right now, but what you don't know is my dopamine is very talented. I could juggle multiple addictions at once, so I have another vice that I've been scratching at the neck for. Pokemon cards, scalpers, and scammers, and just the pure degeneracy of the Pokemon card community. Every single day, there's like 10 or 15 videos that get posted showcasing a new scammer or scalper embarrassing themselves, or a new fight at Target over Pokemon cards, or a fight at a Pokemon vending machine, arguments out the wazoo. It never ends here. There are countless videos of people just waiting outside of every business ever in order to get there right when the doors fucking even show an iota of movement so they can charge the Pokemon vending machine and just clear that bitch out. It's like World War Z zombies. They climb over themselves to be the first in line to get the Pokemon product on restock. And what's crazy is sometimes I'll see the POV from someone who is clearly in the wrong, like this guy.
No, get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude. You just bought something. I've been here. You just bought something. I've been here.
I love that statement. I've been here. Brother, it's been 45 seconds. He has also been here. Both of you waited till this store opened. You got in at the exact same time. It was just a photo finish to who got to the vending machine first. Now, the reason the other guy kind of came in there giving him like the fucking box out like he was about to get a rebound is because this guy just purchased a Pokemon product from the vending machine, and there are limits on them. At least there's supposed to be limits on them, but it's not always super effective. Clearly, there's ways around it. It's not like it fucking retina scans you and then locks you out or anything. There's no biometric scanner or anything like that. But there's historically been a problem where one or two people will go in and just completely clear out all of the product and they'll spend a few $1,000s and just get everything, leaving nothing left for anyone else. Like, these machines are always running emptier than my colon after Taco Bell. So they tried to combat that problem by implementing these limits where there's only a certain amount of purchases per person. I've read varying reports on what that number is, but in this video, it seems like it is 1 because he bought that one product and then had to go back in and restart the whole thing if he wanted another one. Whereas if there was a higher limit, he probably would have gotten more than 1 would be my guess, as opposed to restart it. So I think the other guy is right that it is 1 per person. But now the other guy's temper is really flared up, so now he's just getting physical, putting the fucking hands on him, tweaking on his nipples, trying to get in there, so then he can start getting his product from it. And he was probably going to do the same thing. I have to imagine he wasn't going to be that trick-or-treater that only took 1 piece of candy from the bowl outside of the house. I bet he was also going to do the same shit of getting multiple boxes past the limit.
Dude, what the fuck is your problem? You just
Do not just call me Jamie.
Don't worry about it.
What now, Ray?
Fucking Fidel Castro. Something and it says 1 per person. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Get out of here,
whenever
bro.
you bought something, it said sold out.
Go fuck yourself. I've been here.
What the fuck?
You get here earlier than me, bro.
Yeah, let's go, bro.
Fuck
No,
you,
don't
dude.
let him buy that shit, bro. He's buying it right now.
Dude, I've been here.
Move your shit out of there, bro. Get your fucking shit out of there, bro.
The guy likes to splice clips in to enhance the meme nature of the video, I suppose. I don't really understand that, to be honest. But anyway, the guy's saying, since it said sold out, it's clear that there's 1 purchase per person. And he's like, well, I've been here, you're wrong. He just keeps saying, I've been here. I don't understand how that's a viable response. You both got there at the same time. You can literally see this guy in the reflection when the store opened behind him. And he's saying that the other guy gets there earlier than him. Not today, clearly. Now, I do think both of them are scalpers. I think there is very little chance that either one of them are just collectors or buying this for their kids or something like that. This is absolutely people, like the only people I ever really see interact with Pokemon vending machines in general online are people that are buying it to try and upsell it online to make a quick buck from it. Because there is just this craze, this hysteria around Pokemon in 2025 where so many people think that this is a viable career. So they have dumped everything into being the biggest fucking scumbags to collect every piece of product they can and scalp it. Like, there is less shame in sink pissing than there is in being a Pokemon scalper. It is so cringe.
Fuck you, dude. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, leave, bro. Get out of here.
Alright, man. Dude, call your manager, bro. I have literally a camera watching everything.
Just had 2 guys fighting me over Pokemon cards.
It's crazy.
Fries, 1, 2 were well fries, 7, 4 West Ham grill.
It really doesn't compute with me how you can be a grown-ass man and not break down into fucking tears of inconsolable sadness when you hear the security guard call up someone and say, just had 2 guys fighting over Pokemon, knowing he's talking about you and some other dweeb. Oh my god, just take a hard look in the mirror. That should have hit him like a fucking brick. That should have hit him like a master ball to his goddamn soul. That something has gone awry in his life to lead him down this path. Now, yes, the other guy was a huge douchebag. The guy in the Venusaur getup, the fucking Pokemon Green NPC. He was obviously a douchebag for getting physical about all of this, but he was also not in the wrong for getting angry at this guy for just blatantly going around the purchase limits on the Pokemon vending machine. Like, again, they are both in the wrong here, and that's kind of how almost all of these Pokemon scalper and scammer videos I keep seeing are. Like, there are never really any heroes in them, aside from just, like, a father or a kid who just wants the product and then just never gets the chance because of people like this.
My local store, I live right next to it.
Good. You act like we are all local. Hi. So this man ended up taking product when we were all waiting in line, and now he feels like he can cut everyone and take it, and we're all assed out.
This is the same guy from the previous clip, and he's once again just cruising the area for Pokemon cards, this time in a Target. I actually didn't realize Target started restocking Pokemon cards because I remember there was a huge hoopla a couple years ago after, like, brawls were breaking out over Pokemon cards, like in the parking lot, people getting hurt all the time, fighting each other, fucking literally coming for scalp over Pokemon cards, and Target took them away for a while. I didn't know they started doing it again, like in a big capacity. I thought it was still just limited stuff. But anyway, the lore breakdown, as I understand it, is there was a line that formed for the Pokemon products in Target, and this guy skipped ahead of the queue, cut in line to grab it ahead of everyone else. So now the guy filming has reported it to staff, saying that this guy cut in front of the line and now his ass is out. Well, not quite. He used an expression saying, now we're all assed out. It's an expression I've never heard before. That's a combination of words that's new to me. It reminds me of when you're first learning curse words and you start combining and mix and matching things that don't quite check out. Lord damn it, it's a whole bitchin' out there. That kind of thing when you're just trying to get something across but trying to use some naughty words in there. I mean, being assed out, like, it sounds right, you know, like, who wants their ass out there in the open air, you know, all out in public and shit, so it makes sense in the context here. It's just a new one I haven't heard before.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not part of their little thing.
It doesn't matter, that's not fair. You can't take product from us.
They weren't there. I walked through, there was no line.
There was a line.
There was a line. There's been a line all
There
day.
wasn't a line when I was here.
There's been a line there.
Alright. Whoa, sorry.
Do you see this shit?
He plays a Dora the Explorer clip there. It is very loud. I'm just cutting that part out. But now he's confronted. He immediately just folds on it. He's like, okay, all right, you caught me. Well, take this. Yeah. And then he frisbees it away. And while doing so, spills a whole drink on the floor. Well, I guess it wasn't the whole drink. It was just a large chunk of it from that giant fucking big gulp that he had in his paws. And I already know he didn't bother cleaning it up. He left that for the staff there, no doubt. It doesn't even look like he cleans himself up. It looks like he smells like 50 warthogs rolled around in eggs.
Ridiculous. Because it's a fucking weirdo. Yeah, a child.
In his attempt to have the last laugh, he throws the box like 10 feet and hits a customer that was checking out, and then you can see him in like the director's cut here. As he's leaving, he throws some more stuff on the ground before exiting the premises. So he didn't clean up after himself at all. He just left a mess there. It's just a destruction in his wake. It's just so embarrassing. The state of Pokemon cards right now is so sad. It's unreal how bad it's gotten. Like, and these are just two clips I saw today from one channel. Like I said, there's like 10 to 15 that pop up every single day. Not to mention the thousands of posts every single day with people trying to offload their inventory. Like, here's 100 Pokemon Center prismatic ETBs for 27,000 clams. And then Whatnot, of course, has Pokemon scalpers out the wazoo, scamming people on there just blatantly. Like, it is infiltrating everything from the Pokemon card community. I would not be surprised if there hasn't been a single actual family that has a Prismatic Evolution ETB or a Prismatic Evolution box that they've gotten their hands on, because scalpers have absolutely ruined that one in particular and are doing it to pretty much everything from the Pokemon cards in general. Like, if you want to start collecting Pokemon cards, it is not for the faint of heart. You need to go in there for like a Pokemon restock. You got to treat it like you're about to go into battle. Like you need to show up with your wallet and then brass knuckles and a baseball bat because you're gonna be fighting people off you. It's gonna be out of control. This is not a hobby for children anymore. Only greasy fucking goobers out here. That's it. That's all it seems to be for now. It is. My captors finally released me, so now I'm safely back home. And I have been deep in the rabbit hole of whatnot scams. I only just recently learned about this platform, and it is apparently huge. So it's fundamentally a live stream auction that any goober on the planet, any Joe Schmo can just pop up live with absolutely no vetting at all from what I can tell. So it is filled to the brim, out the wazoo with scammers. I can count on one hand the amount of successful transactions I've even heard of on this platform. It seems like you go there just to lose your money. There are more scams on Whatnot than there were for fucking crypto meme coin rug pulls. It is bizarre. I have watched so many videos of them just point blank scamming the audience live in front of their faces. Then they end the stream, close their account, and then just make a new account after they get their money. It is baffling. I want to show you just one that I thought was unbelievably silly though, and it's a Pokemon TCG scam.
You got Prismatic. Yeah, pick any which one you want. One person, come on. Thank you, Big Country Fraud. What do you want? I'm guessing the Prismatic.
So you can see his chat there during the auction. They're making some bids. Someone wins and he's about to do a little rip and ship here on Prismatic Evolutions for Pokemon. Very hype set. People would literally sell their fucking grandmother into prostitution to get their hands on those fucking packs. Scalpers have gone ballistic for Prismatic Evolutions, and the Pokemon card community is absolutely rotten to its core with all these scalpers exploiting the fuck out of it like it's some kind of degenerate fleshlight. It's just a disaster. I have been spitting and shitting on these scalpers for months now. It is out of control. And this guy might actually be the stupidest one. You can literally hear in his voice that he's a moron. He actually has cartoonish idiot voice. Like, this is what Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy would sound like if he actually existed in our world.
Bet anybody want to outbid him? Come on, 5 seconds. Thanks, Big Country Fraud, man.
I'm assuming all of you have eyes, and I imagine I don't need to tell you that that was not an officially sealed Pokemon pack. That was what we call in the business resealed. But I don't even think that nomenclature fits this, because he didn't even do the bare minimum. It wasn't sealed. He didn't even like tape it. He didn't even try and pretend. That was a completely open pack that he kind of just loosely held together with his hand and then like pretended to rip it out. But he also didn't even pretend, because he goes in there and the top is already fully open, so you can see the cards poking out, and he just grabs the cards from the top and he's like, oh wait. So then he tries to like pretend that he's like ripping the back off, but there's literally nothing holding it together except for his fucking hand. He didn't even bother to do the bare minimum of putting like a little glue there or some tape. It is blatantly just not an actual pack. And that's before you even see the cards. I am not using this loosely. I am not exaggerating. This is actually the laziest scam I've ever seen. Full stop. There's no effort at all into this one. His heart's not in it. It sounds like he's overdosing right now on ketamine anyway. Like he's got fucking peanut butter in his mouth, so it really sounds like he's not all there, like he's not lucid right now. He's in a fugue state, and he is pulling off live in front of an audience the worst Pokemon scam we have ever seen. And this was only like, I think it was almost a month ago now. Almost a full month ago.
Nah, I hate ripping these bitches. I don't know the number for these. Cause I'm fucking awkwardly hunched over. I don't have a stand for my phone. Rufflet. Pidgey, Polistan, Leafy, Fuko, Forthorn, Fighting Owlet. Oh, I see something shiny. You got a reverse right here. And then Togekiss.
If you were reading the chat at all, you'll notice that people were quick to pick up that those cards aren't even part of the Prismatic Evolution set. They are from a completely different set. He didn't even bother to put bulk cards from the actual Prismatic Evolutions into this. It's just random cards he found from a totally different set here. And he's also illiterate. He can't even read the fucking cards.
You want bulk or you want the hits?
God, I love that line from him right there at the end, at the climax, after everyone has found out this guy is just a degenerate fucking loser scammer. He had the gall to say, do you want the bulk or the hits? And the guy who purchased the pack, you can see him type in chat, he said, I want a refund. This guy must have, I don't know, somehow pieced those words together in his brain and figured out that that's a bad thing, because I'm sure he couldn't read it based on how he was trying to pronounce those Pokemon names. So then he knew something was awry. They were on to his nefarious scheme, his genius plan. So then he ended the stream. The show has ended. But really, the show has only just begun. This was giving me so many giggles. Now, he obviously closed his account, or maybe Whatnot banned him, I'm not entirely sure. But his account was closed. He made another account. It was called, like, Jake something. I already forgot, but I think that one's also been closed now. But I'm sure that's not the last we've seen of this guy. I'm sure he's going to keep making new accounts. You cut one head off the Hydra, two more take its place here. He's going to continue to try, but I don't think he'll ever actually be successful at it because his voice is so recognizably stupid that I feel like you will never mistake him. Unless he starts using a voice changer or like an AI Mr. Krabs filter on his voice or something, you will always know that it's this guy. His voice is just so distinct. He is a magnificent clown. Now, at first I thought there was a chance this was like satire on purpose. It's not. This was an actual scam that a real, living, breathing human being actually tried to pull off. And I guess to a certain extent, it was successful. He did get that guy's money for this. And I am still just sitting here stunned watching that. And it's not uncommon on Whatnot. That's the thing. I've seen so many scams of similar caliber to this. Maybe not as lazy. Like, he didn't even try and reseal the pack. It was actually just in fucking pieces. Then he pretended to open it. But, like, there's so many other scammers. Like, just today, I saw one that was posted today on Whatnot where a scammer forgot to end the stream, and then he was literally talking to his friend about all the scams that he runs himself on his own page, and they're just going back and forth about the scams that they're conducting in front of their audience because he forgot to end the stream, thinking that he had like raided into another channel or something. I don't exactly know how it works on Whatnot, but it went on for like 3 minutes. I saw another box break scam. Like, there are so many scams there, but this is, I think, completely in a league of its own in regards to how stupid it is. This guy is like the ultimate dweeb loser. Obviously, I can't stand these assholes, but if there's any solace to take from this clip, it's that going forward, when you see a scalper or a scammer trying to exploit people online in the trading card community, just know that behind the keyboard, they probably look and sound a lot like this guy. A complete bozo. An actual fucking super specimen of stupidity. We're in the middle of Minecraft movie madness. It's sweeping like the bubonic plague. Theaters are erupting into chaos every time the word chicken jockey gets said. And I'm constantly being sent things and asked about it, like, what do I think? Because somehow I'm the only person on the planet that got to see this movie in pure silence. When I saw the Minecraft movie on opening day, I was the only one in the theater. I even made like a whole sailor's log. I only ever posted one little clip of it on my Instagram, but I filmed like 6 of them throughout my lonely ass experience in there. No one's even accidentally wandered in. Still just me in here on the front lines of the Minecraft movie. So like I had this whole diary of my experience with the Minecraft movie, which is unbelievably different from everyone else's right now. The phenomenon I documented is nothing compared to what everyone else has. It seems like this movie has reached a point where people go to it just to cause a ruckus because it's part of the meme and everyone wants to feel like, part of the crew, part of the ship. Now, ordinarily, I'm not humbugging people that get excited during a movie and scream like a big line, or, God forbid, someone starts like clapping at the screen during a moment. Like, it's a little cringe, but it doesn't really bother me. It doesn't annoy me, and I don't get like mad about it or anything. I do very much dislike it when people break out into a song during a movie. Heavens to Betsy, Lord, have fucking mercy. That is miserable when someone just starts singing the song during a film, but luckily that's only happened like once I can recall. But this is just not that. It's not people just like getting excited and like saying chicken jockey. I'm sure you've all been seeing the clips, and I'm tardy to the party here because I was just gonna not bother talking about it because I sound like such a Scrooge here because I fucking hate it. Like, bringing the live chicken in, going ballistic, throwing popcorn, confetti. There was one where people were puking on the floor, throwing soda. Another one where they body slammed one of the employees. Cops getting called because of this kind of shit from just like fighting in the theater because of chicken jockey. I hate all of it. It's the perfect storm of things I can't stand all coming together and bubbling over in this foul fucking cauldron at Minecraft movie showings multiple times per week. It's like if James Corden announced he was doing a comedy tour across Tampa. Like, I hate it. It would make me mad every time I heard about him doing a show. I've insulted countless pranksters whose prank involves just causing a mess for employees to clean up and just treating everyone around them like NPCs for their content. This is that phenomenon, but amplified with everyone being the prankster. Everyone going to the theater to ironically scream and shout at every flint and steel and chicken jockey moment, and then throwing popcorn in this huge crescendo of pandemonium and making just this ridiculous headache for all of the employees at the theater to have to clean up their fucking mess so that way they could get a couple updoots on TikTok. It'd be a totally different story if this was just genuine or organic, where people were just so blown away by this masterpiece of a movie they couldn't help themselves and they erupt into cheers and applause, and maybe it gets a little messy as it continues to escalate. But this is just all performative for internet clout. Who can make the loudest, biggest mess and get as crazy as like possible? Who can one-up the person carrying the chicken and riding on someone's shoulders and, blowing up the whole fucking theater into debris and puke for all the employees to come clean up after? And I've seen the Minecraft director come out and defend it, which I understand why he would defend it. This is huge ticket sales for his movie. I also couldn't help but giggle at his response where he says that it's just for throwing popcorn. You were just having too much fun and apparently that's illegal? Get back out there and throw some more fucking popcorn, buy some more tickets. I totally understand why he'd want to lean into this trend, because it is putting more and more money in his pocket. So obviously he wants to come out and encourage it because it is so good for him that people are doing this and buying tickets to his movie. I'd be doing the same shit if I was in his position. I'd go even harder. I'd be like, one chicken? That's all? That's the best you bastards can do? Come on. There's so much more potential here. Get your friends, your family, your Fint plug together. Bring them all to the Minecraft movie this weekend and let's make unforgettable memories. A block-bustin', nut-bustin' extravaganza. Bring in more chickens. Bring in the fucking cold corpse of Jimmy Hoffa. We are going to make this even bigger with Chicken Jockey. We have to show up for Chicken Jockey. I'd be trying to snowball it even harder. I'd turn it into a hashtag, like hashtag Minecraft Movie Challenge or something, because he's making millions of dollars from this, no doubt. So he's clearly not going to come out and just shake his finger at it like, no, this is naughty. You guys shouldn't do this in my movie. Because why would he? He's able to just sit back, have people just ironically buy tons and tons of tickets for it, and it's great for him. But as someone who has no financial gain from the Minecraft movie, and someone who just watched it, I would hate to have been someone in one of these auditoriums where people were just constantly shouting throughout the whole film, every fucking line, which apparently has happened a lot, and then going ballistic for Chicken Jockey, where it becomes destructive, throwing popcorn and soda all over the place. That sucks. That is horrible. And I really do feel terrible for all of the employees at these theaters that have to clean up after this shit. And again, none of this is even genuine in the first place. It's all ironic. And all for the sake of those sweet, sweet TikTok videos hoping to pop off and go viral from. Now, to bring up what I mentioned at the beginning with my experience with the Minecraft movie. I got to watch that in basically a fucking sensory deprivation chamber. It was just me. Nobody else. And I didn't realize at the time how lucky I was for that, because if I had to be in one of those theaters when someone was popping off with the Chicken Jockey scene and throwing soda all over the place and spitting and shitting and farting and fucking and whatever, I would have been so mad. Like, that would have been a complete nightmare. So, I am very thankful that for some reason, nobody went to Minecraft movie opening day, and I got to see it in peace. And that movie is ass. It is not a good movie. The reason this is popping off so much is because it's not a good movie and it's all ironic. Which brings me to something I've mentioned before. I wonder, and I of course don't have the answer, there's no way of knowing, I wonder if this will be a more common behavioral trend where when a movie is obviously bad, like we saw with Morbius. Morbius was bad and became a big meme, everyone shit on it, made a more $1 billion. They even had that like meme scene where he says it's Morbin time and everyone like screams and shouts. That wasn't a real video, but now that this has been established with Minecraft movie, I wonder if we saw like another like Morbius stinker, like another piece of shit like that, if people will now start seeing it ironically for the sake of trying these like ironic pop-offs for these moments for the sake of internet clout. I don't know if it's isolated to just the Minecraft movie, if it's special in that regard, or if we're going to see this for other bad movies going forward. So I'm just pretty curious to see if this is just a one-time deal with this movie, or if this now becomes some kind of... Another day, another whiny, entitled loser having a meltdown and freak out in a fast food drive-thru. This time the temper tantrum is caused because he was declined a pup cup.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, please.
I'm doing a video.
I'm gonna need you to leave, sir.
Why was the reasoning why you won't give me a pup cup?
We're not allowed to do pup cups.
Yes, you are. I come here 2-3 times a week, every week, and get a pup cup.
As a dog owner myself, I am very familiar with this item. It's super simple. It's just a cup of whipped cream. It's not winning any Michelin stars, but it's just a nice little treat for your dogs if you're going to a couple of fast food places that offer it. I think the main one is Starbucks. But I didn't even know it was like super common outside of that. So it's not surprising that they're saying, no, you can't get a pup cup here. And also, 2 to 3 of those a week? That's excessive. At that point, just get your own can of whipped cream. Like, what the fuck?
Every time I come here.
They're not supposed to do pup cups. If they're doing it, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Do you not understand? It's just a little cup of whipped cream.
So I need you to leave, please.
Why won't you give me a pup cup?
Because we do not do pup cups at this establishment.
Bullshit. Came here yesterday and got a pup cup.
Somebody hand me the phone, please. Call the police.
She's calling the police because I want a pup cup?
She's calling the police because you're an annoying pest that refuses to leave, even though she's told you multiple times they don't do pup cups. Now, if you've received some of those sacred treasures here, that wonderful cuisine in the past, it means you got lucky, and the workers probably just didn't want to deal with you because you're a headache and decided to just oblige and give you those pup cups, but it's not something this establishment normally does, and she's telling you that. You're also making a problem for the workers that were nice enough to you to give you those pup cups by snitching on them here. Just accept the no, take the L, and move on. Go to a different place that offers it, or better yet, go to Publix or your local grocer, get a can of whipped cream, and then give your dog your own personal pup cup. She has done nothing wrong, she's not being mean, she told you no, which she has every right to do. And for some reason, you're making this a huge song and dance, and for some reason, so many people have these brain worms in society today, like these parasites that infest their mind that think that they're always in the right. So he starts filming this interaction himself. What should be a shameful moment for him that should keep him awake for weeks to come is something that he is proudly posting online himself. It's embarrassing. It's super fucking embarrassing. You're delusional. You're not in the right. No one's on your side. Just leave. They don't do pup cups. And stop saying that word. It really, it grinds my ass. It chafes my fucking butt how many times he says the word pup cup throughout this video. He spams that word more often than a Rocket League player spams what a save. It drove me nuts. It was so fucking grating.
Let's see what the police have to say, because a person wants a pup cup? Seriously, you're calling the police because someone wants a pup cup. That's absolutely absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous. Cassopolis, Michigan.
I'm not entirely sure who shouted for being an idiot. My guess is it's one of the customers behind him, since he's clearly congesting the drive-thru here and putting it to an absolute halt, grinding it to a standstill. So I'm guessing they were getting mad and started shouting at him, just throwing tomatoes at this clown here. Just boo, boo, you stink, please stop, you're being an idiot. That's my guess. But it also could have been one of the workers from inside saying that, because he's now making everyone's day much more miserable there. He just doesn't seem to grasp that it has nothing to do with the pup cup, it has to do with his refusal to leave after being told no.
No. That's absolutely ridiculous. All you have to do is put some goddamn whipped cream in a cup, and so that my dog can have a pup cup. And I was paying for it. I asked to pay for it.
So fucking what? They still said no. It doesn't matter how easy it is, they don't do that here. Your dog's not gonna die from lack of pup cup. It's not like that's the only sustenance keeping it alive. It's not just going to fucking explode if it doesn't get like the sugar from the whipped cream. It'll be fine. Go make your own pup cup at home and get the fuck out of the drive-thru and stop making everyone's day more miserable and worse by your presence. You absolute worm.
You McDonald's people need to start, like, come on now. It's a freaking pup cup. Arrogant McDonald's manager right there. Right there. Cassopolis, Michigan. I'm going to corporate with this. McDonald's doesn't support dogs, but you want me to round up to support the freaking kids every time I come here?
What the hell is even that? What are you saying? This man's gone loopy from how upset he is at getting told no. He's just not making any sense. It's just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo gobbledygook here. No, this isn't even a coherent rant anymore that he's yelling about. Just flapping his gums over nothing. What do you mean you're going to send this to corporate? What do you think they're going to do about it? What do you think their response is going to be? Excuse me, McDonald's CEO, Ronald, sir. Look at what just came across my desk. Take a peek here. It seems one of our restaurants in Cassopolis, Michigan did not serve a customer a pup cup despite being asked to. Shut it down. Get the Hamburglar on the line right now. We gotta take that establishment offline ASAP, track down the customer, and give him a lifetime supply of pup cups ASAP to make this right. Like, this isn't even something they offer. What is corporate gonna do, you fucking goofball?
It's a little bit of whipped cream in a cup, and I'm paying for it. It's a pup cup. Quit being so stubborn. Just give me a freaking pup cup. This could all be averted with a little bit of whipped cream in a cup for my dog.
Why don't you stop being so stubborn? This could all be averted if you weren't just such a whiny little baby man. Just take the no and leave. Scram! Get out of town. Oh my goodness.
This is why America's going to people like you. We don't do pup cups. I come here 2-3 times a week and get a pup cup. Tell me I can't get a pup cup.
Ah, yes. This is what's wrong with America. This is the reason why America's going to shit. They'll no longer serve a good red-blooded American patriot like this man a pup cup that he was trying to pay for. What happened to us? We used to be a proper country.
Wait till you lose your job when I send this to corporate. I'm waiting till the police get here. Not much, man. It really didn't need to escalate like this, but
You're right, it definitely did not need to escalate like this. But you're a little bitch who couldn't just take no for an answer. So it did escalate like this. And what do you mean, wait till they lose their job? They've done nothing wrong. They've done absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever. No one's losing their job here.
And she's sitting there making a big deal saying, we don't do pup cups, you need to leave. I want you to leave. I'm like, hold on, I'm going to pull up my phone. I'm like, You guys are really refusing to give me a pup cup for 35 cents that, you know, it shouldn't be escalating. She's like, I'm calling the cops if you don't leave. I said, go ahead and call the cops because I want to document this because they're calling the cops on a customer, a paying customer that comes here regularly.
You're not entitled to a goddamn pup cup, and also you're boring the officer to death by taking him on a trip to Yappersville because you won't shut the fuck up about this. You're not in the right here, and the officer is not on your side. And in fact, it ends with him getting trespassed and banned for this. Like, I don't know what outcome you could have possibly expected here.
We're just out here to keep the peace.
That's what I want.
You said you were screaming at him and yelling at him and videotaping and...
I wasn't screaming or yelling. Arrogant McDonald's manager right there. Just give me a freaking pup cup.
He tries to claim he wasn't yelling at them, and then whoever uploaded this video, I found it through Reddit, I don't think this is the original upload, whoever uploaded this easily showcased multiple instances of him yelling. Plus, he filmed all of this himself. He can easily just be disproven with his own video that he has. It's ridiculous to try and claim that he wasn't yelling.
Good with you? He's good with me. Okay, man, you're banned. Find another place.
That's cool.
I don't know if
I won't come back here.
I appreciate that.
I don't want to.
Now he'll go terrorize another McDonald's by demanding a pup cup, and the cycle will continue. Just making a huge commotion because he refuses to take no for an answer and also refuses to just get his own can of whipped cream. You don't need to be getting pup cups 2 to 3 times a week for your dog. That's way too much, I would say. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because, once again, another example of someone filming their own most embarrassing moment, and all the time it seems to happen at fast food establishments where people are delusional enough to think they're in the right despite throwing a temper tantrum over nothing. Just let's not beat meat around the bush. Journalism's got a shitty reputation. Let's just call it what it is. When people hear journalists, they just get a bad taste in their mouth and their ass starts to pucker a little bit. It's not all unwarranted, especially when you have video game journalists comparing their job to being a real-world fucking soldier because they wrote like an article on Kotaku talking about a video game being too hard and people on Twitter disagreed, so now all of a sudden they're like some fucking war veteran for fighting through that controversy. It's just really silly stuff, and there is bad journalism out there that gives all of it kind of a bad name. But of course there is great journalism out there, and in fact that's what I'm here to focus on for today's video, talking about one of my favorite YouTubers, All Gas No Brakes. All Gas No Brakes isn't your traditional modern journalist who just sits behind the keyboard and writes an entire article based off of one tweet, just some meaningless garbage. All Gas No Brakes is more of an entertainer slash reporter. What All Gas No Brakes does is he goes to these very interesting communities, gatherings, goes to like a Conscious Life Expos, Flat Earth Convention, stuff like that. And recently he went to a coronavirus lockdown protest rally, and I think it's really insightful stuff as well as being extremely entertaining the way All Gas No Brakes conducts himself here with his interviews and such. I just really think it's very eye-opening stuff to just get a peek into the lunacy of some of these communities, and while a lot of it's very harmless stuff, and even the people he's interviewing are just having fun with it too, seeing stuff like the coronavirus lockdown protests firsthand thanks to All Gas No Brakes, I think really highlights a huge problem right now, as well as an extremely entertaining one. So it's equal parts goofy and fun to laugh at, and equal parts scary. So let's dive in. You need to be here. It's not like the rally wasn't going to happen without your presence. You know, I don't think anyone is going to stand up and be like, hey, where the fuck is Ron? Jesus, Ron's not here. All right, we're shutting this whole thing down. Rally's canceled. Taking a rain check. Ron couldn't make it. He was busy butt chugging a Natty Light in his bathtub. Just seems like an unnecessary risk you're taking for no reason. And this is why I want to really tip my hat to All Gas No Brakes. Just even being here during this time of pandemic I think is extremely brave, especially around these kind of people that most of them are anti-vax, as you'll see throughout the video, and a lot of them just don't even practice good hygiene. A dude talks about having never washed his hands since he was like 4 years old or some shit. So him to put himself in this filth, this fucking festering cesspool of disease and grime, I think that is brave as shit. That is some ace reporting. It gets wild real quick. All of a sudden now we're talking about impeaching Bill Gates. I didn't even know Bill Gates was in office, but goddammit, we're thinking 10 steps ahead for when he is. We're already starting to impeach him now out here at this fucking lockdown protest. Just taking a look around the signs, it's about what you'd expect for a gathering like this. It's a gathering of society's most detrimental people. This group of people that holds these extremely dangerous beliefs that put not only themselves, but everyone around them at risk. This gathering here is genuinely like the perfect storm of insanity. It's like a fucking singularity of idiots. It's fucking crazy. It's united the 5G coronavirus believers with the flat earthers with the anti-vaxxers, and they've come together to form like this Avengers of brainwashed troglodytes. This is like in SpongeBob with that episode where the villains come together to form evil. Every villain is lemons. It's like that, but instead these goofy supervillains can actually make the world significantly worse. This is what happens when these communities can keep finding each other because of Facebook spreading this kind of shit and Twitter as well. This is the fucking result. This was always going to be like the climax to this shit. And now you have this massive gathering of people with even more people that still believe it and constantly being influenced by this misinformation. I actually decided to do a little research into the Bill Gates conspiracy theory side of all this because I've heard it so often on Twitter, and by the way, half the accounts that talk about that also advocate for being able to fuck your pets, so nothing says just cause and good conspiracy quite like having bestiality on your side. But I did look into it, and it turns out this Bill Gates conspiracy thing is so fucking absurd, it'd be hard for me to even summarize the ridiculousness of it in a short little video here. But it's not surprising to see the Bill Gates conspiracy people coming out for this rally here, given everyone that did show up, taking bits and pieces that I thought were really interesting and goofy things to talk about. But I do recommend you check out the whole video on his channel. He also has a Patreon where he does longer and more content. I'm not sponsored by All Gas No Brakes, by the way. I'm just a huge fan, and I think the content he makes is just super fucking entertaining, as well as just being really interesting. It's taking this peek behind the curtain of madness into these weird communities and odd beliefs that you just never thought would ever possibly exist. It's like All Gas No Brakes is Willy Wonka, and he's inviting us into his chocolate factory to see all the crazy shit inside. It's an adventure. It's a fucking ride. And the reason why I brought up journalism in the beginning is because I think what All Gas No Brakes does is the best form of journalism. It's not, actual journalism like writing shit down. It's better. It's showing you these things, letting you see these things firsthand as he was on the front line, as opposed to someone who was just scouring Twitter and then wrote an article about this, There was plenty of articles about this protest, and you get a kind of general feel for it a little bit from the journalists, but you don't get the actual full effect like you do when watching All Gas No Brakes being in the thick of it, in the fucking trenches here delivering this. I just think that's a really great thing. This guy was so convincing, so persuasive, in fact, I walked into a gas station, marched into the bathroom, dunked my hand into the toilet, and put a finger in my butthole and whispered, "Thank you." This is the exact kind of firepower you want in your corner. This is the cavalry you want. This is the kind of man that needs to be in your corner. The guy that believes the moon landing was fake, vaccines are poison, and that 9/11 was an inside job. That is the kind of guy that's gonna make your dance perform between Owen Wilson and Slash. Makes a good point. There are waves that nobody's surfing, and you know what? That is sad. That is sad. From my perspective on all this, giving my armchair psychological expert opinion, I would say it all boils down to these communities needing an enemy to fight against. They feel like they need a goal, and right now that goal is to attack an invisible enemy that only they can really see and comprehend because they're so smart and so enlightened and so much smarter than everyone else around them. And that enemy is anything the government says. If the government came out right now and said, guys, Santa Claus isn't real, these fucking communities like 5G, coronavirus, flat earth, all that, these communities would go wild saying, wait a minute, government said Santa Claus isn't real. That means Santa Claus is real, and here's the proof. And then they go out of their way to prove Santa Claus is real. Yeah, like I said, the gang's all here, baby. It's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The 4 communities of the apocalypse all come together. Even the fucking juggalos knew not to gather during the pandemic. And yet these people that gather here act like they're smarter than everybody else because they can read Facebook memes and just be misled by fucking idiots. It's so silly. It's more than silly, though. It actually is dangerous because they hurt everybody by doing this. I guarantee half the people there are probably going to catch coronavirus, but the saddest part about that is the people that are going to accidentally come in contact and brush shoulders with these maniacs, they're also going to be at risk. And that's what's actually sad about it. What a great mother. My kids are dying in the car over there. I also didn't turn on the air conditioning. They'll be fine. But thanks everyone for being here and, spreading the good word about 5G and some shit. Unfucking believable. I don't work for Child Protective Services or anything, but just given what I heard there, maybe she's not the most well-equipped mother to have those children in the first place with her in her custody. She talks about how she drove her kids there, and she drove from far away. So she drove her sick daughters all the way to this convention that they didn't even want to be at and left them in the car so she could go on stage and get her 5 minutes of fame from her fucking little community of deranged idiots. That's some pretty fucked up shit right there. It's probably not the best course of action when your daughters are ill and apparently allegedly dying ill. It's fucking disgusting, honestly. This whole little movement here is truly abhorrent. But thanks to All Gas No Brakes for just showing how fucking insane it is. It is a great video from All Gas No Brakes, but a very sad. A couple weeks ago I made a video clowning on a Pokemon reseller on Whatnot who's become infamous for ranting and raving like a madman fresh out of Arkham Asylum. He's just stuck having a perpetual conniption on stream all the time, and he is still crashing out.
Oh. For a living and profit. Oh! Whoa! Wait! What did he say? Clip it! He said he sells Pokemon for a living and profits! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! No! Did he say he sells Pokemon and profits? Scammer!
A stunning theatrical performance here from the master. He must have been top of his thespian troupe in high school in between getting wedgies at the lunch tables for being a dweeb. Right now, he is mocking people that go into his streams and call him a scammer because, well, what he sells is overpriced Pokemon packs. So a lot of times people are going to get upset about that, ruffled feathers, and it makes him upset because he's also not making as much money as he'd like to off those packs. So it's this vicious Ouroboros here where nobody's happy. And now he's blowing a gasket because I guess he's heard it too many times about being a scammer and like a scalper. So he is now putting on this song and dance.
Cry about it, bro. Cry about it, man. Your ass started a seller account, got no fucking sales, and then fucking went on Reddit and bitched about pulling hitters. Sorry you only won like 15 giveaways this week. Like weird ass kids. Winning giveaways and hating. The weirdest motherfuckers on the earth.
I love how often he says cry about it when the only tears I can hear are coming from him, as he is like trying his best to not get that lump in his throat as it's swelling up from all of this anger and built up angst over how this isn't going the way he wants. So, based on what I'm hearing here, it seems someone wasn't happy with whatever was going on and they had previously won a giveaway but were still criticizing him, which just set him off.
Chat. Free money! You want free money from me! And then you want to be a bitch!
Why don't we gotta do it?
And a hater!
Why?
Weird ass motherfuckers!
Why?
Can't take it, bro. Can't take it, chat. Y'all about to have it all, bro. Y'all about to have it all, bro, because I don't want to give away shit.
You gonna swipe? You gonna
Bro
swipe?
says, keep yapping. Shut your bitch ass up and swipe.
His goofy sidekick in the background, like the hobgoblin that just keeps kind of echoing him like a bad hype man in a terrible song, is almost as sad as the protagonist here. He's just like, you gonna swipe? Please swipe? Swipe? Come on, swipe. And then this guy's just having his meltdown. It's just such an awful duo here. And it's so comical how he just cannot recognize and process it's his fault that he's viewed as a clown. Pulling shitters isn't even really known as a Pokemon reseller at this point. He's just known as like a Pokemon scalping lol cow. Because all he does now is crash out constantly on Whatnot streams.
Hey, big dog, you have fucking 2 seconds to swipe on this shit. You have 2 seconds to swipe on this shit. I'm gonna set this whole shit up right here. Watch, ready? I'm gonna set this whole shit up right here and look at you in the face right now and say, swipe on this shit right now. And you do right now, you can stay around. You can stick around, big dog. Am I gonna sell something or are you gonna keep yapping? Bitch, are you gonna swipe? No? Get the fuck out of my stream. You're banned. See, Wango? That's how I play the game.
You play the game like a whiny bitch. An excellent strategy. What a gambit. The person he just banned, by the way, isn't even just like a hater or anything. This is absolutely a dude that cruises Whatnot and overpays for Pokemon packs. He literally was just asking, are you going to sell something or keep yapping? He wanted to get back into wasting his money and then got banned for it. So pulling shitters is not even good at business. He just banned probably the only person in this auction that was willing to waste money on his packs. Because he hurt his feelings.
You could act like a big dog. Oh, you gonna keep yapping? Are you gonna keep yapping? Shut your ass up. Dude, it's not even fucking... Yo, Retro, are you... Is that how you say his fucking name? You think it's Pokemon? It's motherfuckers like you that piss me off. The Pokemon is what makes me money and pays my bills and pays my fucking employees. You think I want to fucking entertain you right now? You're banned. Who else wants it?
Shit, he's out here firing from the hip here like Yosemite Sam. You're banned. You're banned. You're banned. It's not Pokemon. It's you. You scum coming in here insulting me. Pokemon's how I put bread on the table for my family, damn it. I come out here and I scalp in a children's card game, and that's what I do professionally. Huh? Who the fuck are you? You're pathetic. You're not that guy, pal. Banned. Like, come on, man. Have some shame. Are you kidding me? The amount of times he does this and goes on that whole spiel is craziness.
Go, go, go. Boom. There you go. Man. Ain't that one guy, that guy got a giveaway too, and he's talking shit. Fucking weirdos. The scum of the earth is the people that win my fucking giveaways and talk shit. Fuck you. Scum of the earth do that. You win my giveaways, and then you talk shit. You're banned. Fucking weirdo, bro.
He just doesn't understand. It has nothing to do with them winning giveaways or swiping for these dog shit auctions. You're just a loser. You're a douchebag that people are throwing tomatoes at. So yes, they won their giveaways, but they still don't like you because of this. I don't know how he can't understand that. Like, it is actually making my voice crack. It's so crazy to me how he has no level of self-awareness at all. Now, what you should also be very self-aware of is that this guy probably stinks, and it's because I know he's not using Cheeky soap. And he is really shooting himself in the foot. He probably wouldn't be this angry if he just had better hygiene by using our soap, Cheeky. Go to usecheeky.com and get some soap. We made the soap. It's the best soap on the planet. And today's the last day we're doing the 20% off Memorial Day sale. So, perfect time to get it.
Out of me. This shit is ridiculous. Somi, get your ass back in here, bro. Don't go cry away over there because Somi doesn't want to be in the room to get clipped. Somi cries because he just wants to protect himself getting clipped because he worries about other people on the internet more than me. All right?
I just don't want to deal with this shit. If y'all not going to lock in, what are we doing here?
This just sounds like an abusive relationship here. Like, now he is insulting that guy I was just talking about from the background. The guy who's, like, only ever gobbling his meat, like, supporting him. He's like, well, we need to lock in. We got to lock in. We got to start swiping. Right? Come on, guys. We really got to start swiping. Like, it sounds like he's almost kind of fearful of this main loser. And now he is being directly called out by this guy in front of the audience, too, saying that he was trying to walk away. And he brings him back in, tells him to come back in here and stop crying, and then insults him and humiliates him in front of the auction. Brother, have some self-respect. Stand up for yourself. Why are you letting him talk down to you, belittle you in front of the entire auction here like that?
What the fuck is this comment section? Obviously, y'all ain't got no motion if you ain't ordering. And if you do, separate yourself from these bots in the chat. You know what I mean? You guys looking like you're blending in with these motherfuckers. Instead of just locking in and separating yourself like SK. Bro, look at my dog KK. You want to separate yourself from everybody? You want to separate yourself from everybody? Don't fucking play around.
That guy should be red in the face trying to, like, hide his head in his hands now that he's being, like, publicly shown to be a big buyer from pulling shitters. That's embarrassing. That is awful. Even if this guy isn't outright scamming, you're still overpaying for the packs, and there's a million other people you can go overpay from if you really are desperate to waste your money. Why would you want to support this guy having a perpetual temper tantrum? Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me.
Pickle, you can say whatever the fuck you want, my boy. When I get on here, and I had 4.5 hours of rips, and surprise sets and everything, the moment I ran something that was out of your pocket reach, y'all decided to say I'm crashing out because I'm running shit that's over your spending limit. Nah, I don't give a fuck what you guys say, man. This shit is the most toxic app I've ever been on, and it brings the toxic out of me. I'm a reflection on you. Do you guys see me do this for 4 hours? No. You guys see it whenever you guys start acting weird.
Now, I think he's right on the money here about most people not spending 4 hours watching him. You'd have to be in a really dark spot in life. You'd have to be real down in the dumps to waste 4.5 hours watching this fucking goober. Thing is, though, when he's talking about people saying he's crashing out, this is exactly what they're referring to. This is the textbook definition of it. He's just having this absolute, like, whiny baby blow up here. And it goes on for so long. I've cut quite a bit out. There's so much, and he's done it so many times. That's the crashing out they're referring to. Like, I'm sure there are people that go into his auction looking to get a pack for like $3, and then they're disappointed when they can't because obviously he's not going to try and let a pack go for that price because he's a scalper. He's a Pokemon reseller. He's going to try and make a lot of money off of these overpriced packs. So I have no doubt that there are people that go in there upset at him, like that they couldn't get, you know, a free pack or a super cheap one. But the crash outs that they're talking about are literally this.
Made me more famous. I'm the only one on Pokemon in the whole Pokemon community that resells. I'm the only one in the whole Pokemon community that resells. So wake the fuck up, bro. You're hating on the wrong guy. Y'all can have that shit. I'll go make a fucking cute couple day trades, and I'll go on a vacation next week. And I'll fucking send you guys fucking clips and shit of the whole shit. Here you go. Here you go. Jeffrey, yeah, I got you banned. Hope you enjoy this. Hey, Jeffrey, you are going to be banned in 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1, blocked. There we go, chat. Show the love. And that's all it is, chat. I'm just over this shit, man. I'm over this shit.
Again, he's not doing anything super different from all of the other scalpers in the community. He is just the most angry and the most constantly in like this spiral meltdown mode. So a lot of people tune in, and some of them, absolutely I imagine, are just poking the bear, trying to get under his skin, because it seems so easy to be the catalyst for one of these blowups, and they laugh at him. They shoot spitballs at him. Again, a lot of it I don't even think ties back into the scalping because it's become so normalized in the Pokemon community now, unfortunately, which is just so fucking sad. I think it is degenerate, dog shit, garbage business, but it is very normalized. It's not even that he's doing something totally different from everyone else that's warranting all of like the people making fun of him. It's his attitude, his behavior, where he keeps doing this over and over and over and over again with this like freaking out. Like that guy in chat, Jeffrey, if you look at what got him banned, his message just said, "You're freaking out, bro." Dude's not even trolling, he's not being mean, he's not hating, he's not criticizing, he is stating a very clear fact. You are freaking out. And then he continues to freak out, that only snowballs into this avalanche and it gets him banned. And he makes like a big hoopla about banning Jeffrey for it, as if Jeffrey did something wrong.
Y'all done it. Y'all done it, man. Y'all want to act like this shit is a game, bro.
Oh, nice.
Have a great night, guys. GG's. Have a great night, guys.
The show may have ended, but the fun has just begun. I have no doubt this isn't his last auction. I have to imagine he comes back to doing it. It is a core part of his business as I understand it. But I would like to share one other thing here from a crash out from Pulling Hitters.
Pulling Hitter said this on stream. Sorry, I didn't know I'm running for president. Here we go. Pulling Hitter said this. Sorry, I didn't know I'm the most famous fucking Pokemon streamer that's ever existed. Welcome in, guys. Pulling Hitters, the #1 reseller of Pokemon, the only one who's ever made money reselling Pokemon on the internet. You know what I mean? The guy who takes all the Pokemon cards from all the kids, right? Because kids can afford a $200 box. Kids can afford a $500 pack of basic.
Do you not realize that the reason those prices are what they are is because of scumbags like you? Scalpers and people of that ilk are the reason why kids can't afford them. It's a reason why the hobby is now mainly infested with greasy goobers. He's right. Kids can't afford Pokemon. And that's the big problem. It is priced out normal families and kids that actually want to have the cards and maybe play the cards, because it's been completely transformed from a game into a pseudo business from delusional delinquents that think somehow they're going to be able to make oodles of cash from it by going out and fighting at Costco for some packs in order to flip them online and shit like this. That is the problem. He's not wrong. Kids can't afford it. He's right. This is absolutely being sold to adults. But that's an issue. Like, that is a problem, and why so many people hate scalpers in the community. Because that's not normal. Pokemon should never be inaccessible to kids when it is literally made for them.
Or am I entertaining the big dogs that got money to swipe? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not entertaining kids, bro. Kids shouldn't even be on this fucking app. If you're a kid, get the fuck off the app. You actually are not supposed to be on the app.
This section, I'm in firm agreement with him on 100%. Whatnot has a huge problem right now with children using their app. Not only like buying through it, but there are like 10-year-olds selling through Whatnot, just hosting public auctions, like actual toddlers hosting auctions for like Pokemon cards and shit. And I don't think they're like doing it under parental supervision or anything like that. It's just Whatnot has no actual vetting or anything. So now there's kids selling and buying through Whatnot. So he's right. That is a problem with the app itself at the moment. He's just right on the money there for sure.
It's fucking hilarious when you guys think you can talk shit to me, bro. It's like, you would love to trade shoes anyways. anyways. Any day. Yeah, you must be new here. If you guys are new here, this is the most famous brand in the world. Everybody listens to this every fucking day, and they don't swipe. So they're sitting here just to fucking listen to this shit instead of getting a job and going and swiping for some Pokemon.
I don't know, man. You don't really strike me as a guy who's living the American dream here. You're not making this sound like it's a fairy tale job to have. This guy sounds like he's about to just have like a fucking aneurysm from all this stress that he's perpetually under every time he goes live on whatnot. I don't think there's a lot of people that would want to trade positions with you, trade shoes. It doesn't seem that great, to be honest. Just having to publicly beg for swipes on your packs for 4.5 hours or however long you go every single day, and then it doesn't always work out, and then you're getting always mad. I don't know if there's that many people that are super eager to take that role with you or take it from you. You're not making it seem all that appealing. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about all of the crash outs from this guy here. Many of you might remember a couple years ago, Target announced they were going to stop selling Pokemon cards because grown men couldn't stop fighting each other in the parking lot over it, literally piling up corpses just to get their hands on the precious Pokemon product. Yeah, well, we haven't really evolved past that point. People are going to war for Pokemon cards at Costco right now. There's been a ton of footage that's come out about brawls, as well as a POV I want to show you real quick. It is sad. It is just downright pathetic, because it's not like these people actually want the Pokemon cards or anything. The majority of them are scalpers. I have no doubt a few of them are probably collectors that want it for themselves, or even maybe they have a kid that really is into Pokemon. But the vast majority, the ones that are making off like Scrooge McDuck here, hoarding all of the wealth of Pokemon, like 10 boxes deep, those are scalpers. They turn around and sell it for a huge premium markup online. The lowest of the low, super scum.
Oh shit.
It's like a swarm of mosquitoes fighting over a piece of corn and a pile of dog shit. They are going ballistic trying to get their hands on as many of these Pokemon boxes as they can possibly muster. You're watching the POV of a fucking loser. It's putting you right in the helm like a VR game in the position of a sad scalper. I don't know who this is, I just saw this video float around, but I'm gonna make an educated guess that based on the quantity of Pokemon boxes he's buying, he is most likely a scalper. But even if he's not, this is the behavior of a fucking clown. He gets in there and starts scrapping with people like he's trying to recover a fumble. He rips 2 boxes out of another dude's hands. It's like watching the zombies in Walking Dead after they got their hands on one of the main cast members and the horde gets around him and starts ripping their intestines out.
No.
Oh, come on, I gotta take.
You gotta ask my boyfriend.
Here, one. Go ahead.
I gotta
One.
take one more for my. Come on, please.
This is probably the most exciting moment of this guy's life, scrambling to get Pokemon card boxes. You can hear him breathing heavy. If he had a heart rate monitor going, it'd be at like 210 BPM. He's treating this like he's in an actual battlefield, and hats off to him, he's quite the saint. He parts with one of his 10 or 11 boxes, whatever the fuck he's got in there. Man, he's so generous. And the guy he gives it to is like, one more please for my, and I'm sure he's gonna say like my kids or something, which I bet is a lie. He's probably also a scalper, but just wasn't able to jump on top of the Pokemon card display and get enough boxes, so now he's hoping for one more for a little payday online.
Yeah.
Can I get one more for my girlfriend?
I'm sorry, man.
Please,
I'm
just
sorry.
One. You have like 10 of them. You have more than 10.
I fought for it too, man.
Sorry, we also get it for our friends too.
Yeah. Oh.
The way he's walking around with that shopping cart is actually adorable. He's got his hand on it like he's guarding it, protecting the sacred treasure. This is very important cargo. It reminds me of being a little kid in the front seat and your parent stops quick and they stick their hand out in front of you to stop you from like going through the windshield or whatever. It's just that like parental instinct. He's doing that for fucking Pokemon cards. And you can hear his shit-eating smile when he tells the other guy that he fought for those boxes. He has never been so proud. The last time he fought was probably to get the wedgies out from his butt crack from bullies. And now, he just fought for something really meaningful. Yeah, fighting for your country is super cool and patriotic, but fighting for Pokemon cards? Nah, that's something real special. Again, I don't necessarily buy the sob story from the other guy who's like, come on, you've got so many, I need this for my kids, they're gonna starve without these Pokemon cards, it's all they've wanted for 2025, how can you do this and be so heartless? I think this is just another scalper. That's my best guess. But yeah, I'm sure all of you know this by now, I don't like scalpers. And this guy is not only a greedy asshole, he literally ripped it from another guy's hands. He stole it from the other dude's stash. Like, come on. Like, how can you be so shameless? Before getting into, like, what the product even is, which is something I went over on stream, I saw another POV from a scalper doing the same shit at a different Costco.
Go. Hey, don't do that, bro. Okay. Here. Oh, sorry, go. Go. Get out. Damn. Any more? No more?
There's one in the back.
Yeah, give me.
This guy is winded after jogging a few feet. This is the most exercise he's ever gotten there. I thought he was gonna pass out when he finally made it to the Pokemon card display over there. He gets there and he's winded, and then he slaps someone else's load of boxes so he get a better grip on his. And then they start, like, scavenging for morsels of Pokemon back there. They notice one fell to the back and he's like, give me it! It's mine! Give it to me! And what has become a familiar scene, Pokemon fans are posting videos to social media showing mayhem at their local Costco stores as adults try to secure the 151 Blooming Waters Premium Collection. Releases on February 7th, but began appearing at Costco stores 2 weeks ago. Here was a scene at Costco in LA this morning.
Do not run! No running!
No running! This is a Pokemon product! Fucking just go! We're gonna die without it!
Oh my god.
Quick! They're just knocking over boxes. Pushing over shelves, imagine. Oh shit! God, it's like zombies in The Walking Dead looking to eat some intestines. At the same store, a brawl broke out. Where's the video?
It's gonna be a limit of 10, guys.
Limit of 10? How do you expect me to sell this on eBay at 10? Oh, that's about 10.
Is there a limit?
Cool.
Nah, this is fucked up.
No. I have 6 kids at home, so I need 10 products. I'm not a scalper. I swear. It released for $60, but it's currently selling between $120 and $150 on the secondary market. If scalpers manage to grab 10 of them, that's then between $600 to $900. Huge. Let me see the brawl. I don't know why that video didn't load. Damn, look at this shit. It's like a hurricane blew through. Except it's stronger. This is a force nature could never match. Pokemon scalpers. There were no survivors. Nintendo tried to release a Pokemon product. Everyone died. How does that even happen? Brother, I have no idea. They probably couldn't get a blooming premium pass sacred treasure cup turbo, whatever it is. I already forgot what the product is. And they got mad and crashed their electric scooter through the front door is what it looks like. Or they were fighting for product. They didn't get product, so then they started breaking the glass and taking the glass home as a souvenir. I couldn't tell you, man. I have no idea. Oh, here it is. This isn't really... I don't know if this is the one, but this doesn't seem like a brawl.
Give me it! You have two! I need one to sell on eBay! I love Pokemon!
Oh, shit. Caught him with the people's elbow.
That's why you make it 2 each.
How do you not feel shame? You know what I mean? It is very impressive. Like, buying things online is one thing if you just go, like, hysterical buying shit online. Like, you get wrapped up in the hype, I can see that. But to actually go there in person and be part of this crowd, how do you not go home and take a look in the mirror and be like, it's time for a change? You know, how does that not set in? People love a quick buck. Yeah, but it's not quick. Like, here's the thing. When it comes to, like, Pokemon products, like, this kind of shit, I guess I can't speak for this, but, like, you remember when Oreo had the Pokemon collab and they were selling Mew Oreos on, like, eBay for $200? Nobody bought them. Nobody bought them. That shit sat there forever until they took it down and ate it. Oh, wait, here. Here's another one. Yeah, another brawl. This shit turned Costco into fight clubs, man. Holy. Hey everyone, it's me, Ace Reporter Charlie, aka DJ Freshly Shaven Taint. I'm on the front lines again, bringing you coronavirus chaos. Today, we're going to be covering the panic buying hoarders that are buying an unnecessary amount of shit in bulk and ruining supply for everyone else. In particular, in my community, finding meat in any store across this entire area is nearly impossible. I would have an easier time trying to find pirates' buried fucking treasure in my backyard. It is so goddamn hard to come across good sources of protein in this area, and it's sickening. It's gotten so desperate to the point where I'll look outside, look at the soil, and wonder how many worms are down there and how much protein those contain. I'm fucking considering looking up chicken tenders on Craigslist to get my fix. Fucking buying chicken tenders out of a scary van behind a Walmart dumpster. Around my area, we don't have a shortage of toilet paper or paper towels or anything like that. It's meat. If you have like a rotisserie chicken, you fucking struck gold. You're sitting like Rockefeller out here if you have some of that shit. It's really upsetting, and it's because people are buying these things in an incredible quantity. And I'm not really even mad at the people that are afraid and buying all of these things. I'm mad at the stores for allowing them to buy so much of this shit at once. There needs to be a cap on how much of an item someone can purchase at any given time, because as these people continue to be afraid and panic buy all of this shit, it's going to deprive the community of essential shit. Granted, you know, fucking chicken nuggets aren't the most essential thing in the world. There's plenty of substitutes. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's just an upsetting nuisance, you know? All because someone went on Facebook and read a post that the fucking dinosaur chicken nugget factory got hit with mustard gas from coronavirus, and now it's going to go extinct. You need to stock up on chicken nuggets while you can. So they go to the store and they just take all of it from everyone else. And it's just frustrating. There needs to be laws in place to prevent this kind of fucking hoarding, especially in a crisis like the one we're currently experiencing. Let me show you two quick examples of this panic buying hoarding that I know you're already familiar with, but these two really illustrate it fucking beautifully, and they'll happen within a day. So it's really common, and it needs to stop.
What a liar!
These are the Mountain Dew monsters. They're attempting to buy over 500 cans of Mountain Dew. I don't know why this would be one of the first things they'd think of in the event that they're about to be in a food shortage. Oh shit, we need to get to the store ASAP. We need more Mountain Dew. Fuck, we're not gonna make it through winter without 500 cans of Mountain Dew, god damn it. But who knows, maybe they're just throwing a giant birthday party for a 9-year-old. But in all likelihood, the thought process was, hey honey, I like Mountain Dew. Yeah, so do I. Oh, we're about to go in quarantine. Well, let's go ahead and get 1,000 cases of Mountain Dew just to be sure. And yeah, it's not essential. You know, the store can go without Mountain Dew and it's not going to be the worst thing for that community. All it's doing is taking Mountain Dew away from a kid that would drink it while playing a video game.
He's supposed to lose his mind over some Mountain Dew. Over some Mountain Dew.
I'm telling you, you're such a liar. You just told me just now that I can go outside and come back in and get the drink. That's what you just said. But that's what you just told me.
I'd like to say hats off to this store for putting their foot down and saying, no, you can't buy that much Mountain Dew. In fact, no human being should be able to buy that much Mountain Dew at any point in time, let alone during a crisis. The human body wasn't made to consume that much Mountain Dew. You're tinkering with forces well beyond your control with that level of Mountain Dew consumption.
She just told me.
I know.
Wow.
Just give me
You
the
are
card.
so rude. No, just. You are so rude. I don't even see how you have a job.
You said only one of us could buy three.
Oh no, you need to go. Fair, ma'am. You don't even need to.
You just said your attitude wasn't necessary.
His hair looks like the skid marks in a public toilet. His hair looks like a BDSM whip that was strapped to the top of his head. Also gotta love the handled with care from his wife there, just tossing that shit on the counter, showing no respect for whoever's gonna buy that next, open it up and just fucking blast them in the face with all that Mountain Dew. You know, just, I don't know why they have to be assholes about this. I think it's very reasonable what they're doing. No, you can't buy that much Mountain Dew. I think that's very reasonable, and they still let them buy a fucking ton of Mountain Dew in the end anyway. And it's always the rudest people that immediately accuse someone else of being rude. At least that's what I've noticed with a lot of these videos.
Look at this wonderful woman who just told me to go F myself and mind my own effing business, who just bought the entire store of paper towels, toilet paper, so that nobody else can have any. It's really lovely. There it is. This should be illegal. Yep.
This is the entire inventory of all napkins, paper towels, and toilet paper at that Dollar Tree. Now there's no doubt the man and woman that are doing this are giant assholes. Just huge, gaping, stinky, hemorrhoid-filled assholes for buying all of that and depriving that entire store of that inventory so no customers could get it. But I think the biggest problem here is the Dollar Tree itself for selling them all of this. I don't understand why they'd ever say yes to that. If someone came into the store and said, hey, I'd like to buy all of this, this, and this, the answer should be no. Under any circumstance, even without the fucking pandemic, the answer should be no, you cannot buy every single one of those. And this is clearly not just everything they had on their shelves, this came from the fucking inventory of the Dollar Tree. This clearly came from the fucking back of the store, everything they had of paper towels, napkins, and paper plates, or whatever the fuck the third item was. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd that they would ever allow that to be sold. And in the video, the woman says that she plans on reselling this shit, which I do believe is an actual crime, so hopefully there'll be some repercussions from that, because that's deplorable. Absolutely deplorable shit right there. And the man in this video can't even strap that shit down in his truck properly, so that's gonna be flying off every time he turns right. I don't know what the weather was like on this day, but I really hope it rained and just fucking ruined the entire bed of that truck. It took 2 cars to fill up all of her shit. Fasten your seatbelts, it's time for a good old-fashioned, red-blooded, American, patriotic public freakout. This one takes place on a golf course.
We got a Karen on the golf course right now.
You'll leave after I don't give you a goddamn thing.
I'm gonna take your clubs.
Take it.
He seems like a character from Mad Men. Like, he is smoldering right now. That is mean mugging. And then he holds up the golf ball like he's about to do a magic trick with it to make it disappear. So, from what I understand here about this situation is, this group was golfing, and this gentleman, which I can't say that word because he is not a gentleman at all. He's not conducting himself in an appropriate manner for the golf course, which is a holy sanctuary of good manners and some light day drinking. He has picked up their ball and refuses to give it back. I don't really know why. Maybe he's out of balls and he resorted to just scavenging for one, maybe. But he has their ball. They're confronting him saying like, hey, give that back. And he's saying, nope. There's just already so much information here to digest and marinate on. Now, one of the members of this party that had their golf ball stolen by the gluttonous golfer threatens to take his golf clubs in return, which I imagine they were just saying out of, jest and making fun of him. But you have to be cautious because clearly this man is resorting to caveman brain. He's going primal right now. He's not processing information rationally. So he might take that as a declaration of war, like a legitimate threat. If you're talking about taking someone's golf clubs, you're basically threatening to take their firstborn child to some of these golfers out here. So you gotta be wary of the headspace the guy's in right now.
Where you're fucking
Then leave.
I'm not getting a fight at a golf course.
Then leave. I'm gonna stand here and you can complain. Goodbye.
I'm not complaining. You're the one bitching.
No, you're
Over
the
a
one that
fucking
approached
golf
me
ball.
and I asked you to no longer speak.
You took her ball!
Please don't speak to me.
We're coming over.
I'll be honest here, I can't help but appreciate his power stance. The way that he holds himself is actually pretty impressive. It's a legitimate NPC stance. He's got this spiritual pressure that I can taste through the video. So he's drawing a line in the sand. He's saying, I'm not fucking leaving. You know, you can sit here and complain, but I've got your ball and I'm not giving it back. So the Grinch has come out here and stolen Christmas, and he did it all while wearing Steve from Blue's Clues shirt. I love that he's got the green striped shirt on, because since I grew up with Blue's Clues, I see a shirt like that and I immediately associate it with like a really nice person, and this guy is wiping his ass with that whole fucking idea. Because this guy is not nice at all. In fact, you know what? I'll say he's a bit of a jerk. Pardon my French.
You took her ball!
Bro, you took her ball.
I'm not gonna fight you over a fucking
If you need money for her golf balls,
I'm going to, Walter. Because I'll plant you, bitch boy. Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
Walter.
Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Oh.
That's what you spin to heaven, bitch, and you wanna test God, you fucking come get it, shit stack.
I'm a little disappointed he didn't rip the shirt off Hulk Hogan style. The fact that he like quickly takes it off like it's about to get sensual took away from the impact of the peak male physique reveal. Now shit's starting to pop off. It's about to look like 6th Street in Austin, Texas after the bars closed down. That's a really specific reference, but I think a lot of you understand what I'm talking about. There's this street in Texas with a ton of bars, and every single time the bars close, all the fights just start breaking out outside on that street all the time. Most of the street fights you see on the internet actually come from that area. That's like the genesis of fighting. Like, that's where fighting was invented, really. But anyway, let's dial back the clock a little bit. He said something very interesting that caught everyone off guard when he said Walter, and that he would plant him bitch boy. So all at once, the crowd says, Walter? 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 Like, no one knows where that came from. So I believe what happened here is, for a brief moment, this dude traveled to a different dimension, and he was fighting a ghost named Walter. No one seems to know where that came from, but that was finally the last straw there. When he takes his shirt off, Walter was there, and he was ready to fuck him up.
mentally ill.
Oh.
Let's move
You
along.
think I'm mentally ill?
I know you're
Then to heaven. Leave me alone.
So that's the second time he mentioned heaven. So the first time when the shirt comes off, he makes this statement about, you know, this is the body that went to heaven, so if you want to challenge God, then come get it, shit stack. I don't exactly know what a shit stack is. I guess if I was to put the context clues together and use the very obvious, it would be like a piece of poop on a piece of poop on a piece of poop, like a whole fucking tower of it. But who does that? I've never seen a shit stack per se. But what's the most interesting part here is that he keeps mentioning heaven. And I don't exactly know what that's about, but it is pretty intimidating. That gives some psychopath energy. It reminds me of Hey Arnold with the don't hit me, I'll hit me. Like the whole thing being act as crazy as possible to stop a fight from happening. Maybe that was the tactic here, so that way he could have them leave on their own accord and he gets to keep their ball. He gets the treasure. Like, you know, maybe it's possible. But yeah, either way, I just found this to be really interesting because it goes 0 to 100 so quick. Because for some reason he inexplicably takes their ball and refuses to give it back. And it turned into this big song and dance. It just feels like so many people are on edge all the time and are willing to die for things that are super small. It just, I don't know, it's just a wild phenomenon that I'm noticing being very common these days. Also, there's another thing I want to point out. When he takes his shirt off initially, he looks down at himself a couple times, and then when he looks up, he looks almost surprised, as if he didn't know what to expect when his shirt came off there. Maybe, like, it wasn't the same view that he has of his body when he looks at himself in the mirror, so it caught him off guard. I don't really know. But yeah, I just wanted to share this, because it's been the most dangerous place on Earth right now is anywhere that sells Pokemon cards. Specifically, GameStop or Best Buy or really any business that has people camp out in line waiting for restocks. That line is one of the circles of hell, I swear to you. Like the Battle of Gettysburg, the bloodiest battle in military history for this country, well, that looks like child's play when compared to a Prismatic Evolution Super Premium box release restock. Like that, it's not even close. The amount of bodies we're piling up right now from these dweebs waiting in line for Pokemon cards so they can go home and scalp it for like $5, it's another level. Like going to get Pokemon cards right now is like being sent to Vietnam in the 60s.
Later, nerd! I fucking kill people for a living! Who the fuck are you? Later, nerd!
Yeah, it's that serious now. People threatening each other's lives. This guy, I guess, from the Continental comes out and says that he kills people for a living, and he's irate, he is fuming, because he was a little tardy to the party, and they got that farty sharded without him, so he didn't actually get any product because he arrived late. So he got upset at the guy filming, saying that he kills people for a living, and then calls him a nerd. Do you know the kind of shamelessness you have to call someone else a nerd because they beat you to the Pokemon product scalping? That is so pathetic. I'm also going to say, I don't know if he actually kills people for a living. Maybe he was just like talking out of his ass, or maybe he plays Call of Duty, so he's really stretching that definition. Yeah, I kill people for a living. I'm like on one of the #1 clans for Call of Duty. I don't really know, but that is still such a crazy thing to say. That is beyond unhinged. Also, the guy filming, I'm pretty sure he's a scalper too. That you saw on the sign they only had like 12 boxes, or 12 and 6 boxes. This guy managed to snag 4 of them. What a selfish asshole. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's like never any good guys in any of these videos. It's always scalper versus scalper. The sign said they had 12 Prismatic Evolution Super Premium Collection boxes, and somehow Goober walks away with 4 here. Even though it posted on the sign it said it was a limit 2 per person, he still weasels his way into taking a third of their total inventory. The sign said 2 for Prismatic, 2 for Shining Legends, and somehow he gets no Shining Legends and instead gets 4 Prismatics. How the fuck does that happen? Just giving hand jobs to the manager or something? Over the pants hand jobs? Like, I don't understand. Why will you not even enforce your own goddamn limits? Yeah, I'm sure he's doing that just to give it to his kids or his family, or maybe he's a collector. I'm sure he's not going online to immediately turn that around for a huge markup for all the people that are desperately trying to get their hands on this product. This is shit that's made for kids, and not a single kid on the planet, I think, has ever gotten a single one of these boxes because it is simply falling into the hands of the silliest, stinkiest, stupidest fucking scalpers this world has to offer. And that's it. It never even goes to the target audience because people have convinced themselves this is a real profession, a real career. Unfortunately, not so Slim Shady got a little too rowdy in line here after busting out some push-ups and drinking heavily. I don't know what he was arrested for. I'm guessing probably public intoxication, maybe disorderly conduct or something. Not entirely sure. Haven't seen the full write-up here for what went down in this line, but the way that he's like hyping himself up like he's about to play in the fucking Super Bowl just so he can go pick up Pokemon product to scalp it online is craziness to me. And the guy's got some fucking Coronas, he's got some brewskis ready. People camping out for Pokemon product is nuts. And they turn it into like a really like dangerous environment too. Like these two I've shown you, nothing really happened, like no fights or anything broke out to my understanding, but there are multiple instances of fights breaking out and tempers flaring and getting crazy.
My fucking chair, dog. Go get my fucking chair, dog. You're gonna get my chair, dog. You are. Well, fuck you. You're gonna fucking.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Fuck you, dog. Go get your fucking chair. That's it. Fuck you, dog. What the fuck you think you are, homie? You think I'm bad? You tell me. What do you want to do? What? Oh, fuck. Don't come at me sideways.
Oh, fuck.
For my daughter, homie. Fuck you think this is, dog? Don't fucking joke, is it?
For your daughter? If this was LA Noire, I'd be going for a huge doubt on that claim. I don't believe that for a second. You're going to get this butthurt, this pissed off, start throwing things and shoving people, whatever, because you're not at the optimal spot in line for Pokemon product that you're getting for your daughter. I don't know. Something doesn't pass the smell test there.
Don't be touching me, homie.
Don't be touching my
Oh,
shit.
shit.
This ain't no fucking joke, homie. Fuck you.
Shit.
I don't give a fuck twice. That's it. I'm gonna stay here.
Alright, so if this is what's gonna happen, we're gonna fucking... yeah, this line is done.
You can't use that, homie. You touch my fucking chair. I don't give a fuck.
This line is
I don't
done.
give a fuck. You don't touch my shit. Eh? You don't fucking touch my shit. What? You're big and bad? You're big and bad?
We're cooking this line? Hello? Yeah, there's a lot of people just fighting in the middle of Best Buy out here in Oxnard.
There's a lot of videos of people throwing each other's chairs and shit, so what I'm left to assume happened here is he wasn't in line, he left his chair there and someone else showed up and moved the chair. Because right now, and I've just recently learned this, there's a huge debate in the Pokemon scalping community for people that are camping out, living their lives in Pokemon restock lines, where is it acceptable to move someone's chair if they're not there? They're not respecting presence. Instead, they're trying to hold a spot in line with a chair, which is a really unfair way of doing it, so people have gotten upset and they've started throwing chairs away. And it's happening a lot. I've seen more chair throws in Pokemon lines than I have in the WWE for the last 10 years. It's chaotic. So he seems upset because his chair has been moved and he thought he had the right to plant his flag there with that chair, and it meant that he had that spot in line. But other people believe differently.
The Oxnard Best Buy? The Best Buy, yeah. People are getting really mad right now. Yeah.
What the fuck, bro?
I think there's just two people that kind of came up. They were really drunk. They pulled up with the chair, and so he's like getting really angry, and he's threatening people right now. Excuse me? No. But he's really upset.
So more lore added is some people were drunk apparently, leading to even more hoopla here about this whole chair debacle. Now he's going around threatening a ton of people about all of it. Naturally, a lot of people have been pointing out that if this behavior continues, these businesses are going to stop stocking Pokemon products because it's bad for business. Like, yes, they move the product quickly, they get rid of the inventory right away, so they do sell it, but it also comes at the cost of their business's reputation, like that storefront, where the cops have to keep showing up and fucking arresting people and there's fights breaking out. A lot of businesses are going to make the decision that Target made a few years ago to just stop stocking Pokemon products altogether because it's dangerous for them to do so. And there's a lot of cope where people are saying, that's not going to happen. They miss out on so much money. They would never stop stocking these Pokemon products. First of all, it's not that much money. GameStop getting 12 boxes isn't exactly moving the needle too much on GameStop's, overall business as a whole. If it's going to be more of a detriment for people fighting outside and scaring other customers away, they're going to stop stocking it. It's just delusional to think you can continue to go to these lines and fight each other and get arrested and shit, and the business will continue to just stock the product for you to keep that fucking mental illness chugging along. That's not going to happen. There will come a time when they stop stocking it because of this. And it's probably not that far into the future.
No, that's fine. We were just trying to make sure don't cuss later.
Funny, but
No, I know exactly.
Get a load of this dumbass right here getting hella mad for what? Motherfucker's like, what, 70 in line? Like, go home.
That's what we're trying to do right now. Get in there. Bro, why you pushing you? I had to go.
Get a load of it.
You're gonna stop, bro. Stop, bro. I'll fuck you up.
Hey, Mike, bro, chill.
Let's go. Yo, you have the attitude to get me out here? I'm just trying to count. It's perfect lights. No, you are. I don't think what you shit.
A lot of peacocking here. Tough Guy said he's going to fuck someone up, but was very relieved when they started getting separated. He does simmer down a little bit towards the end, but he's, I'm guessing, mad because he's so far back in the line, so he thinks he's not going to get anything. I'm pretty sure I heard him say he's there to get it for his wife. Fish paste. What is the point in even bullshitting like this? You are surrounded by scalpers. You are surrounded by your same species of loser here. They all know why you are there. No one is there to get it for friends or family. They are there to get this Pokemon product, waiting in line for fucking hours throughout the night because they want to try and make money off of it. Why are you even trying to pretend you're not? It's so stupid.
Scalper hits collector over Pokemon.
Don't touch my stuff, bro.
Guess what?
Well, what the fuck you gonna do, huh?
Dude, don't be aggressive. Don't be aggressive, man.
No,
don't touch my property, please. Alright, that's assault and battery.
I haven't assaulted anything.
Yeah, I mean, I have it all on video, man.
That's nice.
That's really messed up.
That's nice.
That you did.
You want assault? You can get me on assault on video.
Dude,
you know,
yeah,
I make enough to post bail.
Okay, I don't care.
You think I give a shit?
Oh no! Wow, what a crazy flex. He makes enough to post bail. You think he gives a shit? He'll throw chairs till the cows come home. What are you gonna do about it, punk? It's crazy. A real Pokemon outlaw here. Damn. The way he's launching chairs. Now, once again, he is upset about the guy filming planted 2 chairs here and he wasn't there. So he threw the chairs, he moved them because he felt it was unfair that the chairs would be there, and that for some reason means that he's entitled to those spots. He also has an issue with it being 2 chairs, which means he's holding that spot for somebody else, which is unfair to any other scalper that might want to get there later.
I don't either.
Okay then.
So
I'm telling
I'm just trying to have a good time, man. I'm trying to have good vibes.
We don't do this ain't good vibes. You
dude,
saving a spot for your friend and
I'm
all
not
this stuff.
saving spot
I'm letting
for
you know
anyone.
right now.
I just have 2 chairs out, dude.
That, bro. We don't play
I
that.
just have 2 chairs out, man.
I'm good.
Hey, man. You know, that's not very nice of you, and you know.
I don't care about what's nice.
I do.
What's not?
Talk with you right now. It's kind of messed up that you're doing this.
I'm going to play ball with this for just a moment because the guy filming is not innocent here either. Yes, the other guy is significantly more unreasonable and an asshole, and he actually does, like, hit the other guy's phone out of his hand or whatever, throwing his property, all that shit. Like, he is definitely the bigger douchebag, but the guy filming is still doing something that's also not very nice. He's criticizing the other guy for being not nice while he himself is no Mr. Rogers. He is holding that spot in line for somebody else. Why else would he take 2 chairs there? At the very least, him and the other guy are present, waiting for this restock. Him having a fucking phantom ghost chair there for no reason doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's clearly there so that way his friend can show up later and cut everyone else that might show up. It is a not nice thing to do. Also, scalping in general is not a nice thing to do, and I once again feel pretty confident the guy filming is scalping. Otherwise, why the fuck else would he be camping out here? And also, why would he be trying to hold that spot in line for somebody else? Most likely hold it in line for someone else. I guess I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt, but I see no reason whatsoever, and he doesn't provide any reason at all, for why he'd bring 2 chairs there when there's only 1 of him.
Yeah, please don't touch my property.
I don't care, bro.
I'm asking you nicely.
I don't care what you're at.
And, you know, it's not cool of you. I told you not to touch my property.
That's fine. You can have 1 here. Keep
2.
fucking telling me what not to do and stuff like
Hey,
that.
don't tell me what to do
you'll really
either.
find out.
Don't tell me what to do either. You know, not having a good time out here. I get that you're stressed, and I get that you're upset, but we shouldn't be throwing each other's chairs and touching each other's property.
Or I'll have someone else roll you over.
Okay, I can call the cops. I already have your license plate and everything.
That's cool. Call the cops.
So
they can get it too.
Really? The cops are going to find out as well? You're going to throw hands with the cops when they arrive all over your place in line for fucking Pokemon product? Man's willing to risk it all, throw his whole life away, all over a fucking spot in line for Pokemon cards. That's the state of the community right now. It is so out of control. It is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And I am addicted to watching these videos. It's just actually nuts to me. It's time I lend my expertise to an important case that requires my specific set of skills. I'm not a talented man. There's not many things I'd consider myself a master of. Maybe coping with having a patchy beard and below average height, but beyond that, not much else. Except for one thing, and that's my ability to analyze a video over and over again to a level many would deem unnatural. There's a case going on right now that I've been fascinated by all afternoon.
LA Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani's 50th home run ball is being auctioned by the fan who left the stadium with it. But someone else who was part of that mad scramble for the ball says not so fast.
Ohtani is one of the best to ever do it, period. I'm not even a baseball fan, and even I am blown away by how good Shohei Ohtani is. And I'm sure most of you know this, he just set a record for hitting 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases in a single season, and that 50th home run ball is now up for auction or up for sale for $4.5 million.
stop the auction. The true owner of LA Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani's historic homer is being challenged today. This 18-year-old in the red jersey claims the ball was snatched out of his hand in the tussle. He's asking a judge to halt tomorrow's auction of the ball, which could fetch as much as $4.5 million.
4.5 million bones is nothing to scoff at. You could eat at Five Guys for a whole month off of it. This is a ton of money. And the 18-year-old in the red shirt is claiming that he had the ball and the guy in the black shirt wrestled it away from him and stole it from him, basically. So he wants the auction to stop. He's opened a lawsuit against him for it, for battery.
18-year-old Max Mattis says the ball was taken from him as a result of civil battery. The accusation is being leveled at fellow baseball fan Chris Belansky, seen here in the black t-shirt. The lawsuit says the teen firmly had possession of the ball, but Belansky wrapped his legs around Max's arm and used his hands to wrangle the ball out of Max's hand, stealing the ball for himself. You be the judge.
I will be the judge, and the jury, and the executioner, if I find any fishy business and foul play afoot here. So, I've gone through every angle of this footage and I want to share it with all of you, because I actually think he's wrong. From everything I've seen, the guy in the black shirt actually had the ball first, and then the guy in the red shirt comes in and starts reaching for it. Let me take you to Exhibit A here, the video that you're seeing the end of in the Inside Edition segment. Because it really does, at first glance, look like the guy in the black shirt kind of like cobras his way around the kid's arm and like, I don't know, scrambles to free it like Houdini trying to get out of a box or something, like an escape artist.
Oh my God! No way! No! Oh my God!
That was real time. Now let's slow it down and start to enhance. Right now, this baseball is more valuable than a fucking Dragon Ball, so everyone is scrambling for it. It's important to note that Red Shirt has his phone in his right hand, so he's only going at this with one hand, and it's his left. Pause. My fellow detectives, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Look at this, Eagle Eye. His left hand is planted on the table. He does not have the baseball in his possession right now. Remember, his phone is in his right hand, so he does not have it. His left hand is on the table. You can see Blue Shirt is fucking flopping like a fish over the barrier here. He's diving for it. He's letting it all hang loose here. He's putting it all on the line. He's risking it all. I appreciate the chutzpah from that gentleman, but he had no chance. Black Shirt is on the ball right now. You can see him wrapping up on top of it like he's recovering a fumble. So he is on top of the ball right now, and Red Shirt has his left hand on the table. Let's step on the gas here again. So you see Blue Shirt, he's gone over the top right now. He fucking flung himself over here like that guy in the courthouse that threw himself at the judge. So he ragdolls his body over, he misses the baseball entirely, and now, pause again. Red Shirt has now thrust his left hand into the nutsack of Black Shirt, trying to fish around to find the baseball. So he is reaching down now, trying to get his hand on the baseball, trying to grip it and rip it from Black Shirt, who we just saw in the previous pause was already on top of it while Red Shirt's left hand was on the table. You can see Red Shirt desperately trying to pry the ball from the paws of Black Shirt, but those meaty claws are not letting it go. And Red Shirt is no doubt getting a handful of scrotum, about to ask him to cough. But for $4.5 million, I respect him like going this hard for it. Sometimes you gotta try. But it really does, from everything I see here, show that Black Shirt had the ball first, covered up on it, and then Red Shirt saw an opportunity to try and strike and get it. But I think the only thing he got was penis. I don't think he ever had possession of the ball. In everything I see in this video, it doesn't seem like he ever had it. Black Shirt then tells him he's got it, and that's when Red Shirt lets go. This is another angle of it. You can see that Red Shirt is right where the ball bounces off the table, but because he has his phone in his hand, which was a huge blunder, if he didn't have his phone in his hand, I think Red Shirt gets that ball easily. But he has his phone in his hand, so he doesn't get it off the bounce. The ball hits the floor, black shirt is on top of it, and you can see red shirt is still trying to get in to get the ball. I don't believe red shirt ever had the 50th home run from Ohtani. I don't think he ever had that ball in his hand. From everything I have scrubbed through on the footage here, and I went through it with a fine-tooth comb. I damn near brought the fucking binoculars out on that. I was trying to go CSI on it where I was enhance. And I don't see any moment where he beat black shirt to that ball or ever even really had the ball. The most compelling part of it is when his left hand is on the table while black shirt is already on top of it. I do think this plays out very differently if red shirt had put his phone in his pocket. I think in that situation, he walks away with that ball, no questions asked. That's business right there, baby. That's kaput. That's the end of that chapter. I think he would have easily gotten that ball because he is the first one to it, but you can see he misses it off the table. It's on the floor, and black shirt covers it up immediately, and red shirt was never able to get it at all. I think the only thing he got was close to giving the dude the old dick twist. I don't think he ever had the ball, so I think the lawsuit isn't going to go in his favor. Of course, I am not the preeminent expert on it. I have analyzed the footage a lot, but I'm not exactly what you'd call the smartest man in the world. That could very well be wrong, but I just don't see any compelling argument where you could say that, yep, he had that ball first and black shirt wrestled it away from him. From everything I can see, it really seems like red shirt started grabbing for the ball after black shirt had solid possession of it for a little bit too. Again, the damning evidence is his left hand on that table while black shirt is already on top of that ball. It honestly just seems like red shirt's heart wasn't fully in it. Like, you got your phone in your right hand, you're nerfing yourself when you're fishing for that ball. The second you saw that ball flying your way, bro, I'm fucking spiking that phone like it's a football touchdown celebration. Like, I'm focused on getting that ball because you know that fucking thing is going to be selling for millions. Like, that is a huge life-changing amount of money. Of course, hindsight's 20/20. Like, I wasn't there or anything, and I'm sure he regrets holding onto his phone. Like, I'm not trying to rub salt in the wound. But you can see this would have been super different if he had both of his hands available to him. I don't think he has a case here to claim that the ball was wrangled away from him in an act of civil battery. I don't think he ever even really had the ball. I think he had a handful of that dude's balls. I don't think he ever even got his hand around the Ohtani home run ball. So, yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out, though. I could be very wrong about that, but from these angles, a new Pokemon set just dropped, so if you value your life, stay inside at all costs, because this is going to pile up more bodies than the bubonic plague. Pokemon right now is no longer a hobby, it's a battlefield, where scalpers climb over themselves like World War Z zombies to try and get their hands on as much product as possible so they can make like $3. What a sad way of life, more pathetic than even a mosquito. So, there's a line here for the Destined Rivals stock at Walmart. This guy at the front of the line probably was camping out for 2 days, abandoned his family in order to pursue glory of flipping some Pokemon product for like maybe double digits profit. One brave soul dared encroach on his Pokemon territory there. He came into his domain and grabbed one ETB, Elite Trainer box, as this guy was still filling his gluttony. I thought for sure the guy in the mask was going to pull it down and he was going to be like Melina from Mortal Kombat or something. He was going to fucking bite his throat out. I thought he was going to attack him like a pit bull to start chomping on flesh because he dared take a box from him as he was buying the whole inventory. And I'm shocked that didn't unleash a floodgate of everyone else who was waiting in line for this product to just start taking from this guy's cart, just cannibalizing him.
Oh yeah. He's actually plugging me right now. All they have is Journey Together here, a bunch of singles. This, and they have a couple of these little optics. Other than that, they don't have anything. This store is
He left a couple of morsels still on the plate. This saint decided to leave some singles there for Destined Rivals for the 10 plus people waiting in line. He took everything else, picked it clean off the bone here. I hope this guy loses so much money on this. I hope he eats the fattest shit, the stinkiest pile. Pokemon, if you're listening, please print Destined Rivals till the cows come home so the scalpers are just left in tears. So everyone has easy access for it and don't have to pay above MSRP to get their hands on it. That would be glorious. Speaking of glory, there's one thing that you need in order to achieve your maximum potential, and that's good hygiene. And that starts with good soap. So use Cheeky soap for that going forward. Our soap is the best soap in the fucking universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now to get some soap. Not the smoothest of plugs here, but I wanted to put it in anyway. Scalpers, they all smell like ass, like actual turbo cheeks. You don't want to be like scalpers, right? So get some Cheeky soap. I've seen this short clip float around a lot in the last day. This is allegedly an LCS owner, local card store owner, meaning he has his own card business, who is now taking all of the Elite Trainer boxes of Destined Rivals off the shelf in front of a child. The kid even turns around looking extremely sad and confused about what's happening. And it kind of reminds me of, like, you know how on Halloween some houses will set out a bowl of candy saying, please take one, but then there's some, like, asshole trick-or-treaters, or even parents most of the time, actually, that'll take the bowl and just empty the whole thing into their bag, and then the other kids come up and look really disappointed there's no candy left. That is what it looks like right here. Like, in real time. That guy should be ashamed of himself. I don't know how he doesn't look in the mirror with disgust every morning for this shit. This greasy meatball of a man looks like he siphons Miller Lite out of his car's tank, and now he's out here just ruining a hobby that's meant to be for kids. Now, it's not just that guy, of course. It's tons of people just like him. Now again, I don't know if the claims that it's an LCS owner are true or not. That might just be made up for the shocking nature of it. Like, wow, this business owner, this card shop owner doing this, does it get lower than that? I also don't even know if the video itself is 100% accurate. It could be like that's his kid. Doesn't really seem like it's his kid, because it looks like the kid turns around and looks at his dad confused. Like, if that was his kid, I feel like the kid would be more enthusiastic about it as opposed to still waiting in the line as that guy's leaving. Also, probably wouldn't just be holding money out, waiting to use it on something. But again, maybe it's also possible this whole video is staged and it's fake. But honestly, I doubt it for a variety of reasons. The biggest one being, the Destined Rivals ETBs are flying off the shelves right now, so if this guy was able to get there early enough to be there to have 10 still available and get his grubby paws on them, then that means he was legitimately at that location and there was a line there. So there definitely were people there, and I doubt they would have been able to set this up without others just going in and taking the product from them. So I think it's probably real. I just don't know about the claims of that being an LCS owner or not, because there's no confirmation there or anything. But regardless of whether he's an LCS owner or not, it is pathetic douchebag behavior. Scalpers are basically subhuman. It's crazy. And it's not just in person where these troglodytes leave their caves in order to try and grab Pokemon product to scalp. They have entire bot farms set up to buy out online inventory from like Walmart and shit. So here's a video from someone named Steven TCG, who's just scrolling through all of these bot purchases for Pokemon product for over 1:40, and that doesn't even encapsulate every purchase that was in this channel. It's completely out of control. But what's crazy is this is an extremely fragile business model. All of this scalping for Pokemon is entirely built upon and relies on people's hype and inability to control themselves because they need their fix. They got to get their blue meth in, and they're hoping that people will be willing to continue spending over MSRP for it, whether that's collectors or other scalpers. So these ghouls that we keep seeing go in and they try and buy as much product as they can, as quickly as they can, to turn it around and sell it while the demand is still extremely high, but supply is starting to dwindle because so much of it is being taken right away. So they're immediately charging more for it because people aren't having easy access to it, but they still really want it. It's new, it's fresh, the demand's there, so they're trying to capitalize on it, so they're charging over MSRP. If people collectively decided, no, we're not playing ball with that, we're not going to be paying over MSRP for Pokemon anymore, that would put the scalpers in a really big pickle. Of course, it's extremely unlikely that day ever comes, but that would do it. That would make a big effect on scalping. Or if Pokemon themselves started overprinting the sets, like just out the wazoo, that would also put a huge dent in the scalpers. Or if every business would put purchase limits in place, like Walmart. Like, if Walmart had a 1 per person limit, that would also go a long way to combating this. There's a lot of ways to stop it. It is, in fact, a terrible profession for these absolute fucking homunculi. Like, it is a terrible, terrible business. It just, right now, is so hot that it is working for some people in very small ways. They're not making millions of dollars, they're making dollars of dollars. Like maybe 5 to 10s of dollars. It's just, they've been convinced from all of this hype that they can make a killing doing it. And there are some people that do, but it's rare. But everyone is convinced they're that rare exception that's going to do it and make tons. But what ends up happening is they just end up getting a ton of product that they'll never be able to move, and it just makes it so the price is now too high for anyone to engage with. Thus, the people that actually want it for either collecting or even, God forbid, playing the card game, the whole reason it was designed, can't get their hands on it because they can't afford it anymore. It's just disastrous. The whole Pokemon TCG community right now is a cesspool because of scalpers like this. So, anyway, I just want to talk about it again because Destin... Another day, another pile of corpses littering the street. Brave warriors fighting over Pokemon cards and losing their life in the noble battle to get their greedy paws on it so they can go home and scalp it online for $10. My heart goes out to all those lost souls. Yeah, another brawl has broken out at Costco over Pokemon cards. I swear to God, the Pokemon hobby sends more people to the hospital than motorcycle accidents. Like, it has to be like the most dangerous hobby you can have right now, next to just hitting each other in the head with sledgehammers. Anytime there's a Pokemon drop, you can bet your sweet bippy someone's dying for it. It's craziness. Nurse Joy is working overtime these days.
Get your fucking homie back right now.
It's been a long time since I've heard the unironic request for someone to hold someone back. You can hear some guy shout, "Hold me back." That was a big meme for a while. He's bringing back the classics with the peacocking, trying to appear bigger than he is. Hold me back, you won't like me when I'm angry. I'll get you with the desserts that you didn't order off the dessert menu. It's gonna be the you don't want it. I'll tell you that much, you don't want it.
You shit never know. Good.
Unlike the other Pokemon fights we've seen, this one, they were actually coming for scalp. Like, that guy ran up and tried to get him with a soccer kick while he was on the ground. So right now, they're all kind of going for the guy that threw the first, like, open-handed monk strike. And when that wasn't very effective, when he low-rolled on the damage there, everyone then just... they laser focused on this guy. He had the whole Elite Four coming after him. He was looking for gym badges, but all he got was some fucking gym asses here in his face. One of the dudes even went in there with a flying move, got him with the fucking Brave Bird on him. So he like jumped in with like a crazy, like, I think it was a kick that he tried to extend out on, but the guy had already like slipped and lost his balance, so he's kind of like skating around like he was on ice. The whole thing, like this is a level above the other brawls we've seen for Pokemon. Usually it's like, you know, boxing each other out or bumping and grinding a little bit. Maybe like a shove or maybe like a slap. We've seen that before too. But never to this degree. This one's like an actual fight. Now, I don't have any information on who that badass was that was walking through the middle of this pandemonium smiling, but he was a smooth operator. That's the actual final boss right there. Dude just walks through smiling. Fucking amateurs. As he's going to like get Pokemon product, probably for his kids. That guy doesn't really look like a scalper to me. He doesn't fit the normal scalper MO for Pokemon product. So I'm on that guy's side. Like, maybe he even set this whole thing up like, I'll get them fighting each other so that way they don't have time to go in there and buy up the entire inventory. I can actually get some of these for my kids. I mean, what a hero's quest that would be. Now, to any of you with keen ears, you may have heard one of the scalpers say that someone shit themselves. That's big. You don't usually see the poopy defense employed all that often, and it doesn't look like anyone got knocked out. I just think scalpers are usually just so full of shit that any amount of physical activity just makes them void bowels. That's kind of my theory at this point, because I don't know who there would have been the shitter that would have just released like that. That doesn't really make sense to me. So someone must have just had a fucking loaded cannon in their britches and just deployed. And of course, I can't confirm. I'm not, the pants police here that's going to go in there and investigate the feces claim. But feels like a weird one to lie about. Like, usually your first instinct during a fight isn't to say, stop, 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 he shit himself. Like, usually when you're saying that, that's like a DEFCON, hey guys, we got an incident, dude shit himself. Now, this could be a Hail Mary defense strategy because no one wants to get covered in poop. Not even the dirtiest pig in the world wants that. So maybe it was him like, all right, I'm losing the fight. Tell him I shit. Tell him I shit. And then he's like, okay, guys, stop. You can't beat him up anymore. He pooped. He's like, oh, okay, sorry. All right, we'll stop. I mean, it did work. Everyone dispersed after that. Everyone went their separate ways. So, I mean, it was effective. And maybe that was the idea. Maybe there really was no actual pants shitting there. Doesn't matter. Schrodinger's shit, it worked. Now, I don't know all the details surrounding this, what led up to this altercation, what the whole story is. All I know for sure is they're scalpers. They're obviously scalpers. You wouldn't be fighting in the parking lot of a Costco over Pokemon product if you weren't scalping. So 100% I think everyone here is a scalper. I don't think they were just buying it for personal collection or buying it for their kids or anything, except for the last guy that walks in at the end after all the chaos unfolded. So, fuck them. It's so pathetic. I can't stand scalpers. I really can't. Wow. Yep. Another Pokemon brawl. Let's go. We're cooking, man. We get a new brawl every couple days now from the Pokemon community. That's not fair to the Pokemon community. These are just the worst parts of it, the fucking scalpers. That's not even fair. No! Why did they move? What? Why'd they remove it? Oh my god, there was a jump kick? Oh no, well, there was a jump kick. I have to watch this. I have to find this. There's got to be a re-upload, right?
Get your fucking homie back right now. Was it you?
Oh wait, they're actually swinging. Wait, this isn't. Oh! Oh wait, that's like a real fight. I don't even know if I can watch that on stream. That guy came in there with the fucking flying karate kick. Holy. I thought this was just gonna be another like boxing out situation. No, they're actually battling. That man just used close combat IRL. Because if that's like the last like major blow that's dealt, maybe we can still watch it. No, this would actually probably get me in trouble on YouTube. They are all ganging up on that one guy. One of the guys that was punching him walked away saying, "What the fuck is wrong with people?" What? God, what is wrong with people? Made me punch him in the back of the head when he was walking away. God, what is going on? Just wanted to scalp some Pokemon products. What even happened? I don't know. I can tell you that the guy that started getting blasted by like 9 different dudes there, he was the one who swung first on somebody. So, here, I'll pull up stills, I guess, if I can't show the whole thing. So this guy's coming with like the open hand turbo slap. So he's literally using Mach Punch. So he's coming in with Mach Punch, it doesn't connect, but he loses his balance and then gets hit by like the flying high kick. And then everyone just immediately annihilates him as best they could. He has leftovers. Oh no, he was definitely regaining HP. Like he was walking away and some other guy was like hitting him in the back of the skull, like hammer fisting it, and he was just like walking away, shrugging it off. So he was regenning a little bit. I've been so deep into Pokemon Showdown, now watching Pokemon Scalpers fight, it just feels like an extension of what I've been learning in the game. Cover Oprah forcing Gayle King to go to space with Katy Perry, even though she said she doesn't want to go, and the other two astronauts are still stuck. What? Oprah's forcing someone to go to space? How did she even have that power? She can blast people off this planet? Oh, he just kind of walks in. He wasn't part of it, but this guy just walks in at the very end, and it looks like he really enjoyed the show. This guy's actually just here for his kids. He's like, okay, guys, did you leave any product for me? No? Alright, I'll go fuck myself. This is the perfect transition to Pokemon Showdown. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'll run a quick random battle here for him. Let's see if I can take what I just watched in the Scalper Brawl and turn it into a dub on the ladder. Oh my god, I got Bread Dog. We're fucked. I hate Bread Dog. Why do I have the Bread Dog out? That's the ability Illusion. Ah, like Sun Tzu says, appear weak when you are strong. I see. My goose probably cooked. Never mind. We're so fine. Get the fuck out of here. I might go scalp some Pokemon products just to make sure this guy doesn't get any. Cause fuck you. I don't think I kill that in one shot, so that's GG. Fuck, man. You think you're pathetic? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but let me try and help you with your self-esteem real quick. I want to share an interesting specimen with you that should lift your self-esteem. Because no matter what you think of yourself, when you take a look in the mirror and you're not happy, at least you're not looking at this man's face staring back at you. A 24-year-old man who just ruined his whole life because he stole over $100,000 worth of Pokemon cards and tried to sell them. He got caught. His name is Ronald. What is his name? Ronnie, Rudolph, Ryan, Richard Nunez. I couldn't remember his name. He's such a worthless worm, it didn't even register as something important. But his name is Richard Nunez, and he is someone I covered on stream a little while back where he broke into a card shop to steal Pokemon cards. This has become a very common target for robberies, Pokemon cards, because of how hot the TCG market is. So there are goobers out there that are now breaking into card shops, stealing them to try and sell them for big money. And as I've said numerous times now, it's a really fucking stupid idea. You have got to be the biggest nincompoop to think this is somehow a good strategy.
Thief was caught on camera in a smash and grab, breaking into a New Bedford collector shop. Now, he was after Pokemon cards, very valuable cards, worth over 6 figures.
Smashing through 2 doors to get inside and steal the Pokemon cards.
I am definitely disappointed that this is what it's come to.
A brazen early morning heist that could rival any cartoon villain in only 30 seconds.
The reporter kind of talks about him like he's some kind of super skilled thief, like fucking Team Rocket villain here or something. He's not exactly like some galaxy brain mastermind criminal. He is a Cheeto dust caked on his fucking lips, goofy, greasy goober who juggernauts his way through 2 doors here and just takes the most valuable stuff from the display. He had clearly been to this store before and knew exactly what the high value items were, so he just went in there, breaking the glass, put it in a bag, and left. He did not get away with it, and it's something I've talked about a lot. This is a really fucking stupid idea in the first place because there's a variety of reasons. But, A, this isn't like gold bricks. You're not taking, something that everyone's going to be wanting to buy. You're taking things that you're likely going to be sitting on for a long time, maybe even forever. Like, there's no guarantee you'll ever even sell these products because they are so expensive. Only a small niche of the niche would ever even buy it, has the buying power to purchase it, because these are like $10,000+ cards, including a $30,000 box that he stole. It's not exactly easy to move those units online or in person. B, when you do try and sell it, you are going to be selling to other people in this industry most likely, and when you steal these items, they put out, of course, an announcement about the items that were stolen, and they have serial numbers and shit. So they get marked as stolen, so when you try and sell them, they can immediately see if it's stolen product most of the time. So most of these people, these fucking idiots, these drooling morons that steal Pokemon cards do end up getting caught when they go to sell them. And that is exactly what happened to Richard. Get the world's smallest violin out to play this man a song as he spends a good chunk of his life in jail now because $100,000 in stolen property is something taken very seriously, I would at least hope. So, First Edition Collectibles is the store that he stole from. They put out this flyer here, basically, online about everything that was stolen and gave all the numbers about it. And about 5 days ago, he was caught when he tried to sell it to another store that got suspicious with what he was trying to sell them and then noticed, oh, it happens to match what was stolen from First Edition Collectibles. They reported him. They caught him.
More than $100,000 worth of Pokemon cards stolen from a Massachusetts trading card store. Then, 2 weeks later, a break in the case, coming about 100 miles away.
A few days ago, I got a phone call of someone trying to sell a Green Wings base set booster box. We were super excited. We haven't had a box come through in a while, so I got him to come into the shop.
Dana Gagnon is the store manager at Collectible Tags in Manchester. He says something seemed off about the cards that man was trying to sell.
That's another thing. When these people are stealing cards like this, these really valuable cards, those are pretty hard to come by. So it immediately gets people alert. Like, oh, okay, this is a really interesting thing you're trying to sell me. They're going to do their due diligence to make sure they're not buying a stolen product, because that is a bad thing for them too. People don't just necessarily willy-nilly buy a fucking base set booster box like that without doing some amount of housekeeping to make sure that everything is, you know, squeaky clean here. Also, at the end of the day, it's just shameful. Imagine living life knowing that you're the guy that stole fucking Pokemon cards to try and make money off of it. You could end up like Richard Nunez here, who's going to be behind bars, hopefully for a long time. I think it's going to be something they take seriously because of how common Pokemon card theft is, in particular, and the amount that he stole. I think he will probably face some very severe repercussions here. I imagine his life is ruined. Which it should be. You're a fucking loser.
Which are valued at $30,000.
He then had a suspicion that it was a similar box to what First Edition Collectibles lost. We acquired a photo of the guy's ID that sold us the box, so we had identification, and so Chris made some phone calls. We realized it was the box.
New Bedford police say they got similar calls from other stores.
These were so rare that they were serialized in a way that brought people's attention to the fact that they may be the ones that were involved in this theft.
New Bedford police arresting the suspect, 24-year-old Richard Jovan Nunez.
I so desperately wanted to see a picture of Richard. I was hoping they were going to share his mugshot, but it doesn't seem like they've shared that anywhere at the moment, at least not that I can easily find. But I already know he probably has fucking stink fumes coming off of him. I bet if people got to see what a Pokemon thief looked like that alone would be enough of a deterrent to, like, scare you away from it. Like, you don't want to end up looking like or being like Richard Nunez. Like, he could serve as such a good example to hopefully stop this from being so common. Anyway, to just dive a bit deeper here into the lore on how they got him, how they finally took down this menace. Detective Nicole Rodriguez of the New Bedford Police Department had received a tip about a person trying to sell the same booster box, that being the base set Unlimited Green Wings. Later that day, Rodriguez received another tip from Tauntaun saying that the person was trying to sell more Pokemon cards and determined it was highly unlikely the same person would possess both without being connected to the original theft. So Nunez was taken into custody in Tauntaun, and they also discovered that he had an active felony warrant out of Tauntaun District Court. So he already had a felony as well, so he is a career criminal, it sounds like. After his arrest, police searched an apartment in Dartmouth where Nunez had allegedly been staying. While there, police said they found a shoebox full of Pokemon cards that matched the ones stolen from First Edition Collectibles. Among the cards stolen was a 1999 Charizard First Edition worth more than $12,000, and two other Charizards worth $10.6K each. Doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot of wiggle room that they happen to get the wrong guy. Kind of got him with his hand in the cookie jar here. And I imagine his first choice wasn't going to physical locations to sell these items, by the way. I imagine he tried to sell them online first. But, like I said, these aren't items that move fast. And I have to take a guess here that he was probably a little worried that he would get caught if he held them for too long or tried to do more with them online, trying to like sell them at a really discounted price, because that is also something that is a red flag to people that would be interested in purchasing something like this. So he then ended up driving over 100 miles away to a store that was far from where he was staying, hoping that maybe they didn't know about the stolen cards worth over $100,000 and trying to sell far away, but obviously they were going to know. It's a big deal, and he got caught. So, good news, they got him. Hopefully, we stop seeing so many card shops being robbed. Overall, though, this is a good news story here. They did catch the guy responsible, so I'm happy First Edition Collectibles was able to, help get this guy behind bars. Hopefully they get all their items back in a timely manner as well. Great work from Collectible Tags to recognize that it was stolen items, and they got his identification to help get him caught. Yesterday, someone's truck being towed turned into some Grand Theft Auto 6 footage in real life. This gentleman immediately got himself 5 stars after losing his temper with his truck being towed, and it was chaotic. I was going to wait for him to get caught before talking about this, because I wanted to hear what he had to say about all of this hoopla. Like, I don't know why in my stupid little tiny reptile brain, I was under the impression that he'd give some kind of press conference about it. Like, listen, I may have blown a gasket, I was a little off my gourd with this one, and then go into detail about what he thought he would accomplish with this. But obviously, that's not going to happen, and somehow he still hasn't been caught, despite him being captured on 3 separate videos, all of which we're going to go over. We have damn near a 360-degree video that we can put together of this Grand Theft Auto moment. It's fucking incredible here.
Get that fucking truck down. I'm warning you, motherfucker. Get the fuck away from this truck. Get the fuck out of here.
His precious truck has now become his battering ram. It's like the scene out of Fast and Furious 5 with the vault trailing behind Dominic Toretto and Paul Walker. This dude is just annihilating the entire city block with his precious truck that he went to such lengths to try and protect. Now he's just racking up crimes here like he's trying to catch them all like Pokemon. So he is hitting every single parked car in the vicinity. His truck has definitely seen better days. He is destroying not only his property, but everyone's property around there. It kind of reminds me of Killdozer from many years ago, where that guy got really upset and then decided to modify a bulldozer, basically turning it into a fucking Gundam. He put like giant cement walls on it, turned it into an armored vehicle, and just went on a rampage causing carnage. This guy's kind of doing the same thing here. He's like a diet inbred Killdozer here with the tow truck. He just potato sacked his own truck here. It's like Super Mario 64 where you swing Bowser around. He just did that with his truck. It unhooked and just flew right off, and then the guy just continues to make a getaway in the tow truck. So fundamentally what happened is, his truck was being towed. He then steals the tow truck to try and keep his truck. He loses his truck in the process and totals it as well, and then just steals the tow truck. And that's the entire series of events. He's now committed multiple crimes. What a fucking lunatic. Also, the sound that it made when the truck fell off, it was like a bomb going off in there. Speaking of a bomb going off, if you want a flavor bomb in your mouth, get some goof juice. Gamersupps.gg/moist. There's a special going on right now. If you use code MOIST, you get free shipping on any order anywhere in the world.
You can't put your hand on that man. I opened this window. I said, oh my God. Yo.
Oh, that dude is nuts.
Yo. Bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. What the fuck?
Oh, shit.
Here's a different vantage point here. So now we're looking down on the action here. We got the top-down camera from the Jumbotron. So you can see this from an eagle eye perspective. When you see it from up here, you can see that he hits every single car down that line. So since the door's hanging off, it's hitting every single mirror. And in the next video, you're gonna see he basically erases every mirror. It goes through that like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving fans high fives on the way through. That is his car door to every mirror there, just slapping them. It's impressive how much damage he was able to cause in such a short period of time. Now, I get being upset about having your car towed. Last time I got towed, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. And it ended up with me at the tow truck company looking like a bumbling fucking moron, where I was so all over the place from the headache of trying to figure out which of the 50 different tow truck companies towed my vehicle, because there was no indication on which one it could have been. So it was a big game of cat and mouse. It was frustrating. I get there and I asked them if they have my keys. And the guy looked at me like I was some kind of extraterrestrial. He said, "What do you mean, do we have your keys?" "No, you should have your keys. Like, we didn't drive your car away, dummy. You should still have those. We towed it." And it didn't register with me. I was like, "What do you mean you don't have my keys? Who took my keys then?" Like, I couldn't process it. So eventually I pieced it together. And then when I was signing the paperwork, he needed the license. And when I pulled the license out of my wallet, I had lost control of it, and I ended up flicking it like Gambit, flicking one of his cards as a weapon at the guy. So I ended up like throwing my license at this dude. He probably took it as extremely disrespectful, but it was an accident. It's not like I was mad at them. They're just doing their job. It was just like a really frustrating series of events, and I have no doubt that guy probably thought I was drunk driving that car out of there. But yeah, the point I'm making is I would rather go through that experience 1,000 times before I would ever think to do what this absolute fucking imbecile did here.
Get the fuck out of here! Get down, you motherfucker! Put the truck down! Put the truck down!
We get such a clear look at Skinny Goldberg here. So he's rolling up, bald as shit, angry as shit, and he starts to tussle with the guy towing his truck. Apparently what was happening before this is he was actually in the truck while it was being towed, and he started spinning his tires on it. So he was immediately escalating everything here, and then it culminates to him obviously stealing the tow truck. It was a bad day to be a side mirror. That was an apocalypse for side mirrors. There was only one survivor that I could count before he like whipped it into the other vehicles there. And then of course he just tosses it to the side right there, having it fall over. And he doesn't stop or anything. He just keeps going. I wonder if he even knew that he had lost this truck back there. He was probably so angry and fuming that he didn't even register that he just left his truck behind. The whole reason for his crime spree. What's baffling to me is this guy has not been arrested yet. So, according to NYPD, there have been no developments since the incident, but they did say that the fleeing maniac hit a car that had someone in it, and that person ended up at a medical center. Like, they know who this guy is. The failure to make an arrest is stunning. This is coming from the article, and I agree with whoever's writing the article here that it is stunning he's not arrested for this. The truck that was being towed has a long record of violations, 13 school zone speed camera violations, as well as multiple parking tickets, and owes $1,313 in fines, and subject to towing because it had more than 350 in unpaid tickets. I just don't understand why they're not doing anything about this. He is a menace, and they know exactly who he is, and they're not doing anything. Why? Yesterday, October 7th, 2017 AD. There have been reports of stabbings while waiting in line for the Szechuan sauce, fights breaking out. Is it worth dying over? You're goddamn right it is. Good boys and girls, they wait in line for super happy saucy time. Good boys and girls, they get no sauce. Time to sue for that time loss. This image is from the Rick and Morty subreddit during the Armageddon on October 7th. This is a call to arms for a class action lawsuit, fundamentally laying out that they have a real case here and everyone jumping on the bandwagon trying to brainstorm how they can sue McDonald's for the poor handling of the Szechuan sauce promotional event. Now, I for one am on their side here. I think they have a real strong case. I think any rational judge and jury will see that McDonald's was at fault and should financially compensate each individual that logged out of Music LY to go to this promotional event. And if they're not going to financially compensate them, at least sauce them. Give them the fucking sauce. It can't be that hard to manufacture. Please give everyone in all of America the Szechuan sauce that we've so rightfully deserved. I believe that's part of our constitutional rights. For the love of God, it was probably a fucking 10 commandment that didn't make it. It was the coveted 11th commandment, thou shalt have Szechuan sauce. Please, just give us the fucking sauce. Otherwise, we're coming for you. We're gonna be suing you, and I have no doubt that we'll win. Since sauce supply was far too low, onto eBay I will go. $400 for creamy yummy? What a great deal for my tummy. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people saw this as an opportunity to make a fast buck, a fast fuck, give me that fat duck, so they started buying the sauce out of the McDonald's and they started selling it on eBay for hundreds of dollars, and this shit is absolutely flying off the shelves for hundreds of dollars, so a bunch of Jerrys out there are spending a ton of money on this sauce. Hats off to them. There's also some craftier folks out there repackaging the sauces like fucking AEY. That's right, I just watched War Dogs last night. There's one hell of a reference for your shit stain out there. So they're repackaging sauces by taking existing sauces like barbecue, bringing it home, taking the top of it off, and then printing out the Szechuan sauce top, and just gluing it on top, selling it for hundreds on eBay, and that's pretty damn smart, honestly. What do you say? The sauce is gone? How'd I fall for this corporate con? Now I'm mad, and now you'll see that I love Rick and Morty! Yeah, so these pseudo riots broke out. Let's go ahead and watch my favorite clip from one of them. Can't stop us now, this is for you. We fight for sauce, that much is true. We are your army, we bring the war. We break down the McDonald's door. So Justin himself had to chime in here to try and bring some peace to this absolute pandemonium. He isn't happy about it. I don't think anyone on the show is happy about it. They're probably pretty fucking embarrassed, feeling like Frankenstein with this fucking monster that they've created. And I respect him actually speaking up, trying to say, hey, this isn't cool, take it down a notch. It really just can't be easy for him to see something like this because the show itself makes fun of people that just follow trends blindly and just act like mindless barbarians, and the fans of the show laugh at that kind of joke, but they're doing the same type of shit with this sauce right now. So to see a really good show like Rick and Morty have a fandom that does shit like that, it really just can't be easy for the people who work on it to watch. Now to just bring this all home, here's a clip that really captures the essence of the Szechuan promotional Armageddon in a nutshell.
I want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce? I'm Pickle Rick! What below the dog dog? I'm Pickle Rick! 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 I'm Pickle Rick! Rick! Rick!
It's sad when it's kind of hard to tell if this is genuine or him just being a parody of what's going on with the Szechuan sauce events. But regardless of what his intention was, the result is absolutely sad to watch. Genuinely, just one of the saddest clips I think I've seen. Even if it is supposed to be a joke, it's just sad. Well, this has been your ESPN 60. Pokemon cards are a Schedule 1 drug. However, unlike its brethren in this classification, this one is completely legal. God help us all. But it's still just as potent with the same potential to ruin your life. Sometimes it takes only a single pack to change the trajectory of your whole existence. It'll have you left with $0 and 0 bitches as you spend all of your money in every waking moment trying to get your hands on as many packs as possible as you chase the high of getting the shiny cardboard that you could sell for a $10 profit. It is sad. That's what it is. It's sad. And in a surprise to no one, there are some criminals in the Pokemon card community. But don't worry. You can sleep a little more peacefully tonight knowing that at least one nefarious supervillain has been taken off the streets. I'm happy to report that Cobra Commander has been taken away in handcuffs after trying to steal some Pokemon cards at a convention. I know it's a little hard to make heads or tails of the audio and what's actually being said here. A lot of commotion on the floor. It's pandemonium. But, as I understand it, this gentle sir, tipping his fedora to the vendors, would go around and slyly take cards he didn't pay for. Rattle Pokemon actually covered this a few days ago and talked to True Collectible, who was there. And they say that they've recognized this guy from other conventions. They estimate that he's probably stolen thousands of dollars worth of stuff from vendors. And that on this occasion, they had an inkling, like this suspicion, that he might have been putting cards into his bag. So they asked to check it. He got defensive and started rolling nat ones on the charisma check, which made everyone pretty suspicious. They got security involved. And then when it's all said and done, apparently he was trying to make off with about $400 to $500 worth of cards that he swiped in across like a 2-hour time span. And after reading some comments from some other vendors at the scene here, a lot of people recognize him from other conventions, so he's kind of like a common cameo villain like the fucking box ghost of Pokemon card thieves. But this is the first time he's been caught in the act of stealing. And he almost got away with it, if it wasn't for those meddling people with eyeballs. He wasn't very good at crime.
Wait, hold up 1 second, sir. One second. Hold up 1 second. Excuse me, this is not lawful. This is not lawful. This is not lawful.
He's wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt, besmirching the good name of the clubhouse of Mickey and Friends. Walt Disney just turned over in his grave. This is a fucking sight for sore eyes, I tell you what. You'd never expect a Disney adult to do something like this. But he keeps trying to say, like, wait a minute, I can explain. They don't let him say his side of the story because there really isn't one. He just blatantly stole these cards. The proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is all over the place. He is, like, refusing to cooperate, so he's like, I don't know, he's trying to break the cuffs or something there. And then he keeps saying that it's not lawful. Even though it's probably about as lawful as it gets, he did just blatantly steal these cards in front of people. So, I mean, they've got him kind of dead to rights on this one, I'd say. Not a whole lot of wiggle room for a misunderstanding. So they weren't able to, like, chicken wing him or anything, so then eventually they went for, like, the leg sweep here. And you can see the handcuffs are linked, like, 5 times, it looks like. They've got a big fucking, like, you know, remember in school where you would, like, cut out that stack of paper and it'd be a bunch of people holding hands? That's what they've done with the handcuffs here. It is a long string of cuffs they've got that they're trying to slap on him here to no avail. So now they've got him in the grapple game on the ground, and it is still not going their way. That is an immovable force right there. I'm not going to show you the ground game here all that much, but it goes on for quite a while. They end up getting some reinforcements. They have the cavalry come in here, and then they get him in like a fucking, you know, Thanksgiving turkey stance and carry him away. Just look at this. It's like they were about to use him as a battering ram or something. They got him in wheelbarrow position here. like parading him through the convention now for all to see. It's like that scene in Game of Thrones Season 5 with the shame walk. Now, since this was a big convention, there's like 9 different angles of this whole interaction, and they are all glorious, because you get to see a different perspective of him getting carried away goofily like that. It is extraordinary.
Find out Kurt still is. Damn.
This one is my favorite angle, where he's coming directly at the cameraman. We get like straight down the pipe view here. It would go ballistic in 3D. They've got his arms pinned back. It looks like he's about to sprout wings like a bat or something. It looks like he's about to be crucified. Like he died on the cross for our Pokemon cards or some shit. It is surely there was a more efficient way of cuffing him and getting him out of there. But I'm happy they couldn't find it, because this is so much better. Like, that is the most embarrassing way of getting arrested. It is also a little embarrassing that it took that many cops to get, like, one dweeb. But kind of a big boy. That is kind of a big boy. I can understand why it ended up being a bit of a struggle there at the convention center. And I'm happy with the turnout, with how awful that must be for him going forward. He can never show his face at a convention again. Rightfully so. Just look at how much loot he was trying to get away with there. So this is a clip of one of the vendors going through some of the cards that were stolen from them, but it is a stash. He piled up a lot. So I think it's pretty clear what his strategy was. I'll tell you how the sausage was likely made in this case. It seems like, and based on some of the comments, he would go to booths and he would look through like the low value binder, so like dollar binder, where every card in the binder is like $1. And he would sit there for a long time flipping through the $1 cards, and the assumption is he would start swiping some of them, putting them into the bag, because when it comes to a convention like this, most people are going to be paying attention to the high value cards, like cards worth $100, $200, whereas they might not notice a couple $1 cards here and there missing, but they would notice if those really expensive ones were. So this guy was going from booth to booth here, speed running, going through these binders for like really low value cards and just going for a quantity play of getting a ton of them, is what it seems like. Because $400 to $500 with that many cards tells me he was targeting things that he knew people probably wouldn't even recognize were missing. And it almost worked, I guess, and maybe it's worked in the past, because in the Rattle Pokemon video, True Collectible seems to believe that he's probably stolen thousands of dollars worth of cards over the course of his spree. So it must have been working to a certain point, but it will no longer. This was a very public arrest with his face on full display. They had him strung up like that guy in Hellraiser, the guy that said Jesus wept. When they carried him away in cuffs here, it really looked like that scene. Like, people aren't going to forget his face, and they will definitely not be doing business with him going forward. They most likely won't even let him into a convention. So I think his days of stealing Pokemon cards are over. At least directly from vendors. I have no doubt he'll go home and start scalping Pokemon cards and probably trying to make a career selling it on. The coronavirus panic only continues to grow, with sports being canceled, schools being canceled. I wouldn't be surprised if Christmas got canceled next, just Santa Claus calls the whole goddamn thing off. This could be some true Grinch shit. It's pandemonium out here. Toilet paper is rarer than diamonds. There's people that are killing themselves with alcohol poisoning because they're chugging industrial alcohol because they read one time that alcohol was good against the coronavirus. There's people giving themselves bleach enemas as a preventative measure. It's true madness, chaos. Look at this fucking line right here. This looks like something out of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. It's looking like opening day for a new ride at Disney World. But the only ride these people are waiting for is the fucking Ass Wiper Express, just in there to get more fucking toilet paper. It actually just looks like I was at a helicopter view of a One Direction concert, but they're just there for one ply. This shit makes no sense to me. These people are risking coronavirus just waiting in that line. They're much more likely to contract it with all those people shitting in their diapers in line than they were just sitting at home with no toilet paper. They put themselves in between a bullet and a target with coronavirus by going into that goddamn mosh pit of meat. You could have just waited at home and substituted with tissues or something, or a fucking bidet attachment. I don't think coronavirus is going for the electrical grid or anything, so you probably would get away with using a bidet. Save you the fucking toilet paper hassle, and save you from going out into that mess. It makes no sense to me how people can't realize that they're putting themselves in danger just for like this stupid trivial doomsday prepping shit. Like there's people buying a bunch of sand as if they're gonna build like a fucking fort of sand that's gonna keep coronavirus out. Like, it makes no sense to me. And it's not just humans that are being affected. Look at these monkeys in Thailand. They're fighting over individual scraps of food because tourists used to feed them, but because coronavirus is keeping people inside, there aren't these tourists going around giving them food. So now they're fighting over it viciously, waging war against one another. The coronavirus is changing the entire world right now, having an effect on every single piece of everything there is right now. It's crazy shit. And people have lost their goddamn minds. I wouldn't be surprised if they started building moats, full medieval style, thinking that's going to help against the coronavirus. They're doing so much dumb shit in preparation and to try and combat it. It's lunacy. I swear, I fucking think coronavirus has gone airborne and it's just made everyone fucking stupider with the way that they're attacking this problem. You have these brawls that are going on over toilet paper, people getting into fistfights for squirts of hand sanitizer in public. We all like to make fun of flat earthers, but the way people are preparing for coronavirus makes them look intelligent. I'm half expecting some Facebook moms to start making posts asking to speak to the manager of coronavirus, or like some real tough guys start shooting their guns in the direction they think the virus is coming from. It's just getting so silly.
Hey, stop! That's enough! Go away from my daughter. Please. I just want one pack. No, not one pack. What's the limit?
Such an excessive amount of toilet paper that they're hoarding. I too would be pretty upset about that. Just so unbelievably unnecessary. Then of course another scuffle breaks out over toilet paper. The younger woman already has about 10 of those motherfuckers in there, so I'm on the older woman's side there. She absolutely deserved at least one case of those, unless that younger woman's taking it. Yesterday our worst nightmare came true. Hackers found a way to take control of our penises. With technology and fetishes evolving at such a rapid rate, this was always bound to happen. And unfortunately, we weren't prepared. Our Dick Doomsday was yesterday, and I believe that was only the beginning of the penile punishment from these evil hackers. Those same people we mocked for outrageous claims like hackers can get into our Game Boys and steal our credit card information, or those boogeyman stories of the hacker known as 4chan who can infiltrate our electric toothbrushes and take control of our minds, may not have been so crazy after all. They warned us and we didn't listen. And now we pay the price for our hubris. Now we're left in a wiener wasteland where no one's cock is safe from hackers. It's like Fallout, but instead of nuclear war, it's nut war. Now let me break down exactly what's happened here. Yesterday it was reported by multiple outlets that a ransomware attack had happened where the hacker was targeting BDSM chastity cages from Shul, which is a company that makes the cellmate chastity cage, and basically what it is it's a prison for your penis. You put it on and you can't get an erection, and it also squeezes the fuck out of it. I can't show you a picture of it in use, but from the pictures I saw of people actually using it, it looks like it's strangling your cock like it owes it money. It looks like it's trying to squeeze the last drop of toothpaste out of the tube. And the idea is it's used in BDSM play where your partner has an app that controls the chastity cage and you have to beg them to unleash it so that way you can get an erection or get your penis to have blood circulating to it again so it doesn't just get like necrosis and fall off. So that's where it comes from. It's sexual pleasure from your partner having total control over your penis. And unfortunately, there was a security vulnerability that was revealed months ago and only just recently exploited by a hacker who took control of the cages and held the penises hostage unless they sent them 0.02 Bitcoin or something like that, which is like $270. But unless that ransom was paid, he was taking your dick and twisting it with that chastity cage. You couldn't get it off. There wasn't like a fail-safe to it. Like once the hacker had control, he had full fucking control of your wiener. So you couldn't pee, you couldn't cum, you couldn't well, you could shit, but it wouldn't be a good shit, because what's a shit without peeing too? So it was absolutely miserable, and a lot of people were reporting the problem to the company, and then the company eventually had to come up with a solution, so they showed an emergency failsafe with a screwdriver, which I'll put on screen now. So this was the only way to avoid paying the ransom. And also the hacker was insulting the victim, saying things like, your cock is mine now. I'm an ancient wizard who's used magic to take control of your meat. You must play by my rules because I am the scrotum sorcerer. I'm the last cockbender. Just all kinds of shit like that he was sending to the victims. And it's just been a real mess. I found no information on how much this hacker is likely made or how many people actually paid the ransom, but I have to imagine it's a decent chunk of change, considering that the attack affected quite a few people from the sound of things. I don't know how many people out there, or how many people watching right now, have a penis prison put on their wiener right now, but with this new kind of cyber warfare tactic, this new kind of terrorist attack, I would definitely say be a little more careful when locking your dick in like a fucking shark cage. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I found this to be a really interesting and pretty innovative use of technology that I just thought was worth mentioning. Luckily, they did find a solution that isn't just paying the guy, so that's good. But it does seem like it voids the warranty, so if you do unfortunately fall victim to the hacker, it looks like you've lost warranty if you're trying to get yourself out without paying. Also, I was reading about a guy who actually fell victim to the hacker multiple times, which to me is wild. Like, you know, you put this on and like, oh no, I've been hijacked by the evil, you know, dirty bubble. I can't get my fucking chastity cage off. And then you get on the support line with the company, they get it off for you, you're like, oh, whew, close call. And then you put it right back on, only to get hit by the hacker again. Like, come on now. Like, I'm sure there's other options. Like, you don't need to have, like, the cellmate chastity cage on at all times. There's probably alternatives. Like, how about you just squeeze your wiener real hard, and then your partner says, hey, you can't stop squeezing your wiener till I tell you to, you know? Like, do it the old-fashioned way, manual. It doesn't need to be, you know, smart. You see the brawl at McDonald's in Costa Rica where a single man KO'd 9 dudes? Whoa, what? What are his hands made out of? Bricks? So here's the Dexerto article on it. Oh wait, this isn't the same one. This is Canada. Wait, is the other source wrong? Because how many brawls broke out over Pokemon cards at McDonald's?
McDonald's Canada shouldn't treat customers like this. He says he has no books or Pokemon cards left in stock for the whole rack of them. He gave me a donkey 2 times in a row. McDonald's, I want to press charges on McDonald's. Wait.
What is he pressing charges for? This is discrimination. You're discriminating against Redditors here by not giving me these Pokemon cards. What is the charge? I don't understand what he'd even go for.
No, I'm not being worse than a sick child. I want
Yes, you are.
Put it online. Put it online. I'm being targeted.
Oh, I will if you want.
Being targeted?
I wasn't going to, but
Please
I
put it
will.
online. I'll continue because Churro, Nova Scotia, Canada, McDonald's, and say they don't have a book or Pokemon cards in the building.
Brother. It's just some McDonald's Pokemon cards, man. He's so heated. And he's saying it all like so stern.
Cell phone.
Yeah, you can scan it. You can go online. You can.
I'm making a scene because you're being that. Yes, sir, you are.
This is the weirdest argument ever. Now he's speaking like he's speaking like he's talking to a child. You're being bad. They haven't done anything wrong. They don't have any Pokemon cards for him. Just go to another McDonald's, please.
Excuse you. Exactly. I'm dealing with this manager here. Maybe he can get.
This can't be real.
Honey, back up.
I'll press charges, dude.
Oh no, not the charges again.
Then do it, bro. I'm saying do it. You said you do it.
I'll never understand why people that look like this guy, who I know has never been in a physical confrontation in his life, feels so confident to challenge someone else to punch them. That's never going to end well. Like, that's just the worst bluff to make. Anyone can sniff out that you're not exactly a fighter. So why even try and, like, shake that hornet's nest? Just because they want to sue? Maybe, I guess. He does keep threatening lawsuits. Maybe that is, like, the overarching plan. But still, it doesn't seem worth it. Try to get hit so he has evidence, the classic. I guess, yeah. I feel like there has to be extenuating circumstances, right? Like, I'm not an attorney, but let's say I was representing this guy, assuming he gets in there and feeds him a knuckle sandwich. I feel like I could make an argument like he literally asked me to do it. I was fulfilling a request. He told me. He said he wanted me to. What am I supposed to do? To decline? I'm a nice guy. It's better to give than to receive. So I gave him the gift of a knuckle sandwich. He asked for it. There has to be a way, right? Like, you are literally telling him to. Yeah, he's a consenting adult.
Your fucking worst nightmare.
Yeah, right. Meet you outside, bitch.
All right, let's go.
I'll meet you.
Let's find out.
No.
Look at you. How big are your ankles? Size small?
I'm like a...
What?
I'd like your nose off, bitch. Hunt, hunt, hunt.
This can't be real. This cannot be real.
Do it! Do it! On camera!
Okay, this can't. Well, no, wait. That was certainly a punch. And I don't think that they're talented enough actors to sell something like that. That made full contact. How can someone end up like this over Pokemon cards? And then he's insulting the guy's ankles? How does this happen? What went wrong? This is very anti-Canadian. I'm sorry, Canadians out here have to see that this happened on your soil. I'm so sorry. What are your ankles, a size small? It's such an interesting insult. It's not even fighting words. I'd just be confused. Nobody insults my ankles but me. Put 'em up, Buster. I've come so far, I've got to see who wins this. God, it's like they're throwing punches in a dream. It's turned into aggressive hugging.
We can.
You done? Huh?
You had enough yet? Huh? Say uncle.
Get the security.
I got the squeeze on you now.
You now.
I'm gonna beat my Pokemon cards out of you like it's a Mario coin block. The fight. Oh no! He threw the hat. Come on, have some respect. This is so fucking weird. This is so weird. Like, even the fight is confusing to me. Not that I'd necessarily be good in a fight either, but I'd like to think if I got into a scuffle, it wouldn't look like this. I'd be mad about the Pokemon cards, and I'm even more mad that I'd fight like this. Like, the whole thing would just make me so upset. Some wrestling. Yeah, some good old-fashioned wrestling.
Go with me or you're done! You hit me! And I will fucking hurt you! I'm ready to bite you!
No, not happy Pikachu during all of this. Come on, guys.
Camera, you hit me!
Oh no, not a round two, please.
Look at that!
Please. Not again. It's enough.
Now I can fight. Come on.
Team Rocket wins again, please, no.
You hit me!
At least turn the camera, please.
Come on! No! Call the clock!
Oh, he's got the chair. He's got the steel chair.
You wanna go? Hello?
Oh god, now he's got the chair too, fuck.
You got one, I got one. You attacked me! You punched me!
Can we go out the back door?
Super unrelated, but he keeps saying that, and every time he does, it reminds me of that iconic scene from Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he's talking to the two girls that tied him to the chair, and he keeps going, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me! You fucked me! You came into my house and you sucked my dick! You fucked me! It has that same energy.
Give me back my fucking bag!
I just wanted food, that's all.
You wanted food and you got so much more. I'd be pumping my fist like, thank you. I don't know why she's upset. I mean, that was a great show. And now you get his Pokemon cards. Do you think he actually bit him? Yes. Oh yeah, I do, for sure. Bro, they didn't use any rage arts. Yeah. They didn't use any meter, unfortunately, no supers either. Bro's fine. You think I'm unshowered and greasy, don't you? You should be ashamed of yourself. That's pathetic. This is called acting. I am simply playing a character that is a slimy, greasy caveman. It's method acting, you swine. You wouldn't know anything of it, would you? With your ignorance out of the way and this myth fully busted and debunked, I'd like to proceed with the video topic, if you don't mind. which is of course more Pokemon card thieves.
I literally caught somebody in 4K stealing a Charizard from my booth at a card show. So let's do a play-by-play. The card in question is a 25th anniversary celebrations Charizard. Let's start out by actually locating the card.
I don't even know how many videos I have at this point covering Pokemon card thieves. This has to be one of the most commonly stolen items. Like, what else would even be close? Phones? Maybe? Like, perhaps? But I don't even know, because phones, like, nowadays are, like, often locked down, and people know that if you just steal a display phone, you can't do shit with it. You can maybe shove it up your ass, and that's about it. So, like, I can't even think of something else that'd be as stolen, that would be stolen as frequently as Pokemon cards have been over the last year. Because there's at least, like, 5 or 6 robberies a week that we know of with video evidence of people stealing Pokemon cards.
And here we can see one of the guys at the show pick it up to have a look at it. We can see him put the Charizard card right down at the front of my table. It's in the danger zone. And now moments later, let me introduce you to Jamie. Now between the face tat and the high vis, bro's not helping himself go incognito on this one. We see Jamie walk past the Charizard card and quite clearly lock eyes with it.
I saw a lot of super sleuths in the comments debating whether or not that first guy was in on this. And I will admit, it is odd that he would pick up the Charizard and then put it so far away from the place that he got it from. And especially at a card show, most people there probably are somewhat knowledgeable on cards. He would definitely know that putting a card on the edge of the table there, that's like chumming the waters around sharks. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Like, I feel like there is merit to the idea that he could have known this guy and this was like a planned thing, but the uploader shoots that theory down by mentioning that he actually knows that first guy personally and he was interested in buying that card. The reason he had to step away was because something outside of that needed his tending to, so he left to go do that and then came back to buy the card, and it was gone. And he said at no point did those two ever interact or anything, so I would take his word that the first guy probably wasn't in on it. Plus, I also feel like with the way that the card got stolen, this probably wasn't a multi-person operation. This guy right here wearing like the most obvious attire, like he literally is wearing a fucking Fortnite skin to stand out in front of as many people as possible. He is literally wearing accoutrements that are designed so you can see them in the dark. He is actually, it's like he's putting up a whole beacon, like he's giving everyone a fucking UAV so they can constantly find him in the crowd. And he is going to steal this card in the most Neanderthalic way possible. He just grabs it.
And with shaky hands, he even goes in for a little cheeky touch. Now with phone in the left hand at the ready, it's incredible how quickly he's locked in on swiping this thing. Try and act a little nonchalant, has a little gainer in the case, and then looks straight back at me to see whether I'm at all paying attention. What I'm not, my camera definitely is. And here we can see that Jamie spec'd all of his skill points into stealth and thievery, because look at this cheeky maneuver. Bang, and the card is gone. Angled it perfectly so we can see it on the bottom of his phone right here.
That's about as simple as it gets right there. I just don't believe the first guy was in on it here. I don't think this was premeditated and planned. It's clearly not some Ocean's 11 style heist. This guy just sees the card at the edge of the table. He like caresses it once or twice, honks on it like a pair of boobies, and then he puts his phone on top of it and grabs it. And that's it. And you can clearly see that he grabs the card, it even flashes the camera.
Now, Jamie's misplayed this a lot, as his mum, or I don't know, I'm just assuming, it could be his partner, has looked over at the exact right time. I don't know, I'm pretty good at lip reading, and I'm pretty sure she says, "Yeah, man, you should subscribe to the channel."
He makes fun of this lady at the end here and makes a joke out of it, assuming that she knows what just happened. I'm not convinced she does. Like, her turning around and then seeing this guy, I don't think immediately would raise red flags that she must have known he stole that Pokemon card, because he does have the Pokemon card under his phone. We as the viewers can clearly recognize that the card has just been stolen. He's not a good thief by any means. He's like the fucking wet bandits if they went around banging trash cans together to make as much noise as possible during burglaries. Like, he is bad at it, sure, but to someone that's on that side where she is, from that angle, how the fuck would she see that card? How would she know? Unless she has Superman's X-ray vision, there's no way she's going to notice that he just stole a Pokemon card under that phone. Unless, you know, she's his mom and just expects her son to... Hold on, I'm ripping a fart. I had to rip some ass right there. And just expecting her son to be stealing Pokemon cards. Which I guess is possible. Like, yeah, there's a chance she knew. And she does say something that seems to be targeted towards this guy. But I don't know what it is, and I just find it hard to believe that somehow she saw that happen. Because it looks like she was looking in the other direction when he made his big move there. Anyway, though, I want to show you another Pokemon thief. This is the hot spot for stealing Pokemon cards. I have seen so many clips now of people just going into card shops and just not even trying to hide it, just stealing cards and walking out. There have been so many videos like this, but this one's the newest that I've seen, so I figured might as well show this. This guy, with no shame at all, he's looking at cards right now. He's got his phone out, and I guess maybe trying to price check it or something. And then he just makes his move. His move being a bumbling oaf that just puts the cards in his pocket and instantly gets caught.
Hello. You want to price those?
Alright, well, thank you.
Bye,
bud. See you soon. Yep.
Anything else? No. Can you empty out your pockets for me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's it.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Just go ahead and...
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to put you on blast, but I don't ever want you to come back.
Yes.
This guy just stole Pokemon cards while wearing his company shirt. He is literally wearing his job uniform while doing this. Like, again, the shamelessness of stealing Pokemon cards here is shocking. Like, these aren't even people that are trying to be stealthy about it. Like, all he does is he puts the cards in his pocket. Then he instantly gets caught doing it because it's just so clear. Plus, he asked to see those cards. Did he just think that these are NPCs in a video game who just fucking forgot that they did that? Like, oh, it's been 15 seconds. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Must have been the wind. Like, what? How did he think he would possibly get away with that? When he puts the cards back, they're going to notice that it's missing a few. The natural conclusion would be like, oh, where'd those cards go? It must have been the wind. Fucking fell to the back rooms, I guess. It's craziness. Like, even if they didn't catch him in the act, when he went and slapped the cards down, I'm sure the workers would have been like, where are the other cards? And then what? Was he planning to, like, run away? But she happened to see it happen, has the camera pulled up, and he instantly is like, yep, nope, caught me. You did a good job. You'll always remember this as the day you caught Captain Jack Sparrow. It's craziness. Like, and this isn't even, like, the most egregious one. I've seen videos of people just reaching over the counter while the worker turns around briefly to just steal cards out of the display, and then they stand there, and then obviously the worker's gonna notice that it's missing cards in the fucking display. It is crazy how out of control stealing Pokemon cards is, and just how, like, blatant people are with it. Because I think they're just so confident that even if they get caught, there's no real repercussions. Because in cases like with the Charizard, I looked it up, near mint that card goes for like $140. I think people just feel really confident stealing this because they, A, don't expect people to pursue it very hard. B, even if they do, the police probably won't do very much about it because it's not like extremely expensive if they're just stealing a couple of cards here and there. And C, they think if they steal these, they can immediately turn around and sell it for a ton of money, which you can't. That is just, it's a terrible idea to even steal these in the first place to try and make money off that shit. It is so out of control. It is nuts. With not just Pokemon, everything in the TCG space right now is just bonkers. Anyway, I just wanted to... There are some fascinating degenerates on Whatnot. Like, I know I've been making fun of Whatnot quite a bit for some unhinged scammers, scalpers, and just lunatics, but the two I want to show you here, I think, are the biggest weirdos so far that I've seen. The first guy is having a meltdown because the lore goes... He was telling people on his stream to buy in for the mystery set giveaway, and then he didn't actually do the giveaway. Instead, he raided to another Whatnot seller, and then people called him a scammer in the comment section, which really, it made him see red. He had steam coming out of his ears. He was so upset feathers ruffled, so he started another stream.
Cold cards. Suck your mum as well, you stupid little rat. I'll snap your chin in I'll spin your chin like a roll on you little mug.
I'm confident there was some English buried deep into that Xanax overdose sounding mumbling that he just did. The only thing I could make out somewhat was him saying, "Suck your mom." Really going into the Call of Duty lobby levels of insult here. It's also kind of hard to understand what he's saying because he is clearly, like, amped up. Like, you can hear his heart is pounding. He's stuttering. It sounds like he's getting a lump in his throat, like on the verge of tears. So he is struggling to find insults, and he just keeps fucking face planting into some of them. He says that he's gonna spin him like a roll-em-a-mum or something. I have no fucking clue what gobbledygook he spit out at the end of that sentence there of his little rant.
With your little glasses, I'll snap them off your head. Trying to put my name down like that, you little rats. I hope I get banned as well. I hope your mum get raped and all.
Can you imagine being this pathetic? Saying some shit like that while you're surrounded by Pokemon cards that you're trying to peddle to people that will overpay for it because that's your livelihood? Fucking Worm even ended stream and then still sat on the app just reading the chat, insulting him, treating him like a punching bag. Asked his wife's boyfriend for permission to start another stream just so that way he could prove them all wrong. He's not a scammer. He said, "Why I oughta get a load of this." And then started talking a bunch of barnacles saying that he hopes that person's mother gets raped. All because they called him a scammer. And he didn't even do a good job of defending himself as not being a scammer. All he did was have a temper tantrum. Of course, I'm not with the Better Business Bureau, so I don't know if he actually is scamming. But like every other whatnot seller, they're all just trying to have you overpay for the shit that they invested in. They're bad investments. They hope you will make them whole again with some clams on top by overpaying for these things. But in regards to this goober, I don't know if he did anything different than all the other scalpers on whatnot. All we have is that little tiddly wink of lore to try and give context to the situation, and then from his own asshole, he gives like a 10-second explanation after saying someone's mother should be raped.
I'm going. Fuck this shit. I'm gone. Owen, yeah? I'll tell you who bought in. 5 of my people and 2 other people, okay? I've messaged them other people back, and I've said, look, it says in my show notes, upon sellout only. Mr. Dipsomnia. Crayon, you ugly little rat. You ever come on my stream again, yeah? You little whore. Think you're funny, didn't ya? Little dog.
So he's still talking with all that peanut butter in his mouth, so it is a little hard to understand him most of the time, but what he's trying to explain is that the giveaway, the mystery set that he was going to do, he said that it would only happen if it sold out, like all of the spots sold out, then he would do it, which it didn't reach, thus he wasn't going to do it, and messaged the people individually. I guess not everyone got the message, and I guess it wasn't made clear, so people were calling him a scammer. That's his explanation. Now, to me, that sounds like some fucking horseradish if whatnot allows that kind of giveaway. That, to me, it opens the door to some real fraudulent foolery where you could say, hey, I'm doing a Prismatic Evolutions giveaway if we sell out all of these slots. And then you put like an absurd number on there, like 200 slots that you're never going to sell out over the course of the stream, and then people will buy in hoping to get to that number, but it's probably not going to reach it, and then you can just not do the giveaway, but you get to keep the money that they spent to buy into it. Again, I don't know how it works on whatnot, but if that is how it works, that is a problem. You could just infinitely farm that by just like trying to generate a ton of hype. Everyone buy into the giveaway right now. I'm doing a fucking Pokemon base set giveaway at 2,000 spots sold here over the next 45 minutes of the stream. Come on, buy. And you would definitely get people to start buying in, hoping that that giveaway would come up, but it's not going to reach that number. And then you'd just be able to take their doubloons for nothing, because then you don't have to run the giveaway. You said it won't happen unless it sells out. Again, maybe that's not how it works on there. Maybe if it doesn't reach the giveaway number, everyone gets refunded. But judging from this, doesn't sound like that's the case, because if everyone got a refund, they probably wouldn't be calling him a scammer. There probably wouldn't be confusion there. But I'm just spitballing. I'm not entirely sure.
You fucking sket. Just because you can't sell stuff, I don't give a fuck if they're watching me. Shut up, you little dog. Yeah, you heard. And you, gold card. Suck your mother as well. That's yours, mate.
He then did get banned after this kind of blew up on Whatnot, which he said he was hoping for, so his prayers were answered, wish granted from the fairy godparents of Whatnot, I guess. I have to imagine, though, he doesn't have a big smile on his face about it. Now he's sitting on a bunch of Pokemon cards that I know he doesn't want and nowhere to sell them. So, probably not super happy about it, but it's also not really surprising. This guy is fucking unhinged and weird. Even if he's not scamming, which again I don't know if he is or not, doesn't matter. This is someone that you shouldn't do business with in the first place.
Scalper. So you guys are getting mad at me for not doing it on a fucking table. There's no difference. And FYI, for all you crybaby bitches in my fucking feed right now, 70 is not even market. So you can suck my nut and get off my feed.
Brother, you are winded, out of breath, walking around Walmart pushing a shopping cart of Pokemon Elite Trainer boxes. Ain't nobody ever sucking those nuts. You can't even see your own nuts. I can tell by the way you're huffing and puffing here. This is pitiful. This is just pitiful. This guy was so excited to start scalping after taking all of the Walmart inventory for Destined Rivals that he goes live on Whatnot and people start clowning on him, start dunking on him. So now he's puffing out his chest trying to talk all tough. You crybaby bitches. Oh my lord, it's so comical what a loser this guy is. This guy was so proud and just couldn't wait. His gluttony knew no bounds. He had to go live on Whatnot right away because Christmas came early. He got the entire Walmart stock, ensuring nobody else could have any. So that way he could make like $3 on each Elite Trainer box. He'd profit maybe like $20 across the board if he sold every single fucking one of them. Yippee. Really worth it. But at least he finally got some cardio in from the sound of things. That's good news for him, I guess.
Do what you want, crew 11. Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else?
Our Cloverfield footage gets abruptly cut short here. It sounds like a store worker stopped him. Maybe they told him that there's a purchase limit. Oh, Lord, that'd be fucking poetic. He ends stream on the spot, so we'll never know the conclusion there, the thrilling finale. I imagine it was a worker coming up trying to, tell him, hey, maybe don't do that. But he was just so embarrassed and so shocked that someone is talking to him in public while he's trying to hoard all of these Pokemon boxes like Smog from The Hobbit here, that he, in his shame, ended the stream. I can only keep my fingers crossed that he walked out of there with one box, maybe, and no one to sell it to. That would be great. But anyway, these two clips are probably the two biggest weirdos I've found on Whatnot so far. Even more so than the guy that was crashing out all the time. These two are just fuck. Today I saw a little montage of wacky street fights that were unfolding in Texas on a street known as Dirty Sixth, which I guess is kind of like the modern day Coliseum. I've heard of 6th Street before, because that's where weirdo YouTubers used to go to ask drunk girls leaving bars if they would make out with them. They'd shove a camera and mic in their face and just ask stupid questions like, what's your name? What's your body count? Will you ride my dick till infinity and beyond and call me Bust Lightyear? And can I stick my tongue down your throat? I love you. And then they'd film that and that'd be the whole video. So, like, 6th Street seems like a made-up place, but it's apparently very real. And today I saw this series of fights that I think happened over the course of just one evening. I'm not certain, but I have a hunch that this all just happened in one night, because apparently it's just so normal for this to happen when the bars close there. And man, these fights are sloppy in the most entertaining way. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you the full fight because YouTube would not like that. It would get the video taken down. So I'm gonna have to like snip around it to the best of my ability. So I'll fill you in on the lore. So the first fight was between two women. It started with hair pulling. One girl gets the other to the ground and then gets on top of her and starts like hammer fisting the top of her head like she's in fucking marching band, beating her like a drum. Of course, I don't know the story behind the fight here, but as you saw in the beginning, it was one-on-one, then like another girl tries to break it up. She kind of just gets tossed aside like dirty laundry, and she's like, okay, I see this isn't effective, so she crawled away and she was not seen again. So after she departs, she says, I see when I'm not welcome here, I do say I'll take my leave. Then it goes back to a one-on-one. She still has full hair control, and then gets her more to the ground, gets on top of her, and then, as I mentioned, she gets the hammer fists going. They eventually separate the two of them, and I love that the spectators start trying to fan the flames again, like, come on, that wasn't good enough, we need a round two. So they're trying to tell the girl who just lost this fight to go beat her ass, like, you know, go chase her down and continue this. And then you can hear the cops blowing their whistle. They're coming in like referees. They're like, all right, wrap it up. We heard there was an ass whooping over here. That's a 5-yard penalty. Move aside. Repeat, second down. They just walk through blowing their whistles and then just stand to the other side, and that's it. They almost look disappointed that they were tardy to the party and missed the fight, so they just walk through and then just hang out after they make sure everything's settled down. And then another fight breaks out. Again, I think this is all one night. I could be wrong. This could be like multiple fights that they just spliced together for a montage. But I don't know. I just really get the feeling that it all happened on the same evening. I feel like this is very normal based on everything I've seen and read now from Dirty 6th Street, as it's called, apparently. This next one was a 4-on-1. I don't know what this guy did to earn the whole kit and caboodle, the Red Rover, send all the bouncers right over, but he's got 4 dudes on him. He's got like a guy yanking on his butt cheeks. He got a dude trying his best to like take him down, but he's unsuccessful. It's like he's wrestling a fucking fish. And then like 2 other guys that are just like haphazardly like swinging on any part of his body they can find. And even with all that, they still weren't able to like knock him out or anything. So he stands up and he's smiling and having a good time. The cops do like break it up. And once again, the cops just look disappointed. They're like, all right, come on guys, really 4-on-1? You couldn't have an honorable duel? You know, what is this? It's supposed to be a 1-on-1 fight. This is ridiculous. And then like you can see the guy who's like, no. I'm guessing they were asking if he like wants to press charges or something. He's like, no, absolutely not. This was just all in good fun, officer. And then he walks away laughing about it. Like he just 4 men on top of him, and they still didn't, like, I didn't even see a bruise on his face. I guess they're getting him with the Charmin Ultra Soft fists. But he's giddy, he's all smiles, he's even joking with the crowd over there, like, he's like, yeah, you know, this and that. Well, anyway, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go to the Salty Spittoon to get my clock cleaned, if you don't mind. I've got more places to get my ass beat, tips Fedora. It's just, like, it's so interesting to me. It just feels like fights on 6th Street here are just part of the experience, like, even for the participants. Like, he didn't even seem particularly angry. In fact, none of the people there did. Like, all 4 of the dudes on top of him, it didn't even feel like they were even mad. It just felt like it's business as usual. It's 3 a.m. Someone's got to get their ass beat. This fight, I feel safe showing you the full thing because I'm pretty sure not a single punch or anything connects. It almost feels like it's choreographed. Like, it almost feels like this is stage acting because they are dodging all the blows perfectly. It's almost like a dance. So you get a takedown here. It's a pretty soft takedown, nothing like too crazy. We get a brief pause in the action. They're kind of joking. They're both kind of smiling about it. Then there's another like surprise takedown attempt, and then this masterpiece. Absolute fucking cinema. Like, in the middle of the fight, if I didn't see, like, the whole fight, I would think this was just, like, a skit, like, this was a planned skit, but it's not. Like, they were actually, like, throwing on each other, and then in the middle of the fight, as he's going for, like, a double-leg takedown, they hear the sirens, and immediately, they both know, hey, we gotta stop this shit right now, let's be friends. And then they got their arms around each other, they even walk up to the police window there, and I'm guessing they're saying, like, oh, no, we weren't fighting, what do you mean, we're hugging, we're embracing. And like, it actually does. Like, if the officers just came in at the end, they probably would have no idea there was a fight, because look at this frame right here. When he was going for, like, the takedown, he's kind of just grabbing on his thighs, and it looks like the other guy's, like, bringing his face in for, like, a warm smooch. So they go for this fighting to friendship true combo to fool the officers, so that way they don't get, like, arrested or anything, and it works. Like, it absolutely works. Definitely think that was the right call. Friendship conquers all once again. You know, the same lessons anime taught us. With friendship, anything's possible. So they go from fighting to now I think they're probably good buddies. Like, I feel like there's a chance. I definitely think it was the right decision, because it's not worth going to jail over at all. So yeah, I just had to talk about these, because these fights, like, they had me giggling. It doesn't even feel like they were even mean-spirited fights at any point. Like, it felt like, well, we're on 6th Street, might as well fight. Like, it feels like that's just, like, 6th Street brings that demon out of you, and it makes you start swinging on somebody, and it's not even like, because you don't like them, it's just, hey, it's 6th Street, we gotta fight. It almost reminds me of the plot to the first Kingsman movie, where you just, like, you hear that frequency and you just start attacking each other. Like, you go to 6th Street and that frequency plays in some people's ears, and you just, fights start breaking out, and they don't know why, it just happens. So yeah, some guy went for a forklift joyride on my street at 12 in the morning, and the police went for a slow-speed chase for 30 minutes in Sacramento. Did they film it? They get the chopper out for that? 6 days ago. Look at you, big guy. You're on the big screen here, CBS Sacramento.
But it sounded like every police officer in Sacramento was in the neighborhood.
They might have been. This is a big case.
Heard sirens all over the River Park neighborhood. It was surrounded.
Where's the forklift? Is it activating camouflage? Where is it? It's like a Christmas Day parade. Where the fuck is the forklift? Let's go! My man.
The Sacramento Police Department told CBS.
Man, I think it's got some get up and go to it. Was that like 15 miles an hour? That's not bad. Man, I love that every neighbor has security cameras and a Ring doorbell for this. So many angles. He ran through the fence. Wait, what? Can you show me your dash cam for that? Wait, how the fuck is the forklift getting through the fence? It's gotta be like the worst thing for it to go through, because the tongs are gonna get stuck in the chain link, right? I mean, it's not gonna, like, destroy the forklift or anything, but he's gonna just be dragging the chain link behind him, and it's gonna slow him down even more. A wood fence, maybe? Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. Yeah, good point. For what? What do you do wrong? Can't drive a forklift on the road anymore? Resisting arrest. He was probably just finding a good place to pull over. Damn. Broke down my ass. Forklifts don't break down. They spike trapped him. He almost got away. Man had 6 stars and was cruising. Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot of information here. Oh, here. The forklift is believed to be stolen, but investigators have been unable to locate the owner. They make it sound like a lost dog. So for now, we've taken it in and fed it food and water. The forklift is doing just fine, albeit a little shaken up. Coincidentally, on the same day, there was a man in Seattle who stole an excavator to try and build himself a house. Maybe they were in cahoots or something. They called each other up and said, "Bud, execute Order 66. You get the excavator, I've got the forklift. We'll meet in the middle." I mean, this happened 2 months ago in Florida. Another stolen excavator. Excavators must just be super easy to find. This happens all the time. This man drove it into a fucking Walmart. Just look up stolen excavator Seattle. Okay. Oh yeah, here, 2 days ago. Seattle man steals excavator to build cabin in the woods.
In one of those, only allegedly stealing an excavator from a nearby construction site. You saw him driving
an interesting plan.
Equipment.
Oh yeah.
In Jose Rizal Park.
He goes, "I'm building the cabin down there," and I said, "No, you're fucking not."
Volunteers at Homeless Outreach Group We Heart Seattle called 911.
Okay.
The words out of his mouth was, "I was told I can do this. This is everybody's land." And
Andrea Suarez says the criminal.
Hey, that's not a bad defense. I mean, what happened to it being a free country? What, you can't build a cabin in the woods anymore? Huh? How soft have we become? Can't take an excavator out into the woods to build yourself a cabin? Where would we be if we wouldn't allow that? Abe Lincoln wouldn't be here. He wouldn't have made it.
people are doing whatever the hell they want.
Look at what she found.
Damn right we are.
All of these stolen
And we'll do it again, too.
Credit cards with
Lock your
different
excavators.
names, a huge bag of what she believes is pot.
This is marijuana.
Also meth.
That's what everyone on the street is calling the clear.
Yep.
Stroller says most of the illicit activity out here is being fueled by the drugs.
All right, the clear, huh, bud?
Instead of waiting for city crews, volunteers also went in and cleaned up the encampment.
Andrea, what is this?
Wait, this can't be real. Wait, this is fake. This is actually fake. This is 100% fake. I've been had. This is a fucking joke. Wait. Wait. There's no... Okay, then this video has to be satire, though. There's no way they'd show a vibrator. They wouldn't do that. They don't have the balls. They don't have the chutzpah. So this one has to just be a joke. The Discovery Institute's got to just be memeing. Would they really show a vibrator on there? I don't think they would.
That's a weapon. And they're like, no, we mean a gun or a knife. And I'm like, well, this is a lot more dangerous than a knife. He's driving a backhoe.
I wouldn't... Okay, let's not get carried away. Alright, it's an excavator. I would say a knife is still a little more dangerous. You can probably outrun the excavator. Plus it, like, moves slow enough, like, if it tries to, like, hit you with the bucket on it or whatever, like, you could probably avoid it if you're fast enough.
Seattle says the stolen bulldozer in subsequent events should be...
So he really did just bring a vibrator out there.
For somebody to have the nerve to take a piece of equipment...
Wait, that's crazy. That's real. Man said, I'm gonna build a log cabin and I'm having fun. I just shopped at Adam and Eve, damn it, and I'm gonna get my money's worth in peace. Why would it not be real? I don't know, it's just... Because, I mean, this guy says fuck. Like, the very first person in the interview says, no fucking way, uncensored on this broadcast, and then it goes to a damn vibrator. Plus, also, if you're building a log cabin, why are you bringing a vibrator? And especially this model of a vibrator. You're not getting any value out of the clitoral stimulator. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Put it on your taint? Like, that doesn't do a whole lot for you. Like, you'd probably use a different vibrator. Like, it just... A lot of the pieces of the puzzle weren't adding up. A threesome. I didn't even consider that possibility, of course. How did that one escape me? You need to you need to compact the soil somehow. Wait, alright. This guy builds log cabins. I forgot about the old trusty soil compacting vibrator. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I'm just not qualified to speak on the tools necessary to build it. Very cool story, though. Very interesting. It keeps you on your toes, that's for damn sure. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Man, that makes the forklift story look like small beans. Have you seen the news about the recent Somerset Gimp man who is banned from wearing leather gimp suits for 5 years? What's going on in the world? What? They're taking away all our freedoms. What happened? Why has he been banned from the suits? Oh, come on. Free my man. Somerset Gimp banned from wearing a gimp suit in public and crawling and wiggling or writhing on the ground for 5 years. I also like how they have to specify that not only can he not wear the suit, but he can't crawl and wiggle on the ground for 5 years at least. He was issued a sexual risk offender order after police linked him to 25 incidents across the country. How do you track that? What detective did they have on this case where he was going through like old security camera footage looking for someone in this suit wiggling around on the floor? Like, we got him. He was in Oklahoma back in December of 1998, and we told him not to. And then he did it again in 2007 at an Oregon concert for the Eagles. County. Oh, I thought that said country. Oh, I thought for sure that read country. I was like, holy shit. That is a brutal trail of breadcrumbs to follow. It was the latest in a series of incidents where a man in skin-tight dark clothing was seen writhing on the ground and stepping out in front of cars in remote locations since 2018. Why is he stepping out in front of cars? What the fuck is that? Wait, it's starting to all make sense now. I'd ban him too. What the fuck? Is banned from wearing black all-in-one garments or any combination which has the appearance of an all-in-one garment in public between 9 and 6 a.m. Well, look at this. Look at how much freedom he has, though. Wait a minute, this isn't all bad. He has all the way up until 8 p.m. He can start his day at a nice, smooth, like, 9 or 10 a.m., and he has a full day ahead of him wearing his gimp suit and wiggling around on the floor. He's got so much time. He just needs to change his business hours. I actually found a news article with the footage of the rioting. It's safe to watch on stream. It's called Police Investigate Unseen Footage of Somerset Gimp. Why? This case has got a lot of coverage. Interesting, okay. I'll see for myself if it seems to be of sexual nature. I'll be the judge of that. This could just be sporty. What an incredible start. Nothing sexual about this so far. This actually looks like something out of, like, the Babadook. Pretty cool. But I'm not convinced that there's anything fetishistic about it.
Who left you in the woods?
He's dehydrated. Give him something to drink. What is he saying? Bro was just chilling. Why are they bothering him? Well, they weren't. He kind of like wiggled up to them. Well, they probably thought he was dead, actually. I can totally understand why they'd like be a little concerned. Like, you're just going to the park and this happens. You'd probably be a little, you know, on edge too, I think. I love how in this video he is the suspected gimp. True. Yeah, they're not entirely sure. It could be anybody. It's just this is their chief suspect at the moment. Pokemon scalpers are inventing a new, even more degenerate and diabolical meta for scamming and stealing Pokemon cards, using children for it. Well, involving children in the scam. 2 days ago I made that video about the whatnot seller who was resealing Pokemon packs and selling them, but using his son as the one on stream to open the packs for the buyers and just drumming it up as like a family business. This is so hype. Look at my son. He's ripping Pokemon packs. We're so proud. This is amazing. Whoops. Turns out we repackaged all of them to give you trash for a huge markup. Sorry, you caught us. He literally even like admits to being caught on the live stream. And now I just saw another video about a couple that was stealing Pokemon cards from Target using their 1-year-old as like the method. So they brought their 1-year-old son to Target so that way they could unlock the Stroller tech from the passive tree here. So they had their child in the stroller and were pushing him around and then would take Pokemon product and conceal it in the stroller to steal it. Now, the title of the video says that they left the child in the car while they went in there and stole, but I don't think that's exactly the case. I haven't found too much information beyond the body cam about what exactly happened. My understanding with the way it's described is that they had the child in the store using him for crime, basically, not them leaving him in the car. But either could be true and both are bad. The kid thought he was going on a fun adventure with mommy and daddy, but he was actually involved in their little crime escapades here. An unwilling accomplice. He had no clue.
So, pick that time to steal Pokemon cards, man.
Yeah. That, just so we have an understanding, she had nothing.
She was right there with you when you concealed it.
It is totally me, man. Totally me, 100% me.
You guys put the Pokemon cards into the...
Yeah, I will give them back, of course. This 100% my responsibility, sir.
A pretty admirable attempt here from the guy to just fall on the sword. No, she's totally innocent. It was all my galaxy brain scheme. It was all my nefarious plot here. She had no clue what was going on. It was all me. So he's trying to, like, you know, isolate her from this so that way she doesn't get in trouble. And then he also generously says he's willing to give the cards back. That's very sweet of you.
Seriously, honest to God, I am short on my rent, and they are very valuable. And I was hoping to pull something in order to make up the money I'm short on my rent.
And were the cards in the car?
Yeah.
I know, where are they
in the back seat.
And by the way, you can't say she had nothing to do with it when that's all you guys came in here for. And you concealed it right next to her. Just so you're aware of that.
His hero plan, unfortunately, falls a bit short because they have surveillance camera footage and they can clearly see she was directly involved in this plan and acted to help conceal it and work to get the Pokemon cards out of there. So it kind of ultimately ended up looking like that scene from Kong Skull Island where that guy pops 2 grenades to sacrifice himself to kill the monster, but the monster just hits him with the tail and he gets flown into a fucking wall and blows up. It didn't work, is the point.
Say, I don't know if it would make a difference. Is there any way we could pay for it?
This isn't an apology type of thing. You've already done it. You know what I mean? There's no way to just suddenly, hey, we're going to pay for everything because we got caught by the police.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you also stole stuff with the baby.
Yeah, but
That doesn't matter.
I have the money for it. I can
Yeah,
pay
but
it.
as I just told him, that's not how this works. You don't get to suddenly want to pay for things after you get caught by the police.
Fourth quarter, back up against the wall, throwing out the Hail Mary. They try to, pay for it after the fact. That didn't fly either. So they are both facing not just like the small-time theft. The officers also threw out the possibility of pursuing child endangerment against them because they involved their child in this crime, which they argue puts them in a path of danger. Should Gary Oak roll up and start airing the place out, trying to stop him from stealing the Pokemon cards, the kid is now in harm's way. Basically, they brought the kid for the sole purpose of executing this crime. Now again, the title says that the child was left in the car, but all of the information in the video seems to indicate that the kid was present. Also, if the kid wasn't in the stroller in the first place, there would be no point to bringing the baby anyway. So that wouldn't even make sense unless they had like a decoy, like they had like a baby doll in the stroller. But then again, why would they bring like the actual flesh and blood human being there? So I have to imagine that they did actually bring him in the store to do this. Though if they did leave him in the car, that is also equally dangerous. You do not leave a child in a hot car. That everyone should know that. This happened in Florida. You especially don't do it in Florida. If they did leave him in the car, who knows how long they were in the store for. That is extremely unfair and irresponsible to the kid if he was left unattended in that car. But I'm leaning towards the idea that they brought him in the store to do this. Worth mentioning, I haven't slept in over 28 hours. There is a good chance that maybe I'm just completely wrong there. I just thought I'd put that on the record. But either way, still not good. Regardless, stealing Pokemon cards by using your baby to help you accomplish it is fucking unhinged. This is so avoidable. Like, ruining your life just to get your hands on some Pokemon merchandise to flip because you're a scalper is just so low. It is shameless to involve your child in it as well.
Thank you. I'll go get the press one. We have child endangerment on both of them. For what? They had their... How old is your child? A year old, then they used the stroller as cover for it. Decent human, you literally put your 1-year-old child in danger.
How is that?
You cannot do a crime and then nothing happens because you have a kid.
It is happening. I'm going to
You use
jail.
the stroller as a ways of concealing the
And
merchandise.
I'm getting arrested.
And so is she. I need you to call your dad and come pick him up.
The other officers didn't seem super on board with his evaluation here about child endangerment, so I don't know if that stuck or anything, but this was him explaining it to them. Regardless of what charges were ultimately, brought against them, this was just so fucking avoidable. Like stealing Pokemon cards from Target by using your baby and its stroller to conceal them is just like, how can you sink so low? They say that they were short on rent, so the plan was to steal these Pokemon products, open them, hoping for a big hit, fingers crossed, praying for a big hit, so they could sell it to nearby game shops. That is like, in the world of scalping, that is even stupider than most scalpers. Why would you open the product? Just sell the product itself in that case. You are not going to hit, most likely. You are not going to make more money buying the product, opening it, praying for like the big hit that'll grade it like a fucking PSA 10. Like, it's not like that is a pipe dream.
Are you guys going to other stores and doing this?
No, sir.
So how do you guys have so many Pokemon cards?
No, I've been collecting for years.
That's what I'm saying, but these are all new cards, man. They're all like fresh out of the pack.
Yeah, the ones that I have?
The ones that are in there, yeah.
Yeah, those are, if you see the sleeves in there, they're all sleeved up, well taken care of, fresh out of my binder. We were taking them to the game store, Prodigy.
Okay, cool. Alright, be right back with you.
He apparently had a lot of Pokemon cards that he claims he had been collecting for years. The officer notes that they seem pretty fresh and new, so it's probably not like years old cards or anything. It seems like it is some pretty brand spanking new puppies in there that he is saying that he was going to go sell to not GameStops, the game stores. Well, maybe GameStops. I'm pretty sure they take Pokemon cards. They fucking grade them there now. They have like a wizard on standby who's just like, yeah, it's probably like a 9 or a 10 maybe. I have no idea how it works. Not important regardless. His plan was to take these hits, sell them, and then pay rent, is what he said the goal was. Of course, no way of knowing if that's true or if he is just someone who is a scalper who turns around and sells it because it's hot right now and people make money doing it. I have no idea if the story about the rent is true or not. They then searched his car and found some other stuff, like a marijuana cigarette or something, and he got in trouble for that as well. Big mess, all of which entirely avoidable if he didn't try and steal Pokemon cards from Target using a baby and his stroller to try and smuggle the Pokemon sacred cards out of the store with. Just super crazy, the state of Pokemon. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Christmas is just around the corner, and Santa Claus is coming to town very soon, so I hope you've all been very nice this year. But now let's see what happens when you're not nice. What does Santa Claus do then? Here's a clip from 2012 where Santa Claus was trying to enter a mall, but it was full of ruffians, hooligans, and sinners. What happened? Let's find out. I'm gonna go ahead and full disclosure, I haven't really laughed at a YouTube video in many years, but this one had me hooting and hollering. It really is the season to be jolly with this video here. Let's roll it. It wasn't Rudolph at all, you stupid fucks. It's Santa Claus, the North Pole Super Slam SmackDown champion. I love this shit. Santa Claus rolls up in here like it's a WWE introduction. Getting the crowd hyped up and shit like it's Metallica about to take the stage. So after good old Saint Nick parades his big old Saint Dick around the outskirts of the mall roof, he goes over to his little helper here and gets put into his rappelling harness. And he begins to fucking rappel down. I don't understand what the thought process is here. It's not like Santa Claus was known as some type of super spy, secret agent, Navy SEAL. He wasn't like some acclaimed rappelling veteran. I don't remember reading that in the Santa Claus lore, but I love that they chose to do this anyway. Truly magical. Here it comes, scooting down your chimney. We've all been naughty this year. We're getting a full dose of Santa Claus ass cheeks. Uh-oh, it looks like something's gone awry on this magic sleigh. The Christmas spirit isn't high enough. Not enough people are believing. When the bell rings, an angel gets an erection. Oh, Santa Claus, he's fucking hanging himself here. He's been noosed. Oh, Jesus Christ. And just like that, 1,000 kids learned Santa Claus wasn't real. I really don't understand why they did this stunt in the first place. I don't think any kid was going to be having a temper tantrum if he just walked onto the set normally. I mean, it's not like Santa Claus was known for, you know, his big bag of presents and his fucking rappelling rope. No one was gonna question the authenticity of the Santa. so fucking ridiculous. But come on, who wouldn't support Mission Impossible Christmas episode? Fucking Paul Blart 4, Mall Santa. So yeah, the rest of the video is just this poor old man thrusting his old Christmas meat, trying really hard to get down to the fucking ground, but the video never shows us that. We don't get that closure. Instead, we just get what looks like that scene in the SpongeBob movie after SpongeBob sings the Goofy Goober song. I can only imagine what extreme turbo finale these geniuses cooked up for when he did finally make touchdown. I imagine when he did hit the ground, there'd be some advanced pyrotechnics, flamethrowers, and fireworks going off in every direction, loose reindeer just let to run wild. Would have been quite the spectacle. But unfortunately, I don't think Santa Claus ever touched down. There's probably a good chance he's still hanging there to this day.
Do you guys know what you guys want for Christmas? What are you guys gonna ask Santa?
But yeah, let this be a reminder to all of you